Knesset, honorable ministers, municipal and community leaders, excellencies, ambassadors and consul generals, heads of Israel's national institutions, distinguished presidents and directors general, honorees, speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to welcome you all to the Jerusalem Conference. My name is Ol Shaked, and I serve as the U.S. correspondent for Israel Hayom, and it is my honor to join you all here today. Now, before we begin, we want to thank all of our generous sponsors whose support made this important gathering possible. We are especially grateful to the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism for its partnership, leadership, and commitment to strengthening the bond between Israel and Jewish communities around the world. Now, to set the tone of this monumental event, please allow me to share a few opening remarks. It is a true honor to stand here in New York City as we gather for the 5th Jerusalem Conference under a theme that speaks directly to this moment: mutual responsibility, or in Hebrew, arvut hadadit. Our sages taught us, Kol Israel arevim ze bazeh. Stand together. When Jewish students are intimidated, we stand together. When synagogues need protection, we stand together. Some believe pressure will divide us. Some public officials, as we evidently saw in the parade, even right here in New York City, try to drive a wedge between us. But they misunderstand the Jewish people. Because the more we are challenged, the more we remember who we are. The more we are attacked, the more we stand with one another. And the more they try to isolate Israel, the more Jews around the world say clearly, we are one people. Today, from New York to Jerusalem, our message is simple. We are not alone, we are not afraid, and we will continue to stand together with pride, strength, and faith in the future of the Jewish people. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you. I would now like to invite Mr. Dudi Finkler, head of the Jerusalem Conference and Deputy Director of the B'Sheva Media Group, to lead us in the prayer of Mishaberach.
משברך אבותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, הוא יברך את חיילי צבא ההגנה לישראל, העומדים על משמר ארצנו וערי אלוהינו, מגבול הלבנון ועד מדבר מצרים, ומן הים הגדול עד לבוא הערבה, ביבשה, באוויר ובים. ייתן אדוני את אויבינו הקיים עלינו ניגפים לפניהם. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור ויציל את חיילינו מכל צרה וצוקה, ומכל נגע ומחלה. ישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיהם. ידבר שונאינו תחתיהם, ויעטרם בכתר ישועה ובעטרת ניצחון. ויקוים בהם הכתוב, כי אדוני אלוהיכם, ההולך עמכם להילחם לכם עם אויביכם, להושיע אתכם, ונאמר אמן.
Our first speaker is Mr. Amir Ochana, Speaker of the Knesset. Mr. Ochana, please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for Israel's national anthem, Atikva. We're doing a bit of a switcheroo on the schedule here. Our first guest is Rabbi Dr. Ari Berman, president of Yeshiva University, a global faith and educational leader who will join us for brief remarks. Dr. Berman. Thank you. All right, we're doing a bit of a rerun. Sorry, everybody. You know, the Israeli parade is causing some jams. All right. Our first speaker is Mr. Amir Ochana, the Speaker of the Knesset. Mr. Ochana, please join us on stage.
Thank you, my dear friend and our host, Dudu Saada, Chairman of the Beszeva group. I see some names that I'm supposed to mention, but I don't think they are here with us, so I will skip those. But I did see the president of Yeshiva University, Rabbi Ari Berman, the president of the World Zionist Organization, Rabbi Doron Peretz, and I think, do we have the permanent representative of the Czech Republic to the UN, Jakub Kulhanek? Is he here with us? He'll be later. Trust me, he'll be later. Okay, distinguished guests. It is always actually a privilege to address the Beszeva Jerusalem Conference, but especially this year, here in New York City, because that itself is a statement that this is no longer an Israeli conversation, but a global one. This gathering comes as America approaches the 250th anniversary of its founding, milestone that also carries a profound meaning for the Jewish people. Because the United States was not built merely on power, but on the transcendent moral truths of Judeo-Christian civilization. That all men are created equal, B'Tselem Elokim, in the image of God. That the rule of law, not the rule of force, governs a free society. That liberty is a divine inheritance, and that all men and women share a moral responsibility to one another and to the world. The founding fathers knew where these truths come from. Among the first acts of the First Continental Congress in 1774 was a public reading from the book of Psalms. Some of the founders even looked to the Bible when imagining symbols for the new United States. Jefferson proposed the children of Israel in the wilderness, guided by a pillar of cloud by day and fire by night. And Franklin proposed Moses at the Red Sea. His staff raised at Pharaoh's army was swallowed by the waters. Towns across America were named Zion, Salem, Canaan, and Shiloh. Yale placed Hebrew words at the heart of its seal. Dartmouth's early seal bore the Hebrew name El Shaddai. And Harvard once required its students to study Hebrew. Why? Because America's early leaders believed you could not understand the values of this nation without understanding the Jewish texts that shaped them. The American experiment became the most powerful political expression of the biblical values that shaped Western civilization. But today, both those ideals and the people who gave them to the world are under attack. Since Hamas's October 7th massacre, anti-Jewish terror has spread across the globe. Israeli embassy staffers were gunned down in Washington, D.C. Violent anti-Semitic mobs are still storming the streets of Western cities, including here in New York City, assaulting Jews and besieging synagogues. And we know where this hatred comes from. It comes from the normalization of slogans calling for the destruction of Israel and the globalization of violence against Jews. And it comes from cultural and political leaders, even right here in New York, who are too cowardly or too complicit to condemn them. These are not abstractions for Israelis. The sound of these slogans translates to blood on our streets. We have seen what happens when hatred of Jews dressed up as a political cause rises. As someone who served in the Shin Bet during the early 2000s, I know what globalized the Intifada means. I remember the buses exploding, coffee shops, shopping malls, restaurants, each resulting in the deaths of dozens of innocent people. Deeper crisis. Among younger generations, Holocaust ignorance and anti-Jewish sentiment are spreading at a disturbing pace. Across social media, anti-Semitism has become a business model where hatred gets clicks and lies generate engagement. My friends, this defining crisis of our age is the reason I decided to send the largest ever multi-party Knesset delegation representing both coalition and opposition to today's parade. Because for the first time in more than 60 years, the mayor of New York City didn't attend to the Israel Day parade. And it is exactly for that reason that for the first time the Speaker of Knesset did. Thank you. I'm here today to tell the Jews of New York and the United States that they are never alone. The Knesset stands with you, the people of Israel stand with you, and we always will. But beyond Israel, millions of others stand with us as well. Because this is not merely a struggle for Israel, not only a struggle for the Jewish people. It is a struggle for the very values that built America and sustained the free world. Those who hate the Jews almost always hate America. They hate liberty, they hate faith, and they hate the moral architecture of Western civilization. And therefore, Israel, together with Jewish communities around the world, stands on the front line of the free world. So let us take pride in our sacred role. Let us close ranks and stand together. And in this great house of Jewish values, B'Sheva, let us recommit ourselves to a sacred promise. History's most ancient people will not bow down to humanity's oldest hate. This dark wave too shall pass. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you very much. Toda Rabba. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Toda Rabba, Speaker Ohana. Next, we are honored to once again welcome Rabbi Dr. Ari Berman, President of Yeshiva University and a global faith and educational leader, for his brief remarks. Please join us on stage. Thank you.
Honorable Amir Chana, the B'Sheva leadership, the chair of B'Sheva, and certainly my dear friend and Gibor Yisrael, Rabbi Doron Peretz, the president of the World Zionist Organization and chair of the conference, distinguished members of the Knesset, leaders of Israel and the Jewish people, dear friends. It's really a pleasure to be with you here in New York City after we marched in the Israel Day Parade. What an extraordinary day. Today on the streets of New York, we saw something powerful. We saw Jews of every background, every age, every community walking proudly with the flag of Israel. And this represents something deeper. At a time when anti-Semitism is rising, when anti-Zionism is spreading, what we see is that we do not retreat, we step forward. We march, we sing, we stand with Israel now and forever. You could always applaud Standing for Israel now and forever. This is an amazing moment of opportunity. My friends, please listen. Because we've often hear about the disruption and the danger and the perils, but I tell you, being the president of America's flagship Jewish university, I am telling you that this is a moment of enormous opportunity. For when people challenge Zionism, it gives us the opportunity to explain Zionism. When the world distorts Israel, it gives us the opportunity to clarify what Israel truly represents. When the world threatens young Jews, incentivizing them to hide, it gives us the opportunity to raise a generation that stands taller, speaks clearer, and walks with even greater Jewish pride. And this is what we do at Yeshiva University. We fly the Israeli flag 365 days a year. At every single major event, we sing Hatikva, every athletic competition, the Star Spangled Banner and Hatikva, and we have an amazing college basketball team. I have to tell you, they win enormously. Before every one of our games, up to the Sweet 16, we're singing Hatikva. After October 7th, we're praying for Israel, praying for the hostages. When we play against any team, for our thousands upon thousands of fans, they know where we stand. And just this past couple of days, we had our graduation, which featured Mike Huckabee, Ambassador Mike Huckabee, as our commencement speaker, you might have seen, that's gone viral, as he played on his guitar, Sweet Home Eretz Yisrael. Sweet Home, here he played Eretz Yisrael, but it is Jerusalem, and the place was rocking. But the single most important moment of this graduation, which featured Ambassador Huckabee, Coach Bruce Pearl spoke, but when we featured our graduates, this is the first class that came through, our graduating class that were there with us after October 7th. And in our class, we have Chayalim Bodedim, we have lone soldiers. And after October 7th, our lone soldiers could not sit by where their brothers fought. They left yeshiva, they went to go fight. Some fought in Gaza for over 200. Can you imagine what university in America would be like for an Israeli soldier who fought in Gaza, in any other university? But at Yeshiva University, they are our heroes. And this is what we celebrated, the spirit of our soldiers, which is the spirit of all of our students. They are YU warriors, ready to fight for Israel, ready to fight for the spirit of America that the speaker so beautifully captured in his words. This is the next generation that's ready to lead Am Yisrael. And what I'm here to tell you is that when we live authentically with pride and we go out with our values, true to who we are, not mealy-mouthed and apologetic, but true to who we are, Americans and people around the world are attracted. They're not repelled, they're attracted to it. And we've seen this time and time again. I've led a coalition of universities after October 7th, over 100 universities, presidents who signed that we stand with Israel against Hamas. People want to hear what we stand for. And if we stand true to who we are, they will join us. We have incredible allies that are with us today. And we could gather our allies and be the true force of good that the Jewish people have always been, that Zionism truly stands for. And that is our mission, that is our charge, and that is our opportunity. And as one small example, I'm leaving here right now to go to our graduation at Cardozo Law School. We have a top-tier law school in the country, Cardozo, and like with all of our top-tier graduate schools, which get students from all countries and all cultures all around the world, we sing Hatikva before at every one of our graduate schools. So a few years ago, one year, we honored Paul McCartney at the Cardozo Graduate Law School. One thing that I can tell you is that it's a very different experience when Paul McCartney is in the room and when he's not in the room, because the energy with Paul McCartney being there. And I spoke after him, so I said, you know, if I had a dime for every time Paul McCartney opened for me, they laughed. Anyway, on our way out, Paul's like, Rabbi Berman, we're not doing this again. I'm like, what are you talking about? I have a campaign. We're going on the road, Paul. It's you and me. But at this graduation, we're singing Hatikva. You have Paul McCartney and the thousands of people in Lincoln Center singing Hatikva with us because we stand for Israel at every single moment and opportunity we have to show it publicly and proudly. And this is the message that we need for the Jewish people today. When we talk with moral clarity and with confidence, it does not diminish our place in the broader world. It actually elevates us. The world doesn't need Jews who are apologetic for who they are. The world needs Jews who know who they are, not ones that retreat from our mission, but needs Jews who are rooted in our mission. And Zionism at our deepest level is not a political position. It's the living expression of the Jewish people's return to history, to responsibility, to courage, and to covenantal purpose. Of course, at Yeshiva, we encourage all of our students to make Aliyah. And we celebrate all of our students who build their lives in Israel. We have thousands upon thousands of students who live in Israel. I myself moved to Israel and made Aliyah about 14 years ago. I have 3 sons who are Bogrei Tzahal, one who fought after October 7th for over 300 days. My daughter, Sheirut Lumi. I moved to Gush Etzion and came back for this shlichut. But we encourage all of our students to make Aliyah. And anyone who's here in the diaspora, we tell them that your tzionut, your Zionism does not end, God forbid. You have a great mission of being an ambassador to Israel. What we need right now is we need students in the next generation who live even outside of Israel to bring their values of Zionism into the public square, to stand for what we believe in, and to say with clarity that the story of Israel is one of the great moral stories in the modern world. It's a story of an ancient people returning home. It's a story of a democracy defending itself against terror while striving to uphold human dignity. It's the story of a small nation whose innovation is a blessing to all. And it's this story of courage, sacrifice, faith, family, memory, and hope that truly is an inspiration to the world. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Dr. Berman. Next up, we are honored to welcome Rabbi Doron Peretz, President of the World Zionist Organization and the World Mizrahi Movement, for a conversation on stage. Please join us. Good afternoon. So, Rabbi, how are you?
Thank God, very well, thank you. An honor to be here.
Thank you for being here. Rabbi Peretz, I want to begin on a personal note. Your son, Captain Daniel Peretz, a tank commander, was killed on October 7th and taken hostage into Gaza on Simchat Torah. Daniel was later confirmed dead, and after 2 years, his body was returned to Israel, and your family had to go through yet another funeral and another Shiva. Where do you find the strength to continue leading, teaching, and speaking to the Jewish world after such a tremendous loss?
I don't know. I think a person never knows. Let me just start. First, it's an honor for me to be present at this conference. It's an honor to have the zchut of being the president of the conference, to work with my very close friends, Dudu and Dudi. Kenes Yerushalayim has been going on for decades. How many times has it been in Yerushalayim, Dudu? 23 years. This is the 5th time over here, and we hope and pray and we believe and know it will continue to grow from strength to strength and to be the success in Yerushalayim, in New York as it is in Yerushalayim, and it's a zchut to be a partner in this wonderful endeavor. You know, in life, you have challenges. You never know how you're going to face them. I just feel tremendous gratitude to Hashem that despite the terrible challenges, somehow I feel I've been able to handle it with faith and belief. This is our son Daniel. This is one of the last pictures I had with him outside Mutzav Nachal Oz. I went on Erev Rosh Hashanah to spend some time with him. I was actually amazed at all the shooting and I could hear at the border and I couldn't actually believe what was going on. And I gave him a bracha before Rosh Hashanah, before the Shabbat, before Rosh Hashanah. Thank God I just feel that I've been able to respond with authenticity. You know, as a rabbi, you often have to give people strength. I've accompanied many people who've lost children, and you never know how you're going to handle this. Nobody ever wants to know how they're going to handle it, but I just feel a blessing that I've been able to respond to it with authenticity, with faith, that I actually believe all the things I've been telling people who've been through such things. And I think it just comes from the deep well springs of Jewish faith, of our history who've suffered so much, and of our belief in Hashem. So I don't know where it comes from, but I just feel grateful that I've been able to deal with this nisayon with faith and with belief in the justness of our cause.
Thank you, Rabbi Peretz, for these touching and personal words. Since October 7th, Jewish communities around the world have been undergoing a profound transformation, rising anti-Semitism, a renewed sense of vulnerability, but also a stronger search for Jewish identity, solidarity, and of course, connection to Israel. Do you feel that the responsibility of Zionist institutions has grown in this moment?
Absolutely. I think in every crisis we have is a tremendous opportunity. The horrific crisis of October 7th has also, and the ensuing anti-Semitism that we're facing in Israel and around the world, is giving birth to a tremendous opportunity to rediscover what Jewish sovereignty means. The nations of the world and our enemies are not letting us get off easy to explain why is it absolutely critical that the Jewish people need to have a state of Israel. So many people today are trying to distinguish between Judaism and Zionism. To say you can be a good Jew, like Neturei Karta on the extreme, who say you can be a good Torah Jew and not believe in the state of Israel. Or people on the extreme left saying you can be a universal humanist Jew without believing in Jewish particularism, Jewish nationhood. And I think
including public officials,
and I think our aim is to show, and it's a great opportunity, and this is where I believe the religious Zionist community is so well positioned to make a difference, because what we have been teaching all of the years is there's no daylight between Judaism and Zionism, between Torah Judaism and the connection to the land and state of Israel. And I think this connection is exactly what our enemies are aiming to sever, and I think that is our greatest opportunity. And, you know, there's somebody who says you never let a good crisis go by without turning it around. And I really think this is the opportunity for the State of Israel, for the World Zionist Organization, for all of our friends around the world to stand up and be counted, as both Rabbi Berman and both the Speaker of the House, Amir Ochana, said. This is our moment to show what does Jewish statehood mean for Jewish identity and Jewish destiny. And that's our great opportunity.
Amen. Now let's talk about the World Mizrahi movement for a second. Since October 7th, the World Mizrahi has been doing a lot to strengthen Jewish communities, support Israel, and help Jews around the world to respond with identity, faith, and action. Could you please elaborate on how World Mizrahi does that?
I think it's first and foremost exactly what I said, is that we have to educate that Zionism, what we've been doing is educating that Zionism is not another passing ism of the 20th or 21st century. It's connected in its kishkas to the essence of what Judaism means. And therefore, that's, I say, the opportunity. You know, we all know, we mentioned my son and many others were killed, including a chayal today, you know, and we continually suffer for this. But today, the biggest blood libel in the world. You know, I must tell you, I couldn't believe how sane people could believe that Jews killed Christian children to use their blood for making matzah. Number one, we taught the world, thou shalt not kill. Number two, it says 9 times in the Torah that you're not allowed to eat blood. Number 3, you can't make matzah with blood. Yet people believe this. How could people believe such a thing? But you know how now I understand it? People today actually believe that my children, our children, kill Palestinian children and spill their blood for the sake of fun.
For fun.
And I now understand if you can believe that, then you can believe the most ridiculous things. And our job is to explain today how the Jewish statehood is totally in sync with Jewish identity, how our army and our sons and daughters do everything that they can to uphold the lives of our enemy, of innocent civilians, but we'll do everything that we can in order to defend Israel, to protect Israel. And that is our job today, to go from community to community and say Judaism and Zionism, Jewish identity and the centrality of the land and state of Israel are indivisible. We all know that the first thing God said to the first Jew was, Lech lecha me'artzecha, go on a journey, an odyssey to the land that I will show you, because the journey and the relation to the land and state of Israel is indispensable to the Jewish journey, and that is our mission, both in the world Mizrahi and in the world Zionist movement, to show how Zionism and Judaism are integrally related one to the other.
Beautiful, thank you. There is always a delicate balance between the desire and the need to call people to make aliyah and to support Jewish communities in diaspora in the United States and all around the world. When you speak to young Jews and families around the world, especially at a time of rising anti-Semitism, is your message that they should consider aliyah, or is your primary goal to strengthen Jewish life and Zionist identity within the diaspora?
I think you have to do both. You know, I never like to tell people when they're suffering from anti-Semitism, make aliyah. Because what are you telling them? When you've got trouble, run away and come to Israel. And what happens, heaven forbid, if your child is, heaven forbid, killed or injured like our child in Israel? Do you then run away from anti-Semitism? There's a lot of anti-Semitism in Israel as well. We're facing enemies in every front. But what's the difference? The difference is that this is our country, this is our land, this is connected to Jewish identity. So I believe my response is always every Jew should be aspiring to make aliyah because it's part of aspirational Jewish identity. But a Jew who's decided to stay in Chutz La'aretz for the time being, and this is where they want to make their difference, they have a mission here. They have to be ambassadors for Judaism, ambassadors for the state of Israel. So the answer is, it's both. I think a Jew has to aspire to live in Israel, but as long as they're in the diaspora, we have a responsibility to strengthen the connection of diaspora communities to Judaism and to Israel. And I'll say, both with my World Mizrahi hat and the World Zionist Organization hat, our aim is to send as many shlichim as possible, as many emissaries to campuses, to youth movements, to schools, to colleges, to communities, that there should be a deep sense of arvut hadadit, that we're responsible one for the other. The spirit of the land and state of Israel should be deeply embedded within our communities around the world, not only for aliyah, but also to strengthen their connection to Jewish identity and to the state of Israel.
Thank you. When you talked about the shlichim system, can you tell us a little bit more about the impact of what happens when the shaliach comes to the community? Because I think that from an Israeli perspective, it's almost like a blind spot. People don't understand what shlichim from the WZO or the Sochnut or the Mizrahi or elsewhere are actually doing. So I would love to, if you could elaborate on that.
I'll just share with you a conversation I had this morning with Eric Fingerhut, the chairman or the CEO of the JFNA, Jewish Federation of North America. There's such a dearth and shortage of Judaic studies teachers. And the World Zionist Organization sends out hundreds of teachers every year to communities around the world, and we could send out hundreds more. There are so many communities today. We know in Israel we have the same challenge. Less and less people are going into Jewish education. It doesn't pay as well as it could and should. And we have a dearth of people going into this. It is absolutely critical. So I can say to you that communities around the world are looking more and more to Israel. Half of all the Jews in the world live in Israel. So many idealistic Jews live in Israel. And they're looking more and more to Israel as a pool of human resources to be able to give a strong sense of Jewish identity and connection. So Just the World Zionist Organization's Chinuch department sends out hundreds of shlichim every year to schools. Not to mention the Jewish Agency sends to campuses across America. But I'll also say that at World Mizrahi, we send out tens and tens of couples every year to campuses around the world, to schools and communities. And I think we really need thousands more Israelis to come on shlichut, because what do? You bring a sense of arvut hadadit, a sense of hitkarvut echad lashani, and especially today, where Israel is under so much threat and communities are being challenged for their Zionism, to have shlichim from Israel who are unapologetic, who live Israel, breathe Israel, and how Israel is so deeply connected to Jewish identity, I think is absolutely critical. And especially small communities around the world, the connection of shlichim from Israel is invaluable on all levels. So please, if your children are not going yet on shlichut, make sure that your children come back to serve communities on campuses, schools, and shuls. It's absolutely critical.
As a former shaliach of a Jewish agency, I couldn't agree more.
Doesn't mean you can't go again on shlichut. You can still go again.
Well noted.
Okay.
Looking ahead, Rabbi Peretz, what should Zionism mean for the next generation of Jews, especially at a time when Israel is strong, but Jewish communities around the world feel increasingly vulnerable?
I think we have been hated throughout our diaspora lives because we were powerless. Now we are hated because we are powerful. Jews stood in Germany with signs and said, Jews, get out of Germany, go back to Palestine. Now people say, Jews, get out of Palestine, go back to Israel. If I had the choice of being hated when I'm powerless and stateless, as opposed to disliked because I'm powerful and have a state, we choose the latter. And this is an opportunity for us, as I say, not ever to let power become arrogance, not ever to let power become brazenness. We have an opportunity to show that power comes with humility, never to abuse power. The Jewish people have not had such power for almost 2,000 years. I think we have an unbelievable opportunity to show, which I believe we are doing, that power and having a state comes with responsibility and comes with humility. And if we are disliked in the process, we have to raise a generation of courageous Jews with backbone, which says, even though we're disliked, we know that we are just trying to survive, we're just trying to live, we have a right to our land, arguably more than any other people in the world has. We are trying our best to defend our country and not to take human lives innocently. We have to be proud with backbone, and I believe if it's Hashem Oz Lamoitain, when we have backbone and strength and belief, Hashem Yavarech Damo B'Shalom. Courageous and brave, but never arrogant and brazen. That's what we need to be. Powerful, humble, courageous, brave, not brazen and arrogant Jews. That is our mission today.
Profound words, Rabbi Peretz. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us at Kenes Yerushalayim. It's a zchut to have you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Our next speaker is Mr. Moshe Leon, Mayor of Jerusalem, who will share a few words.
Conference Chairman and Chairman of the B'Sheva Group, my friend Dudu Saada. Thanks for all you're doing this day and other days for Israel and especially for Jerusalem. Yes, Dudu, we appreciate it. You can CEO of the conference, Dudi Finkler, honorable ministers and members of the Knesset, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My dear friends, it is a privilege to join you this evening here in New York at this special gathering hosted by בשבע Media Group. Just a few moments ago, I had the privilege of walking in the Celebrate Israel parade. To see tens of thousands of Jewish souls marching with pride, waving our blue and white flag, was a powerful reminder of the unbreakable bond between New York and Jerusalem. But as we marched, the contrast could not have been sharper. What we have witnessed in recent weeks in this city should shame every decent leader, every decent New Yorker. And what is perhaps most frightening is not only the extremists themselves, it is the silence of those who should know better. Too many people are afraid to say a simple truth. When you call for intifada, you are calling for violence. Jews are not attacked because of Israeli actions. Israel is attacked because it is Jewish. We should never apologize for saying that clearly. We will always defend ourselves. This is our right, and it is our duty. My friends, 80 years ago, the civilized world united to defeat Nazism. Today, the civilized world struggles even to confront anti-Semitism, openly marching its own streets. There is one great expectation, and I want to express our deep gratitude, President Donald Trump, and his administration for standing with Israel, for standing with truth, and for understanding that Israel is not only defending itself. Israel is defending the values of the free world. It's not all bad news. I have some good news too. Jerusalem is thriving. Jerusalem is growing. We are expanding our light rail across the city. We are building schools, parks, cultural centers, and new neighborhoods. Tech companies and international investors are choosing Jerusalem because they understand something important. Jerusalem is not only the ancient capital of the Jewish people. Jerusalem is the future. We are here because the story of Jerusalem is still being written. Investing in Jerusalem, building your home in Jerusalem is an investment not just in Israel, but in the future of the Jewish people. We build this country with Jewish families, with Jewish children, with Jewish life, with people who choose to be part of the story of the Jewish future. Now, the responsibility passes to us to strengthen Jerusalem, to strengthen the Jewish people. The future of the Jewish people is in the state of Israel. And I stand before you now as a mayor of Jerusalem with one simple message. Come and help us build. Come and help us strengthen Jerusalem. Come and help us write the next chapter of the Jewish story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leon, for your time. Our next conversation is an interview about the UN. The theme is Truth versus Interest, the role of morality at the United Nations, featuring the ambassador of the Czech Republic to the United Nations, His Excellency Jakub Kulanek. Please join us. Mr. Kolanek, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name.
You're doing a great job.
I appreciate it.
And I must say the atmosphere in this room, it's electric.
How was the parade?
Well, first of all, let me say that I'm absolutely delighted to be here with all of you. And marching down Fifth Avenue today, together with other UN ambassadors, it struck me, though, that it was not just a celebration of Israel and its many successes, but it was also a celebration of the wonderful relationships your country enjoys with many, many countries across the world, including the Czech Republic.
Thank you, Ambassador. And of course, I believe the ambassador deserves a round of applause because Czech Republic happens to be probably the most sympathetic country toward Israel and supporting it.
Yep.
All right.
Well, I don't like to brag, but you're spot on, and that's a very undiplomatic answer.
Thank you, sir. All right. So, Czechia, speaking of which, Czechia has defended Israel inside the EU, including against sanctions and limits on EU-Israel ties. Foreign Minister Peter Masenka said Czechia will not agree to any further sanctions against Israel, even if it has to stand alone. Why is Prague drawing such a clear line, and how does it plan to defend that position inside the EU if pressure on Israel keeps growing?
Look, I mean, I think it's quite simple. I mean, we do not regard sanctions against Israel as productive because you do not isolate a key partner and a friend. And that's exactly what my foreign minister meant when he said those words. And listen, there's been a lot of talk about suspending the EU-Israeli Association Agreement, which is like this key agreement between the EU and Israel. But, you know, for that, you need unanimity. So even one Czech veto can actually block this unwise move. And you see, I just want to say that Israel is a democratic ally and a strategic partner in what is a rather volatile region. And in my humble opinion, Europe's interest is to keep it close, to keep Israel close, and not to push it away.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now let's talk about the UN, which is the theme of discussion.
Okay.
So Czechia is one of Israel's strongest supporters at the UN, very much aligning the policy stated before. What do you think the UN has gotten wrong about Israel, and specifically its wars since October 7, 2023?
Okay. Well, that's a tricky question. How much time do we have?
6 minutes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Listen, I mean, in all seriousness, the UN was born in the shadow of the Holocaust, one of the greatest man-made evils of our times. And it was founded in part So it would, it would ensure that the international community would never again stand indifferent to the persecution of the Jewish people. And honestly, though, since the 7th of October, that founding purpose has been betrayed at times. And the Czech Republic, and you've said it yourself, I mean, we, definitely we are among Israel's most steadfast friends at the UN, and it's a deliberate and principled choice. And we have voted no on every major one-sided resolution presented at the UN. And I have personally spoken out repeatedly against what, again, it's hypocrisy. I mean, you can sugarcoat it whatever you want, but honestly, you cannot call for a ceasefire and yet at the same time failing to condemn the Hamas terrorists and calling for the unconditional release of all the hostages. And maybe, as Czechs, we understand this more keenly than most because we understand what it means to be a small democracy abandoned by the great powers for the sake of a quiet life.
Shh. Please respect the ambassador and all of our speakers. Thank you. I would be remiss if I wouldn't mention the Iran war and the current escalation. How does Czechia view the Iranian threat today, especially after the Israeli-American military campaign against Iran's nuclear and missile infrastructure? I mean, as you know, there are ongoing negotiations. Does Prague believe military pressure on the Ayatollah regime should resume, even if diplomacy fails?
Right. Okay. Well, another great and rather difficult question. Look, our position, that would be best described as extreme vigilance. We need to be extremely vigilant about the Iranian threat. And there's no room for complacency. And look, I mean, we are clear-eyed about the gravity of the threat Iran poses. And let me make this crystal clear. Our quarrel is not with the Iranian people. It is with the regime of the Ayatollahs. And my Prime Minister, Andrej Babiš, back in February this year, he summed it up rather succinctly when he said, and I quote, "Iran's unchecked nuclear program and its support for terrorism represent a threat to both the Czech Republic and Europe." And as a diplomatic solution. But one thing is beyond any doubt. Iran must never be allowed to acquire nuclear weapons. And if anyone, and listen, if anyone needs convincing, look no further and consider the Iranian regime's own record. I mean, it's shocking abuse of human rights. It's military aggression against its neighbors. Its support for terrorist groups across the region. And last but not least, its continued support for Russia in Ukraine. So the bottom line, a nuclear-armed Iran would be an existential threat not just to Israel, and we cannot allow...
When you think about the Israeli people who have been in the past 2.5 years, almost 3 years now, under siege, both militarily and diplomatically. I speak, of course, also in this context of the Jewish communities that are facing so much anti-Semitism. What is your message as a representative of the Czech Republic to the Israeli people and to Jewish communities around the world?
Look, I mean, these are difficult times. Let's be quite clear about it. But you have friends out there. And I think, especially these trying times, in Israel and the Jewish people should know that they have friends. And actually, you have a lot of those in my country.
His Excellency, at a time where Israel is in such a diplomatic challenge, and specifically with the EU, it's so refreshing to be able to have a representative that is able to present such an understanding and empathetic perspective as it pertains to Israel. Thank you, sir, and thank you to the Czech Republic for supporting Israel.
It's been a pleasure being here.
One moment. All right, our next speaker. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shlomi Basson, Deputy CEO and Group COO of Bazan Group, for a conversation. Mr. Basson, please join us. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Basson.
It is my pleasure.
Thank you. So the theme of the day is energy independence, something that Bazan knows a thing or two about. Most people understand why Israel needs military independence, but they don't always think about energy independence. In practical terms, what is Bazan's role in normal times, and what changes the moment Israel enters a war or a national emergency?
I say this war is an energy war, I said. Everybody understand that. See, Bazan is the largest energy company in Israel. We are taking crude oil and turn it into the product, jet fuels, gasoline, diesel, and so on. We are 2/3 of the domestic market, and we are the strategic company in Israel. So Bazan, the war didn't do Bazan important, but it showed everybody how essential is Bazan to the national security. Bazan is a part of the Israeli security. People need to understand that. Without Bazan, there is no security, there is no, let's say, electricity, there is no energy independent. But I remember the first night. First of all, I'm not only the deputy CEO of Bazan Group, I'm also Admiral retired in the Israeli Navy. So, thank you very much.
Applause.
I have 3 sons. They called me in the first night, and they told me, the first one said, "Dad, we're taking off." I understand. He go directly to Tehran. The other one, from the Special Forces, told me, "Dad, I'm closing my phone. I understand that he crossed the border to Lebanon." I understand that everybody is in the war, the ground forces, the air, the submarine, my friend from the submarine. So I understand that I'm also in the war. Not me, all the energy company. And I understand that Israeli need us. The product that we produce in Haifa going to Tehran, to Lebanon, to the submarine. So I understand that without Bazan capability, there is no electricity, there is no independent, and if we stop, they stop.
Thank you, sir. What a perfect segue to my next question. You were talking about the war, the energetic needs of the war, and also the needs of households in terms of electricity. What would happen to Israel's ability to function, both militarily and in civilian sense, without a domestic refining capacity like Bazan?
The answer is opposite. I would like to say that before the war, people understand that we can import fuels, we can import gasoline, diesel, jet fuels for the airplane. And the questions on the air is, shall we close Bazan? So the war proved the opposite. The local domestic is not a risk. It's a national security. The ships that turn back the course, we don't have any replacement. At 2 o'clock in the morning when the army called us and we need special diesel for the soldiers to go to Syria, who will answer them? And the ship-to-ship that we did during all this time when they declared a risky water for Israel, only no other supplier can do that. So to close Bazan is exactly what our enemy want. This is their dream. We are here to explain them that it's the opposite is the answer. Energy independent, it's not a slogan. This is a strategic of a national security. So the lesson is to stay, to operate, and to supply. I repeat again, Bazan is part of the Israeli security.
Yes, sir. Thank you. During the war, Haifa was hit and 3 Bazan employees were killed. How did Bazan continue operating under fire? And what did that moment teach Israel about protecting critical energy infrastructure?
Oh, it makes me embarrassed because, you know, green soldiers were green. Our employee were blue. Same mission, different uniform. So this is the moment at the first night, the Ministry of Energy called us and said, Israeli need you. Israeli need Bazan to be in duty. So everybody came and we continue to work, continue to produce all the product. But the Iranians understand exactly what we understand. They understand how important is Bazan for the ability to Israel to fight and to win. And they target us. They launch a missile, they hit us. At that night, I remember that night, we lost 3 blue fighters, Uri, Daniel, and Igor. I can tell you that they are in our heart. We are crying every day and every night about that. But we didn't stop to produce. After they hit our energy center, we recovered after 2 days. We supply bitumen, and after 4 or 5 days, we supply all the other products. It's unbelievable. It's a miracle in every term. So I think at the Strait of Hormuz show all the world what's going on and what's happened, how critical it's not only to produce the product, even to deliver it to the customer. So the ships that change course, the ship that didn't come, the insurance company that declared the Israeli water as a risky water, ships and the captains doesn't want to come. So before the war, they call us industrial company. After the war, they call us national resilience.
And it tells the whole story, doesn't it?
Yes, I think so.
We have about a minute and a half left. There is a long-running debate over Bazan's future, including environmental concerns and calls to move or shut down heavy industry in the Haifa Bay Area. After this war, what is your message to decision makers who may underestimate Bazan's role in Israel's national security?
I will tell them in short way, Bazan is the part of the Israeli security. To close Bazan is exactly what our enemy want. If they will close, we will kill ourselves by ourselves. So don't close it. If they will be here in the hall, I will say, the ball is in your hand. You should do it. You shouldn't give anyone to close Bazan, because without Bazan there is no security, without Bazan there is no electricity, and without Bazan there is no energy independent. Bazan in his capabilities is necessary to the Israeli national resilience.
Mr. Bazan, thank you very much for sharing with us Bazan's role in Israel's energetic independence.
Before you close our interview,
yes,
I want to say something to you. I fought in Bazan. My sons fought in the air and in the ground. But all of us part of the chain, and you as well. Your presence here your voice is matter. Your partnership is matter. Your presence here tonight is matter. We share together value, history, and responsibility. Together we continue to stand. Together we continue to win. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mr. Bazan, for this enlightening conversation. Our next speaker is Mr. Yaakov Chagoel, Chairman of the World Zionist Organization, who will share a few remarks. Please join us on stage, Mr. Chagoel.
שלום ניו יורק. שיר למעלות, הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבט אחים גם יחד. מרגש לראות פה כל כך הרבה יהודים וישראלים. דודו, שר כוח גדול על הכנס הזה, גם דודי והצוות הנכבד. ושתמשיכו לעשות טוב. חברי הטוב הרב דורון פרץ, נשיא ההסתדרות הציונית העולמית, קהל נכבד. אנחנו נמצאים בתקופה לא פשוטה. אנחנו כבר 2.5 נמצאים מלחמה לא רק על מדינת ישראל, מלחמה על כל העולם היהודי. אנחנו הגענו לכאן היום, אני מגיע לפה כל שנה, אבל הגיעו לפה היום משלחות רבות מישראל, לבוא ולחזק את הקהילה היהודית המדהימה כאן בניו יורק. הקהילה הזאת שעוברת תקופה, אולי התקופה הקשה ביותר שהייתה פה אי פעם. עם ראש עיר שלא הגיע היום, לא הגיע היום לצעוד איתנו. 64 שנים ראש עיר צעד כאן במצעד בשדרה החמישית וחיזק את הקהילה היהודית. אני פניתי אליו לפני כ3 חודשים בכנס ירושלים, בירושלים, אורג'ינלי. ואמרתי לו, אדוני ראש העיר, אני מזמין אותך לבוא ולצעוד איתי, לצידי, לחזק את עם ישראל, לחזק את התושבים שלך כאן. אתם יודעים, ניו יורק זו העיר שיש בה הכי הרבה יהודים בעולם כולו, כולל יותר מהיהודים שבירושלים. והאיש הזה שרוצה להפלות, לא רוצה, מפלה את האחים שלנו שגרים כאן, זכותם לגור פה, חובתו לשמור על שלומם, חובתו לדאוג להם כמו כל השכנים הלא יהודים שלהם. בושה וחרפה מה שהיה כאן היום עם ראש העיר הזה. אבל אף אחד לא ישבור אותנו. אנחנו עם של אריות. אנחנו עם שיודע להרים את הראש בגאווה יהודית, שיודע וצריך להתאחד למען עם ישראל ולמען הבית של כולנו, מדינת ישראל. זה לא פריבילגיה שלנו להחליט אם אנחנו רוצים להתאחד או לא. אנחנו מדברים על עם הנצח. עם הנצח זה לא מובן מאליו. זה משהו שאנחנו חווים אותו לסבים ולסבתות שלנו, שהם הצליחו לשמור 2000 שנות גלות על המסורת שלנו, על היהדות שלנו, התפללו לפחות 3 פעמים ביום לירושלים. אין לנו פריבילגיה אחרת. אנחנו הכי חייבים את זה לילדים ולנכדים שלנו. כי עם הנצח זה לא מובן מאליו. אני הולך מכאן לאירוע שאנחנו עושים זו השנה הרביעית ביחד עם משרד הביטחון, קהילה מחבקת משפחות שכולות. לצערנו משפחת השכול בשנתיים וחצי האחרונות הלכה וגדלה. גם בקרב חללי מערכות ישראל, גיבורי ישראל, וגם בקרב פעולות האיבה. השנה הזאת נרצחו מחוץ לישראל 20 אנשים שנרצחו על חטא אחד שלהם, שחשבו שהם יהודים. 15 באוסטרליה, 3 כאן בארצות הברית, ו2 ביום כיפור באנגליה. שנה קשה לעם ישראל, כמו שאמרתי. אנחנו לפני כשנתיים, ביחד עם השר שיקלי, שר התפוצות, העברנו החלטת ממשלה מדהימה, שאומרת שממשלת ישראל תכיר בנפגעי פעולות האיבה היהודים שנרצחו בשל יהדותם מחוץ לישראל. מדינת ישראל היא הבית של כולנו. מדינת ישראל, גם אחרי ההחלטה הזאת ובעיקר אחרי ההחלטה הזאת, זה הבית של כל היהודים שגרים בה, זה הבית של כל היהודים שבעזרת השם עוד יגורו בה, ואנחנו מחכים לכם שם. זה גם הבית של היהודים שיחליטו לא לגור שם. זה הבית של כולנו. לנו לישראלים אין פריבילגיה על המדינה הזאת. אני רוצה לסיום לומר לכם, ותרשמו את זה, ואני מקווה שהכל מוקלט פה, דודו, כמו ההזמנה שלי לממדני לפני 3 חודשים. אנחנו בעזרת השם, בעוד 5 שנים, מדינת ישראל יגורו בה פעם ראשונה, אחרי 2000 שנות גלות, רוב היהודים יגורו במדינת ישראל. תרשמו, תבדקו, עם ישראל חי. תודה רבה.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chagoel. Our next guest is Mr. Omer Lachmanovich, editor-in-chief of Israel Hayom, who just happens to be my boss, who will join us for a conversation with Ariela Novak, co-founder of Bottomline Media Org and the nonprofit Shield Giving. Please come to the stage.
Shalom, welcome.
Shalom, how you doing?
It's nice to be here.
It is.
It is. I was just asking about, your first parade, and you said, no, of course, you've been before. Now, Omer, we're seeing and witnessing a dramatic rise in anti-Semitism globally, not only on college campuses or online, but increasingly within the mainstream political and cultural spaces. From your perspective as a journalist in Israel, how do you interpret this moment, and do you believe the Jewish world underestimates where things are really headed?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for the whole setting, of course. To your question, I think it's the most unsettling question you have to deal at this time because we witness that anti-Semitism is not only just rising numbers, it's a dramatic shift in legitimacy. We saw that in culture, in the academy, of course, and also in some mainstream political spaces. they used anti-Semitism as an acceptable currency to deal with, and this is not a situation we can bear. So yes, I think the Jewish world profoundly underestimated the threat, and we have to deal with it. And as an editor-in-chief of Israel Hayom, that it is a national, patriotic, Zionist, right-wing a newspaper, I think this realization is reshaped our mission. We can no longer treat anti-Semitism as a foreign news or news from the world. It is a dramatic, strategic mission, and this is also why the reason that we're expanding our presence here in New York City. We have an inaugural summit every November. We had our first one at last November because we understood that we have to stand and take the mission without any middleman.
Yeah, and not be silent.
Yeah, of course.
So there also appears to be a widening political divide, both in Israel and here in the United States, between the right and the left. How do you believe that polarization is reshaping journalism and public trust in media today?
Well, I think that polarization has reshaped journalism completely, and honestly, I think it is creating a deep crisis in trust, because when we talk about media outlets today, the business model of many outlets is to has been shifted from covering the news and telling the facts to feeding the echo chambers. And if I think many media outlets tell their audience exactly what they want to hear, and not challenging them with the reality. And when journalism become predictable, public trust naturally decreased. So I think this is my main challenge as an editor-in-chief. And to change that, I think we have to go to the basic and realize that this is not a battle between right and left, even though some politicians will say so. I think it's a battle between truth and false. And I think Israel Hayom is a national patriotic media outlet could stand very naturally, because we represent the voice of the Israelis. We're not in any one pocket. We are right-wing, but we're not in the pocket of Benjamin Netanyahu. We're not in the pocket of Bennett or anyone else. We are only in the pocket of Am Israel.
And swinging that back into, yeah. And then, and that also gives such hope, because when you read, the news, I always think, is that accurate? Or is that true, false? You always have to find that narrative. That's very comforting to know. Every newsroom in the world is now confronting artificial intelligence, AI, and rapidly changing technology. How is AI already changing journalism inside Israel and Israel Hayom? And how do you see it more as an opportunity or a threat to a credible reporting within stories?
Well, of course, AI, we cannot opposite AI. We realize, as many media outlets, that this is an evolution we have to embrace. But I think AI it's a great opportunity to optimize newsroom procedures. But you have to remember, it is not a replacement for a basic journalistic work. For example, we are using AI to transcribe long interviews and to translate items from Hebrew to English, and also, of course, optimize SEO to get our news in Google search. But we have a very strict guideline about AI in our editorial, that it is not replacing any basic ethics of journalism, as interviewing human source, or of course replacing the editor judgment. But I think the AI is also a great opportunity for the legacy media, because we are drowning in a world that is full of generate synthetic, automatic content, and the public wants to hear also some deep, original content, and people are searching for the right brand and the right writer to count on.
Now, I'll just ask personally, I know when I use, let's say, ChatGPT, and I'll put in a certain mayor's name or whatnot, and it says back to me, no, this person is not the current mayor. Well, they are, so it's not always up to date. What are your thoughts on, you've also heard how AI could be biased or whatnot. Do you have thoughts on that as well?
Well, I think it is very shifting like every day, so you have to examine the situation on the spot, but certainly I think the main asset of the editorial is now not the algorithm and not the speed of the news, is only the human effort.
Yeah. Now, you conducted a widely discussed interview with President Donald Trump just months after October 7th. What stood out to you most from that conversation, and what did it reveal to you about how world leaders are viewing Israel then and now?
Well, I think that when we sat with President Trump at March 24, Ariel Kana and me, our diplomatic correspondent, it was a charged moment, because two things stood our perspective and take our perspective back then. He told us two things that now, when you look like 2 years from perspective, he was very dominant and absolute about not providing and not letting the Iranian regime from having a weapon, a nuclear weapon. And the second thing he told us, and it was quite surprising, he told us he thinks that someday Iran will join Abraham Accords. And I must tell that at that moment, it was like 5 months after the greatest catastrophe the Jewish world has ever had since the Holocaust. We felt that it was very detached from reality, but when you look 2 years ago and till now, I think the main goal of the war with Iran is to bring the Ayatollah regime down, and what is the science fiction of today, it could be the reality of tomorrow. But also, I understood other perspective that world leaders think about. No matter how deep the commitment of Donald Trump to Israel is, I think Israel must strive to self-reliance, and you can see this morning we cover the IDF taking over the Beaufort. This is a start, but in this neighborhood, you must be the master of your destiny.
I couldn't agree more. I have so many more questions, but we're out of time, so we'll have to take this another day. But
Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me, and we'll see you.
Hola. מד"א שלא מדבר אנגלית. בניין בין 4 קומות, פגיעה בקומה השלישית רביעית.
סרקו בפנים את הכל.
מגן דוד אדום, משטרה באמבולנס בדרך אליכם.
יש פה מישהו!
יש מישהו שנמצא איתך בבית, והאמבולנס כבר בדרך אליו. מד"א שלא מדבר עברית.
1037, אני ממש לא במקרה תשמורה על
רחוב,
השבעה הנשאים, תעלו מולי.
כרגע בהכרה מלאה, כמה דוחות שלו. פגיעה ישירה.
Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Gilad Erdan, Global President of Magen David Adom, and Israel's former ambassador to the United Nations and to the United States, for a conversation with Ms. Ariela Novak.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How was your walk this afternoon or this morning?
We have to thank the NYPD for their efforts. But I have to admit they're giving us a real hard time getting here, but we're only here, so we're happy.
They're doing their job.
Yeah, they're doing their job.
Very well.
For sure.
Well, Ambassador Erdan, it's an honor. And as we just said, this morning you walked with MDA, you walked down with MADA, and while the city's own mayor refused to march for the first time in 61 years, at a time when rising anti-Semitism and anti-Semitism is a day-to-day fight, what's your message to him and to the Jewish New Yorkers and Jews around the world?
So you know, Ariela, even before I served here as Israel's ambassador to the UN, I used to come here every year as a minister because I view it as a very important parade, the city with the largest number of Jews outside of Israel, and to see that while anti-Semitism is surging, the mayor of New York is not showing up to express solidarity to his own people, his own citizens. It's so shameful. It's a disgrace. But I have one clear message to him, and this is a message that whenever I see my close friend, the Czech ambassador, who is one of the great supporters of Israel, Jakob, he's here with us. He deserves a round of applause again. So, many people were asking me, whenever you enter the UN, you don't feel isolated. Everyone there hates you. How can you do it? So I say, I was looking around the room, and one message always struck me, because I never saw the flags of the Roman Empire or the Moabite Empire or even Amalek's flag. I saw only the blue and white flag, the Magen David. And this is the same message to Mayor Mamdani. We survived Amalek, we survived Hamas, we defeated Iran, we overcame Paro, we will overcome Zoran Mamdani as well.
And we will always have the Israel Day Parade.
Yeah.
Now, you sat in Israel's security cabinet. You've been in the room where these calls get made. You've come out of a war, and we're going through this conflict now, that set Iran back decades. And now there are talks underway between Washington and Iran. How do you see this playing out, and do you think that what's going to happen next?
Well, I believe that we all should be grateful to President Trump. Really, he deserves a huge credit for all the great things he has done for Israel. I mean, I don't need to elaborate. No other president has done so many good things for Israel, and no one fought against Iran so strongly. But we also have to be honest. Yes. And we have to say he's not the president of Israel. Okay, he takes care of, the interests of the U.S. first and foremost. And every deal, every agreement with Iran that allows the Ayatollah regime to stay in power is a bad deal for Israel, because it means that we will have to continue fighting against Iran's ballistic missiles, against Iran proxies, and against a regime that wants our destruction. So I believe that the minimum we should expect this deal to include is a total elimination of the enriched uranium and a total elimination of Iran nuclear facilities. But we all have to remember that even after this war, even after this deal, even after we have set back Iran's capabilities, we really eroded their capabilities together with the US military decades backwards, but still, it's not that we're going now to live in peace forever. We will still need to live by our sword. עוד נחיה על חרבנו for many years to come, so we have to stay prepared for every challenge.
Absolutely, always prepared. And as someone said to me, my son will be, fighting in the IDF for years to come, proudly. Now, for 4 years, you stood at the UN, arguably one of the most challenging arenas for anyone defending Israel. Just this week, the UN blacklisted Israel over allegations of sexual violence and conflict, claiming Israel strongly rejects, of course, while it has never once condemned Hamas for the sexual violence committed on October 7th. What does this reveal about the UN, and what role should it have going forward? I know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, it's an easy question. I was there for 4 years, and I fought every day against the bias and lies. And every week, every other week, I had to face another blood libel. This blood libel that was released this week about the fake, distorted UN report, making this immoral, crazy comparison between Hamas sexual atrocities against Israeli women and this blood libel. It really doesn't deserve even commenting. I just have to tell you one thing. The problem with the UN is not only about the anti-Semitic Secretary General. He's an anti-Semite. He should deserve nothing from us. The problem with the UN is the political makeup, because when you have half of the countries non-democracies, 1/3 are Muslim countries, and that's how you get 70% of the resolutions are against Israel. It's more than against Iran, China, North Korea, Syria combined. And when the Iranians can get elected to sit on the Human Rights Council, so you understand, no, seriously, and Saudi Arabia right now is leading the Commission on the Status of Women, so you understand this institution not only is broken, it's lost its way, and what the Israeli government, and I expect Prime Minister Netanyahu to lead it, is to convince President Trump to, first of all, that the US would pull out from the UN, stop funding the UN. The US is still the biggest funder of the UN. We have here Minister Smotrich, our Minister of Finance, America, you are still the biggest funder of the UN, $20 billion every year. So the UN should be completely defunded. It should be dismantled once and for all. And all democracies should work on establishing a new League of Nations, a new League of real democracies that would truly care for human rights or defending other democracies.
Absolutely. Now, after 4 years defending Israel in the United Nations, you chose to lead Magen David Adom as its global president. For those who may not fully appreciate the scope of MDA's work, what makes the organization so vital both inside Israel and around the world? And on a personal level, why did this role speak to you? And how does it connect to everything you fought for at the United Nations?
So for 4 years, I fought against lies. And then I thought to myself, after 4 years inside an organization of pure evil, I want to lead an organization of pure good. Yes. And what can be better than saving lives 24/7 in Israel? So when I learned about the importance of Magen David Adom, because for many years, we were fighting between militaries, between armies, but for the last few decades, our enemies are focused on our home front. They attack our civilians because they want to terrorize, they want to break our spirit and drive us away from our homeland in fear. They know that they cannot defeat our military. So what's the conclusion? The conclusion is that as much as our home front is fortified, is resilient, that's how we can thwart the strategy of our enemies. So by leading Magen David Adom, by making sure that we are deployed with ambulances, armored ambulances everywhere where they needed, when we are deployed with state-of-the-art equipment in every part of Israel, be it Judea and Samaria, or the Gaza envelope, or the Golan Heights, I know that help will always be on the way within seconds, and that's exactly how we confront the vicious strategy of our enemies.
And I noticed the red tie, of course, for Mara. Now, during the war with Iran, MDA faced the unimaginable, cluster of warheads hitting dozens of sites at once. Casualties every 22 minutes, your medics running towards impact. What did you witness, and what makes MDA unlike any other emergency service?
Well, I think that everyone could see on full display during the last operation, Roaring Lion, the medics of Magen David Adom, because when everyone else were running to find a shelter, and Iranian ballistic missiles are equipped with 500 kilograms of explosives, so our paramedics, which we call them the warriors in white because of their uniforms, they were rushing inside the collapsing buildings and really searching with their hands to rescue people. We are the only organization that is directly connected to the home front command. Therefore, we see where a missile is about to land before it hits the ground, so we can send our ambulances, because every second counts. And you can take as an example our state-of-the-art blood center. I mean, this blood center really allowed us to function under heavy barrage of rockets and to send blood transfusions to the front lines, to our brave soldiers. And during this war, since October 7th, we succeeded to reduce the mortality rate among wounded soldiers in 50% compared to any other past war. And this is thanks to our American supporters who helped us build this state-of-the-art blood center. So thank you.
I remember seeing it through Wolf Blitzer when he visited a few years back. Now, I know we're running out of time, but I want to ask you very badly about your...
One last question.
One last one. You recently launched a new political initiative in Israel. What motivated that decision? What kind of leadership do you think Israelis are looking for right now? And how will your party bring that change differently from what we're seeing currently?
So I'm really contemplating with the important idea to establish a new right-wing party in Israel. After being 30 years part of the Likud's leadership, because I feel that today, I mean, we can see many homelesses in New York, but in Israel, I feel that there are many hundreds of thousands of politically homeless citizens that don't want to see a government that supports really a distorted exemption law from military service. I believe that everyone should share the burden. This is what it means to have a real unity in Israel, but they don't want also to see, God forbid, a left-wing government dependent on the radical left or the Arab parties. So I truly believe that we have to have both. We need a new right-wing party that supports a real draft law that will make everyone to share share the burden in Israel, and that's what I'm trying to put together, but I will decide about this initiative within the next week or two.
Well, we all look forward to hearing the news that could come. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
And have a fruitful conference. Thank you.
ירושלים, פינת חברון, יש לי רדיו ביזנס. מה זה שלום מדבר אני? מה זה שלום מדבר אני? מה זה הנסה? בניו בין 4 קומות, פגיעה בקומה שלישית רביעית.
סרקו בפנים את הכל?
מגיע דוד אדום, משטר באמבולנס ודנוי. 037, אני ממש כאן במקלט השכוחה.
רחוב, השבעה הנשיא, תעלו מולי.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Erdan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome Israel's Minister of Finance, Mr. Bezalel Smotrich, who will share a few remarks. Please join us on stage.
ערב טוב לכולם. As you know me, it will be much more comfortable for me to speak Hebrew, נכון? אוקיי. טוב, אז באמת ברשות דודו וכל אנשי בשבע הנהדרים, אדוני השגריר שראיתי פה, תכף ארדן, חכה, נגיע גם אליך, אבל קודם כל השגריר שבאמת עושה עבודה יוצאת מן הכלל כאן בארצות הברית, כמובן גלעד שהוא חבר, וגם אחד מלוחמיה הגדולים של מדינת ישראל בעולם. כל ידידי ישראל שנמצאים כאן איתנו הערב בעולם. אנחנו בעיצומה של תקופה היסטורית. אני באמת לא בטוח שאנחנו עד הסוף מבינים עד כמה. תקופה שבה אנחנו משנים את עצמנו ואת המזרח התיכון. תקופה שבה מדינת ישראל נלחמת על קיומה, על ביטחונה ועל זכותו הבסיסית של עם ישראל להיות עם חופשי בארצו. באסון הנורא שפקד אותנו באותה השבת השחורה של שמחת תורה, היו מי שחשבו שהם יצליחו לשבור את רוחנו. אויבינו הקמים עלינו לכלותנו דמיינו שהטרור יכריע אותנו, הם קיוו שהחברה הישראלית תתפורר, שהכלכלה תתרסק ושהעולם יתרחק מאיתנו. הם רק לא הבינו דבר אחד. הם לא הבינו את הנשק הסודי שלנו, את הרוח של עם ישראל. מאז 7 באוקטובר אנחנו נלחמים בכמה חזיתות במקביל. בחזית הצבאית, בחזית המדינית, בחזית הכלכלית ובחזית התודעה. בכולן אנחנו מוכיחים את אותה אמת פשוטה. אי אפשר לשבור עם שיודע מדוע הוא נמצא בארצו, מאין הוא בא ולאן הוא הולך. אני נמצא כאן עכשיו במסע שנועד ליצור קשרים כלכליים בינלאומיים חדשים למדינת ישראל. מחר אחתום בעזרת השם עם ה-IDB מסגרת מימוש של הסכמי יצחק להרחבת שיתופי הפעולה הכלכליים של ישראל עם מדינות אמריקה הלטינית. חתימת ההסכם הזה מבטאת את החלטתה של מדינת ישראל להיות לצידו של מי שהיה ועודנו עומד לצידנו במלחמת התקומה, ולא פחות מכך את מרכזיותה של מדינת ישראל בכלכלה העולמית. למרות כל התחזיות וההפחדות, תוך כדי המלחמה הארוכה והיקרה בתולדות ישראל, כלכלת ישראל מנצחת בענק. השקל מתחזק עוד ועוד, יש אומרים יותר מדי. הבורסה מרקיעה שחקים, שוברת שיאים, וההשקעות הזרות זורמות לארץ הקודש. אני אומר בימים האלה למשקיעים הזרים, זו רק ההתחלה. נצלו את ההזדמנות, תמשיכו להשקיע בישראל, תרוויחו המון המון, עתיד איתן למען הדורות הבאים. אני לא מתרגש מהקולות שמבקשים להחרים אותנו. אנחנו סיימנו להתנצל ולהתרפס. מי שמחרים אותנו פוגע בעיקר בעצמו. תחת הנהגתם של הנשיא דונלד טראמפ וראש ממשלת ישראל בנימין נתניהו, הברית העמוקה בין ישראל לארצות הברית מגיעה לעוצמה של שותפות יוצאת דופן. במלחמת עמק אביב ועוד יותר מכך, בשאגת הארי, פעלנו יחד כתף אל כתף כדי להשמיד את הרוע מן העולם ולהסיר איום קיומי. שלום אדוני השגריר, אמרתי לפני שנכנסת שאתה עושה עבודה יוצאת מן הכלל ומייצג אותנו בתקופה המאתגרת הזאת בצורה שלא יכולנו לרצות טוב מזה. תודה רבה מעומק הלב. במלחמת עמק אביב ועוד יותר מכך, במלחמת שאגת הארי, פעלנו יחד כתף אל כתף כדי להשמיד את הרוע מן העולם ולהסיר איום קיומי מעל מדינת ישראל והעולם החופשי כולו. שני הצבאות שלנו פעלו בסינרגיה שבה יכולים לפעול רק בעלי ברית הדוקים כמו ישראל וארצות הברית. בשם ממשלת ישראל ובשם העם בישראל אני מבקש להודות לידידתנו הגדולה ארצות הברית ובראשה לנשיא דונלד טראמפ על השותפות יוצאת הדופן בינינו. אני חושב שמגיע לו מחיאות כפיים. לצד התקווה והאופטימיות אסור לנו להתעלם מהאתגרים הביטחוניים העומדים לפתחנו. למול האתגרים הללו אנחנו חייבים לשמור על חופש הפעולה הביטחוני שלנו בכל החזיתות ועל זכותנו להגן על עצמנו בזמן אמת ולמנוע מאיומים להתפתח על הגדירות שלנו. זהו תנאי בסיסי לביטחונם של תושבי קריית שמונה, מטולה, שלומי וכל יישובי הצפון. זהו תנאי בסיסי לביטחונם של תושבי שדרות ויישובי הדרום. זהו תנאי בסיסי לביטחונם של אזרחי ישראל כולם. לא נאפשר לחמאס לשוב ולבנות את כוחו בעזה, ולא נפקיר את תושבינו למול מציאות שבה חיזבאללה ממשיך להתחמש ולהתעצם מעבר לפינה. אחרי ה7 באוקטובר מדינת ישראל לא יכולה להרשות לעצמה לחזור לאשליות הישנות למול הניסיונות של איראן לשקם את גרורותיה במזרח התיכון. לא נאפשר לאיום נוסף להיבנות על גבולותינו. אבל בערב הזה אנחנו לא עסוקים רק באיומים שמולנו, אלא גם ואולי בעיקר ברוח הנפלאה של העם היהודי ובעוצמה האדירה שטמונה בה. אחיי ואחיותיי, אני רוצה לומר לכם משהו בנימה אישית. בשנים האחרונות היו מי שניסו למכור לנו סיפורים על נתק ועל ריחוק בינינו. אני לא מאמין בסיפור הזה. בשלוש השנים האחרונות אני חווה יום יום חוויה אחרת לחלוטין. אני רואה עם אחד, יחיד ומאוחד מתמיד. מאז פרוץ המלחמה אנחנו מרגישים אתכם איתנו בלב. במאבק הבלתי מתפשר על יהדותכם, אמונתכם וביטחונכם, בקמפוסים, ברחובות, בבתי הכנסת ובקהילות, נלחמים בעוז רוח למען מדינת ישראל ולמען צדקת דרכנו. נאבקים בגאווה למען הזכות של יהודים ללכת עם כיפה על הראש או עם מגן דוד על הצוואר. דווקא מתוך השבר הנורא והרגעים הקשים ביותר שלנו כעם, גילינו מחדש משהו עמוק מאוד בזהות היהודית שלנו. גילינו שאנחנו אולי חיים במדינות שונות, אבל הלב שלנו פועם יחד יותר מתמיד. כשמשפחה באשקלון, חיפה או ירושלים רצה לממד, יהודי בניו יורק מרגיש את זה. כשתושבי קריית שמונה נכנסים היום לממד, יהודים בכל רחבי ארצות הברית נרתמו ונרתמים עבורם. גם כשסטודנט יהודי מותקף בקמפוס אמריקאי רק בגלל שהוא יהודי, אנחנו, אזרחי ישראל, מרגישים את זה עמוק במיתרי הלב. לפני למעלה מ3,000 שנה קיבל אברהם אבינו בארץ ישראל את ההבטחה שהפכה לסוד ויסוד קיומו של העם היהודי. מאז ניסו אימפריות ומעצמות ענק למחוק אותנו. ניסו לקחת מאיתנו את ארצנו, ניסו לשבור את רוחנו. כולם חלפו מן העולם. כמו שגלעד אמר קודם, לא ראינו אף אחד צועד כאן, נכון, בניו יורק עם דגלים של האימפריה הרומית, היוונית או של עמלק. אבל אנחנו עדיין כאן, חזקים ומאוחדים מתמיד. ולכן גם היום, למרות כל האתגרים והמורכבויות, אני חדור באמונה ובתחושה של גאווה גדולה על כך שהדור שלנו זכה להיות הדור שמחזיר את עם ישראל לעוצמתו ולייעודו ההיסטורי. אתם יודעים שכשבאתי לבקר את הבן שלי, שנפצע קשה בלבנון בפעם הראשונה בבית חולים, הוא עוד היה לפני הניתוח, הדבר היחיד שהוא אמר לי, אבא, אני רוצה לחזור להילחם. וזה הדור הזה, זה הדור הזה, שגלגל עם כל כך הרבה עוצמות וכוחות ואמונה של ניצחון. דור הניצחון שהוכיח שגם אחרי המכה הקשה ביותר שידענו, עם ישראל לא נשבר, הוא קם, נלחם ומנצח. כי עם הנצח לא מפחד מדרך ארוכה. תודה רבה לכם. עם ישראל חי. תודה רבה.
Thank you very much, Minister Smotrich. Thank you. Next, we are honored to welcome Israel's ambassador to Washington, His Excellency Yechiel Leiter, who will join us for a conversation. His Excellency Leiter, please join me on stage. Thank you. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, Ambassador Leiter.
Good to be with you. Shalom.
Ambassador Leiter, before we even turn to policy, I would like to begin by acknowledging your personal loss. Your son, Major Moshe Leiter, fell in Gaza while serving the State of Israel. Would you like to say a few words about him and how his memory shapes your mission right here in Washington?
Well, I can't say a few words about him because, as his closest friend said at his funeral, he was 39 years old when he was killed, but he lived the life of somebody double his age. He was a commando in Special Forces in the Air Force. He was a medical doctor. He ran programs for induction of Haredi men into the IDF. He was a father of 6. He did 80 days of Miluim a year. There aren't a few words I can say, but as far as my mission is concerned, when the Prime Minister called me and asked if I would go to Washington as Israel's ambassador, I hesitated for a moment. And then he said, "What would your son say?" And that was a time when I was trying to scrape myself off the floor every morning because I missed him so much. He was my oldest son, my best friend. When the Prime Minister said, "What would your son say?" I knew that that was a message from my Creator to get off the floor and to live for Him. So I put him on my shoulders every morning, and when I run through the halls of Congress or the White House, Jewish organizations, Christians organizations, here right now, he's with me, I'm conscious of him, and I'm living for him as well.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Ambassador Leiter, the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu is often described as unusually close and consequential. From your perspective in Washington, how much do the personal ties between the two leaders contribute to the strength of U.S.-Israel relations at this moment, as Israel and the United Nations confront Iran and its proxies together?
Well, you know, it's simple. The President of the United States has a sign on his forehead which says, "I'm here for the schlepping." And the Prime Minister comes up to the White House like a demon and schleps him. He has no choice in the matter. He's only the President of the United States. And everything is done for the sake of Israel, right? That's what so many podcasters on the left and the right would have you believe. But the truth is very different. The relationship between Prime Minister Netanyahu and Donald Trump, the President of the United States, goes back more than 40 years. from the time that Prime Minister Netanyahu was ambassador to the United Nations. I don't mean to disturb you people talking in the back of the room. It's always possible to converse outside, right? It's like in shul. You don't have to talk inside.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please be respectful to our speakers. Thank you.
So their relationship goes back to the time when Prime Minister Netanyahu was ambassador of the United Nations. President Trump was a real estate magnate in the city, and they used to meet on the cocktail circuit. But they have deep respect for one another. And I've been in all the conversations between the two men. I continue to be in the conversations that they have on the phone almost daily, certainly 3 or 4 times a week. And you'll find very often that they will consult with each other's experience of life and wisdom. And there has never been a closer relationship, I think, between a president and a prime minister. And the idea that the President of the United States would be dragged into something he doesn't want to do is just a classical case of anti-Semitism. It's just, the whole thing is just ridiculous. The United States acts in the interest of the United States. We want the United States to act in the interest of the United States. America first is good for Israel. We don't want China first. We don't want Russia first. We want America first. And we are America's model ally. America appreciates us as a model ally, but we're a junior partner. We recognize the fact that the United States is a senior partner, and that's what makes us so close and so collaborative and so successful, I might add.
Thank you, Ambassador. And even as the current administration is strongly supportive of Israel, evidently, we are seeing a broader erosion of support in parts of American society, among progressives, younger voters, and some voices on the isolationist right, which you referred to earlier. How seriously should Israel take this long-term trend, and what, if anything, needs to change in the way Israel engages with the American public?
Look, societies change. Societies undergo a metamorphosis. The United States is certainly undergoing societal change right now. There is a horseshoe that's taking place. The edges of the left woke left, the edges of the woke right. It's interesting how close elements of these extremes meet and are actually the same. So you'll have candidates for office that wear a Nazi tattoo on their chest, and it is accepted. It's becoming normative. You'll have a candidate for the Senate in Michigan who will openly identify with Hamas, and that's become normative. So the needle moves, and the extremes become moderated, mediated, and everybody moves in accord. Right now, the biggest problem we have is that on the Democratic side, they're getting elected to office. We don't have a situation yet on the Republican side where these extremists, the woke right or the woke Reich, as Mark Levine likes to call them,
Exactly.
they're not getting elected yet, but it's something we need to pay attention to because they are chipping away at the support of many Americans, particularly youth. Now, when somebody gets on the podcast every single day comes out with a new canard. 20,000 babies killed in Gaza, and repeats it. You know, somebody told me, why did you bother putting out this book, Manufacturing a Blood Libel, about genocide in Gaza, pushing back on the libel? If our friends don't accept that, and I said, no, you don't understand. The narrative of genocide and ethnic cleansing and starvation in Gaza has been accepted across the board because we have not pushed back against it strong enough. The difference is that our friends say, okay, you went too far, but you're our friends. And they even tolerate these podcasters on that side of the political equation who will say, with a shrug of their shoulders, we killed 20,000 babies in Gaza. This has a long-term detrimental effect on the American public and the relationship with the State of Israel. It has a long-term effect with the next generation of young Jews who don't want to be affiliated with a state that commits genocide. And we have not been strong enough, consistent enough, potent enough to push back and to say that if we would have done what we're being accused of doing, my son, Rabbi Peretz's son, would be alive today. We don't starve people, and we don't strafe bomb population centers. I will tell you, though, that for those who study warfare, that we are the only country in the world in modern history that facilitated the ongoing delivery of humanitarian aid to an enemy population. And yet, we're accused of doing the opposite. We have to push back. Truth takes time. Lies are rapid. Don't give up. We've been telling the truth now. Our finance minister just mentioned Avraham Avinu, Abraham. Abraham from the other side of the river. He stood alone, telling the truth. He had a revolutionary idea. He told a world that believed that man made God. He came and said, no, 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 no. God makes man. It was a revolutionary idea, but it was the truth. And it took hundreds and thousands of years for that truth to take hold into the idea of monotheism. So we have to keep telling the truth, no matter how long it takes. Be consistent and forthright and potent. And yes, I encourage everyone to pick up a copy of Manufacturing a Blood Libel. Learn it by heart. Convey it to your friends, your colleagues, your families. Get more copies and push back this canard. And when you have incidents where on the front page of the New York Times, you have additional blood libels, you have this scourge of canards against the Jewish people, push back. Don't be quiet. Don't give up. Don't say it won't help. That's how we're going to affect, A, the next generation of Jews. They're going to have something to embrace, not by opening up a new Holocaust museum, and not by sponsoring new Holocaust legislation, okay? And not another Holocaust seminar. The world loves dead Jews. What we're teaching the world day after day is to love strong Jews. They're having a hard time. They're having a hard time. But that's what we're getting the world used to. Jews who protect and defend, and I want to pick up on something that our finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, just said. And I believe this. I think when your son was injured, I think I actually sent this to you in a text. I say this to every audience. There has never been a generation as great as this one. We are living the greatest generation of Jews. Could you imagine the Hashmonaim, the Maccabees, looking at our sons and daughters in uniform? Small group with the Hashmonaim, tiny small group. Imagine they looked at our sons and daughters today. They would brim with pride.
Yeah.
And we have to brim with pride as well.
Indeed.
Sorry for going on a little bit longer.
No, that's fine, that's fine. Since we have just a few more minutes, Ambassador, you are directly involved in the U.S.-backed talks between Israel and Lebanon in Washington. There was a military-level meeting on Friday, and negotiations are expected to resume Tuesday and Wednesday. At the same time, Hezbollah continues to attack Israeli forces, including through deadly drone strikes, killing 13 soldiers to date since the recent ceasefire announcement. How do you pursue a diplomatic track with Lebanon while Hezbollah is actively trying to derail it through violence?
There's an awful lot to unpack in your question. Let me just make a few points. We're not at war with Lebanon. We're at war with Hezbollah. And most of the Lebanese want to be free of Hezbollah. They're just too afraid or timid or unable to actually fight with them. Now, what we've got to do is bring the Lebanese around to the understanding that if they don't do it, we're going to do it. We're not going to allow jihadis, whether they're Shia jihadis or whether they're Sunni jihadis, to be on our border anymore. We made that mistake prior to October 7th. There will be no jihadis on Israel's borders. Not in Gaza, not in Lebanon, and not in Syria. And one of the things that we've been able to do under the Prime Minister's leadership, under the leadership of the cabinet, one of the things we've been able to do is put the focus on these talks. You know, until now, the focus in talks with Lebanon was always, so when is Israel withdrawing? When are we pulling back? That's not the focus of these talks. The focus of these talks is, how are we dismantling Hezbollah? And every time, I'm telling you, emes, it's true. And every time the Lebanese try to push back and say, well, what about a timetable for Israeli withdrawal? I said, friends, that's not what we're talking about. We're not here to talk about Israeli withdrawal. The moment Hezbollah is completely dismantled, Israel's presence won't be an issue. Won't be an issue. The issue is right now the dismantling of Hezbollah, and that's what we're working on.
Finally, Ambassador, looking ahead, are you optimistic about U.S.-Israeli relations, and are you optimistic about the future of the Jewish people? In one or two words for each.
Yes. I'm very optimistic. That doesn't mean that we don't have a lot of work to do. Optimism is good, but you know, we put too much emphasis in this generation on feelings. Let's leave feelings to, you know, when we start singing Yedid Nefesh on Friday night. That's time for feelings. When we make the Kiddush on Friday night, that's good for feelings. But we need to work morning, afternoon, and evening on the relationship. We need to work on the future of our generations. We need to teach, we need to educate, we need to activate, and we need to be confident as we move into the future. And I'll close just with a short anecdote, because I think that answers the question. Very short. When my son first came back for Shabbat from training in the Shaldag Special Ops, he had walked for 36 hours with 60 pounds on his back. He was emaciated, he was tired. And I said, Moshe, how is it that you carry all this weight on your shoulders and your knees don't buckle? What's the trick? How do you carry all that weight? And he said, Abba, I have a patent. You know what a patent is? It's a patent. You know, he says, I developed something. What did you develop? He said, I add weight. I said, come on, what are you joking with your father? I asked you, how do you carry all that weight? And you tell me you add weight? He says, no, Abba, I add weight. I add the hopes and prayers and dreams of my bubbies and my zaydis on my shoulder. And as soon as I add them, the weight I'm carrying is lightened. We are carrying the hopes and prayers and dreams of our bubbies and zaydis for 2,000 years. We have a tremendous responsibility. We have a responsibility to them, and we have a responsibility to our future. So let's take the initiative and do what we have to do. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Ambassador. Oh. Everything's all right. please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now present a special award of recognition by the Paris Center, given by Ambassador Leiter and Besheva Management to municipal leaders who joined us here today. You may join the stage, gentlemen, and ladies, of course.
תתחיל הבליטה הזאת. רפי אלול, יושב ראש המשלחת. בבקשה. שי חג'אג', חברנו, ראש המועצה האזורית מרחבים ויושב ראש מרכז המועצות האזוריות. עוד התמונה הגדולה. מתן דיל, ראש העיר רחובות, אלוף העולם. אלון דוידי, ראש העיר שדרות. שדרות. איפה אלון? הנה אני שם לך את שלך, הנה הוא הגיע. הפעם הוא לא עם חולצת טריקו. מיכל רוזנשטיין, ראשת העיר קריית אונו. ראשת עיר, שכנה שלנו. וואו. תצטרפי לראשי הערים. מירה בן ארי, ראשת המועצה האזורית גן רווה. גבי גאון, גבריאל גאון, שם משפחה כזה מחייב, ראש המועצה המקומית מזכרת בתיה. כבוד שלנו. כפיר סוויסה. כפיר, ברעיון למעלה בטלוויזיה, הוא ראש העיר של קריית גת, ואנחנו עם תמיר עידן. תמיר עידן, ראש המועצה האזורית שדות נגב. עומד תחת אש. חבר יקר. ערן גלזר. ראש המועצה האזורית גדרות. אמרתי לך לפני חצי שנה שניפגש כאן. בוז שלמה, ראש המועצה האזורית חבל לכיש. חבר'ה, כולם נושאים בעול של המוניציפלי בצורה מדהימה. כל הכבוד. דורון שידלוב, ראש המועצה האזורית ברנר. כל הכבוד, כל הכבוד. תודה, תודה. כפיר סוויסה הגיע כבר? עמית סופר, ראש המועצה האזורית מרום גליל. חבר יקר שהמועצה שלך עכשיו... נתי לרנר, ראש המועצה האזורית יואב. כולם תלמידי תואר שני בקריה האקדמית פרס, הכל תחת שרביטה של נוי הלל. תנו לה כפיים, מגיע לנוי הלל כפיים. אלי אתון, ראש המועצה האזורית לב השרון. וואו, איזה חבורה כבר יש לנו על הבמה, וואו. תודה לכם, תודה לכם. אדיר נעמן, איפה אדיר? רבי אדיר נעמן. ראש המועצה האזורית שפיר. כמה פעמים קבענו פגישה וביטלת. שי רייכנר, ראש המועצה האזורית נחל סורק. עיר הבירה יד בנימין. אלי ברכה, ראש המועצה האזורית של חוף השרון. איזה משלחת מכובדת. מוטי חתיאל, ראש המועצה של ראש פינה. הוא גם בראיון? אוקיי, אז השגריר צריך לצאת על הקורסים, זה קצת זריז. אבי פוקס אחינו. דורית בן בוחר. ארמסטרונג פראג'. למה? ארמסטרונג זה טוב. שלמה מלכה, סגן ראש המועצה של ראש העיר של קריית מלאכי. יוסף סולימני. ונוי הלל, תנו לה כפיים, לגדולה מכולם. ראש התוכנית של מאסטר קלאס במרכז האקדמי פרס. חבורה מדהימה. תודה על שיתוף הפעולה, תודה לרב דורון פרץ. תמונה, קדימה.
מגרשים של קוביות, בלי עשן מכוניות.
תודה רבה. אנחנו ממשיכים. סרטון.
Perez Academic Center was founded on a simple belief that higher education should be accessible, empowering, and open to everyone. Today, Perez Academic Center is one of Israel's leading academic institutions, empowering future lawyers, healthcare professionals, entrepreneurs, psychologists, and leaders. Built on excellence, driven by innovation, connected to real-world impact. From Israel to the world, education that inspires change. Perez Academic Center, shaping the future through education. Perez Academic Center was founded on a simple belief that higher education should be accessible, empowering, and open to everyone. Today, Perez Academic Center is one of Israel's leading academic institutions, empowering future lawyers, healthcare professionals, entrepreneurs, psychologists, and leaders. Built on excellence, driven by innovation, connected to real-world impact. From Israel to the world, education that inspires change. Perez Academic Center, shaping the future through education.
All right, moving on. Thank you, everybody. Our next guest is Dr. Shuki Friedman, law professor at the Perez Academic Center and CEO of the Jewish People Policy Institute, who will join us for a conversation with Ms. Libby Alon, senior U.S. correspondent at Channel 14 and ILTV News.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Dr. Friedman. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming to this event today. So first of all, could you tell us a little bit about your collaboration at Perez Academic Center with local authority leaders and about the program you established?
Sure. First of all, I would like to really thanks to B'Sheva and Dudu Saada for having this conference, which is terrific, and really bring Israel over to New York after a great pride we had. And I'm really happy to be here with a group that you just saw on the stage of head of municipalities from Israel, from north and from the south. And I think this group, which I came to know really close through this recent year, are a hero of the war. We have to understand that in recent 2.5 years, we are in constant war. And these municipal leaders, these mayors, are those who meet the citizens, the people of Israel, in the immediate needs all the time and give them the support through a very difficult time. So, first of all, I want to honor and to thank in the name of the people in Israel, municipalities, to these heroes that stand on the front of the war for the civilians of Israel.
They
now,
deserve it.
we in the Perez Academic Center, which been established by Misofra Elul 20 years ago, a unique college, unique academy, because we not only teach and give degrees, but we also try to understand what are the needs of the Jewish society and reach out to the Jewish society and to people and to bring in to our college those that we think will be earn and have the most benefit of having our education. And this very unique program is bringing really a group of unique leaders to collaboration, because it's not just that we are teaching them, we are learning from them, and the result of this group and this degree is something that giving more potential of the learning and doing to the future of the municipalities and of the Israeli society. So it's a degree, but it's really about working together and understanding the needs of Israel and giving this challenge of response through academy.
Wow, sounds amazing. What role do local authority heads play today within Israel's governmental structure?
You know, we actually give the people through these municipalities, through these leaders, the tools to better give an answer and give the challenges confrontation, because we understand that the way academy have to work is in a cooperation and a close conversation with the society. You know, in many cases, you look at academy, you professor and so forth, and say, this is a Tower of Ivory. They are sitting there that not really understand what is happening in real reality. We are not in a tower. We are in the fields. we are talking and teaching with and for these people and other approximately 9,300 students and coming through our gates every year. And we believe that this conversation and reaching out to Israeli society is what the obligation of Academy is. It's not just about educating people, it's about understanding their needs and give a response through knowledge and through academic tools.
Israel has gone through 6 years without real routine. First the COVID-19 pandemic and now the war. Both have placed a heavy burden on local authorities. How does this reality affect mayors and local leaders?
You know, approximately in the last war with Iran, a missile fell in my street, hit some of the houses, lightly my house, and the first thing I've done is to call to my mayor, Yossi Bruni, he's part of the group, he's not here, and ask him for his support. This is what it is about to be a head of municipality, a mayor in Israel. It's not sitting in your office and dealing with far distance problems, and with many respect to the government, they are sitting in Jerusalem. The mayors, the head of municipalities are sitting inside the city, nearby, and those are getting the first WhatsApps. If there is a crisis, if there is a need, if something to be taken care of, they will be the first to respond. Therefore, the recent 6 years, through COVID and through the war, basically put them in the front line to be those who give the population, the citizens, their citizens, the response for everything. I want to conclude in one sentence because we're running out of time. You know, we talk about Israel and the municipalities in Israel, but it's really important to say that we are here. I myself, as the head of the Jewish People Policy, JPPI, together with Noy Hillel that you just seen, head of the program, because we are realizing that the role of us as Israelis and leaders in Israel is focused in Israel, but it's important to us to have this connection, to have this bridge to people and to Jews that living over here, and to build a bridge that will enable us to prosper in Israel, in municipalities, but also around the world Jewry and US Jewry. I really want to thank to you to hosting us and having this parade today, which really strengthening both the connection between us and Jews here and our feeling in Israelis of how important it is to be a Jewish state for the Jewish state, but for the Jewish people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Friedman. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Yaron Lutz, CEO of the Israel Volunteer Association, who will share a few remarks.
בשבת בבוקר כשהיו כל האזעקות, אז אני ישר נרתמתי ובאתי ברגל.
ירדנו לחניון והתחלנו להקים את המחלקה ממש מאפס.
כשאני תופסת את העמדה של הזירה, אני מנהלת את כל האירועים שעכשיו יש בגזרתי.
כשיש זירה של נפילה, אז יש הרבה כוחות, וברגע שאני מדברת איתם בטלפון ויודעת לכוון כל אחד, הצלת חיים קורית יותר מהר.
אנחנו הולכים להרבה אירועים קשים, כי אני צריך לעשות את זה. ואני חייב.
מדינה עם צבא חזק וחברה חלשה היא מדינה חלשה. וכאן בדיוק נכנסים מתנדבי האגודה להתנדבות וכל מתנדבי השירות הלאומי במדינת ישראל. הם תורמים לחוסן החברתי של המדינה בשגרה ובמיוחד בעת מלחמה וחירום.
כל יום אני קמה בידיעה שאני יכולה לעזור לבן אדם או להציל למישהו את החיים, וזה הכל בשבילי.
מטופל צריך שמישהו יקשיב לו, לתת לו הרגשה שהוא בטוח ומוגן למרות כל המלחמה שקורית בחוץ.
ברגע שהתחילה המלחמה, כולנו כל בנות שירות עברנו לגור פה במחלקה, לתת להם את העטיפה הרגשית 24/7.
אנשים מזמינים מד"א בסיטואציות מורכבות, ולהיות שם בשביל מישהו, מבחינתי זו השליחות הכי גדולה שאני יכלתי לעשות.
עבדנו 24 שעות, נתנו כל מה שאנחנו יכולים עליו. אתה עוזר למדינה שלך.
השליחות שיש פה, דווקא במלחמה.
לעזור לכל אזרח. אני באמת יכולה להיות חלק ממשהו כל כך גדול.
חלק מההיסטוריה של מדינת ישראל.
זו עבודה שהיא מצילת חיים והיא סופר משמעותית ומהממת.
מתחילת המלחמה אנחנו נמצאים בכל מקום בארץ, ממטולה ועד אילת, בחזית המלחמה, תורמים לחוסן הלאומי של מדינת ישראל. ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. First, I want to thank my good friend from בשבע group, Dudu Saada, and his deputy, Dudi Finkler. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you part of our activity in Israel. In the day following October 7, the world expected to see Israel collapse. But something else happened shortly after. We saw people move from fear to action, communities rebuilding themselves, Jews from all around the world standing together as one. One people refusing to shatter, choosing life. As we did so many times through our history, we rise, rebuilding despite everything, together, ביחד. The national service in Israel, led by the Aguda להתנדבות, is a beautiful example for that responsibility. Every year, over 5,000 young volunteers from all sectors of all Israel life join forces to build society. Arabs and Jews, seculars and religions, youth from challenging backgrounds or with disabilities, and young Jews around the world who are coming to Israel to be a part of שירות לאומי. Young people who may have grown up differently, working together for a shared future. Let me tell you something. A country needs a strong army to protect it, and strong society to sustain it. I would like to share with you the stories of two of our volunteers. Their story is the essence of what we are doing. Sarah wakes up every morning at 5:15 in her apartment in Metula, the northeast city in Israel, next to the Lebanese border. She and her group members are heading to the field where they help local farmers save their crops. Rain or shine, they are there. In the afternoon, when they come back to the town, they join the local youth center, spending time with local kids, helping with homework and being the big sister they need in this time, while the area is still under fire. For Sarah, there was never a doubt. As she says, if I live and others live too, who will be left to help? And there is Odaya, who holds one of the most popular שירות לאומי positions in the maternity ward. Every morning, she is wearing the uniform of the biggest hospital in Israel, Sheba Medical Center, where more than 10,000 babies are born every year. For Odaya, who came to Israel by herself, leaving her entire family in Paris, it is a way more than volunteering. It is part of her new life as an Israeli. While her friends go to university, she chose to make Aliyah. Sarah and Odaya are inspiration for me. And while their stories are different, they tell the story of Israel today. It is an example of the growth we see these days. A growing movement of young Jews from all around the world who are coming to Israel. Not because Israel is weak. They are coming because they feel connected, because they know Israel is their story too. This movement reflects our spirit. It proves that in time of crisis, we move closer together. October 7 not only revealed our vulnerability, but also the deep connection among Jewish people wherever they are. We in the Aguda L'Atnadvut are realizing it is not another volunteering program. It is a historic opportunity to reconnect to Israel through action, as Chazal said, and our people did so many times in the past. Kol Israel arevim ze laze. We are all together, one. We call all of you who believe in this way that strength is built not only force, but through patience and compassion, with responsibility and solidarity, with people who are willing to give to others. Join us. There are so many ways to take part. I invite you to walk with us along this path. Let's talk right now, or you can visit our website to explore all options. Thank you very much.
בשבת בבוקר כשהיו כל האזעקות, אז אני ישר נרתמתי והגבתי ברגל.
ירדנו לחניון והתחלנו להקים את המחלקה ממש מאפס.
כשאני תופסת את העמדה של הזירה, אני מנהלת את כל האירועים שעכשיו יש בגזרתי.
כשיש זירה של נפילה, אז יש הרבה כוחות, וברגע שאני מדברת איתם בטלפון ויודעת לכוון כל אחד, הצלת חיים קורית יותר מהר.
אנחנו הולכים להרבה אירועים קשים, כי אני צריך לעשות את זה. ואני חייב.
מדינה עם צבא חזק וחברה חלשה היא מדינה חלשה. וכאן בדיוק נכנסים מתנדבי האגודה להתנדבות וכל מתנדבי השירות הלאומי במדינת ישראל. הם תורמים לחוסן החברתי של המדינה בשגרה ובמיוחד בעת מלחמה וחירום.
כל יום אני קמה בידיעה שאני יכולה לעזור לבן אדם או להציל למישהו את החיים, וזה הכל בשבילי.
מטופל צריך שמישהו יקשיב לו, לתת לו הרגשה שהוא בטוח ומוגן למרות כל המלחמה שקורית בחוץ.
ברגע ש...
All right. Next up, our next conversation will be a panel titled Who Will Lead? The Future of Leadership in the Jewish World, featuring Mr. Alex Witkoff, CEO of Witkoff Group, Ms. Chagit Levaev-Sofiev, President and CEO of Levaev Group USA, Ms. Elizabeth Pipko, former GOP spokesperson, political commentator and education executive, and Ms. Reut Rosenfeld, there you go, CEO of Zionist Horizon. This panel would be moderated by Ms. Tila Falik-Levy, community, political, and educational activist. Please join me on stage.
I know everybody's tired, but this is the best panel, so you should be really excited that we're here. The timer says 25 minutes. There's 5 people on this panel. I'm letting you know it's not going to be 25 minutes. Today was a great day in New York City. So many people were so worried about the parade. Security-wise, thank God, everybody's out and everybody's home safely. Who showed up? Everyone that mattered. Whoever wasn't there didn't matter. And my friends up here definitely matter. Not only did they come here to New York for this special day, but every single person up here is doing incredible things, is making a difference for the Jewish world, both in the United States and Israel. And we're very, very excited to hear from all of you. So I am going to start with some questions, but I think I'll answer mine first, and that way you guys can continue. I'd like to get to know a little bit about each of you, although I think I know most of you very well. And I know that each one of you connect to the Jewish community through leadership qualities in many different ways. So now that we're sitting up here together, we all overlap on some of the things that we do, and many of us do things that are very different. Me personally, I grew up in a family that leadership in the Jewish community was something that I was born into. My grandmother, Nili Falik, you may know her, you may have heard of her. She led FIDF and brought it to the United States in the way that you know it today. Hannah Falik, my mother, she is the chairwoman for WITSO USA, Women and Children in Israel. And my father, I like to think he's one of the pioneers of Judea and Samaria, which I'm very proud to be leading that way as an ambassador to the Benjamin region. Thank you, Eliana and Governor Israel Katz. I grew up in a house where that is what I saw, but not everybody did. So tell us a little bit about what kind of a home you grew up with, what kind of a Jewish connection you had, and if you didn't, what was it that ignited you? Alex, we'll start with you.
Sure. And I had to compliment Tila because I get to spend time with all her family and even see her kids who are even 4 years old who are very proud and loud and promoting their Jewish identity. So it's really beautiful to see. The only thing we're upset is you didn't bring your Israeli skirt today that we saw.
Check my Instagram. You'll see it all over.
But I grew up in a more Reform background. Obviously, everyone in my family was Jewish. My great-grandparents emigrated here from Russia and Poland. But what I think happened is October 7th, obviously some of us grew up in more, religious households, some less. But I think October 7th unleashed anti-Semitism that had been there. It existed, and it gave people an excuse and to kind of conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, or to excuse maybe if they don't agree with Netanyahu, to use that as an excuse for hitting the Jewish people. And I think what people realized post-October 7th, which if you equate it to what happened during 9/11, it'd be equivalent of like 30 or 40,000 Americans dying. Proportionally, I mean, it's unfathomable what happened that day. I think we finally saw the Daily Mail now become more forthright and talking about the rape that occurred that day, the abuse of women. I mean, it was one of the most horrible tragedies we could possibly imagine. But what was equally as terrible was the hate that unleashed, right? Like we saw this year in 2025, the most Jews died in 2025 for any anti-Semitic attacks in 30 years. I mean, it's very scary times we live in. So I think post-October 7th, that certainly reignited, our connection with Judaism, because we realized how small the Jewish population is. It's just 0.2% of the world's population. And, there's only, 16 million Jews right now, and we all have to be very loud and speak very openly, because right now we're in a time of immense hatred, and it's very important that everyone link together and speak out. I serve, obviously, Tila and I both serve on the United States Holocaust Memorial. Oh, and Elizabeth, sorry, too. So we're all very proud and all the great work happening there. I think we've achieved great change this year, hosting the first event on October 7th. We're also both on the United Hatzalah board. So I think we very much have zeroed in on Jewish identity post-October 7th.
Elizabeth, Alex mentioned that we're on the Holocaust Museum board together, and I think it's really important to note that we need to know where we come from in order to know where we are today and where we're going. And that's something that you explained very clearly. We understand what's going on today and what we're looking forward to in the future. But you have a very interesting story about where your parents came from and how you came into leadership within the Jewish world and the American world. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thanks, Tila. I'm also a big fan of Tila's family and beautiful children. I think we all are up here. So I grew up actually in this building. This is, for those who don't know, Park East Synagogue and also Park East Day School. I'm currently the president of Park East Day School, and I'm also an incredibly proud graduate of Park East Day School. I was brought here as a young girl by my grandfather, who emigrated from the Soviet Union with my mom. Both my parents are immigrants who fled the Soviet Union to come to the United States and be able to be proud, free Jews for the first time in their life. And my grandfather, who was known as one of the most famous artists of our time, he actually painted the last known portrait of Golda Meir. He made Elie Wiesel's Nobel Prize medal, probably one of the most well-known Jewish artists that we've ever had. he used to hide back in the Soviet Union and paint in his basement in private because he loved so much to paint Jewish themes, but wasn't allowed to do that. He was basically spied on by the KGB and dreamed every single day of escaping to the United States and getting to scream from the rooftops how proud he is to be a Jew for the first time in his life. Rabbi Schneier, who started the school, whose name is on the building, of course, helped my family to escape the Soviet Union. It was on ABC News, actually, when they were on the steps of this synagogue for their first Yom Kippur that they got to observe in their lifetimes. And I have been a proud member of the school and the synagogue since my birth, basically. And now I look forward to bringing my daughter here. She is screaming upstairs somewhere, so I'll keep her away from here, but I'm very excited for that. And I think for me to know that my parents and my grandparents basically dreamed of me to be on this stage with people like this in America, not knowing if it could ever happen, to wear a Magen David on my neck as proudly as I do. I think it's nothing short of a miracle, truly, to know that I've gotten to work for an incredible president. I'm sure we'll talk about that, but to know that I get to do this every single day with this Magen David on my neck, being a proud, observant Jew, something they only could have dreamed of doing, is a really, really big testament to what the Jewish people are. And I think all of us are walking miracles, and I'm so damn proud to be one of us, and excited to be here with all of you and to continue to represent like we all proudly did outside in the streets today.
And if you watch Fox News, you probably wake up or go to sleep watching Elizabeth, but she always has what to say, on point, defending Jewish Americans very proudly. And thank you for everything that you really do in such an outspoken way, because not everybody can put themselves out there in the public, either because they fear what other people will think or they fear what the consequences will be. And that bravery to be able to be on TV every single day, almost, and speak up not just for your people, but for Americans who maybe don't agree with what's going on in the world is really, really amazing. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Raut, you have a completely different story, and you have a completely different experience. We all live here. You don't live here, from what I understand.
Born and raised in Israel.
Right. So please tell us about what your background is and what you're doing every day for the Jewish people.
Okay. So I was born and raised in Israel. My grandparents came after the Holocaust to Israel, and I was raised in a super Zionist house with a lot of gratitude for the state of Israel. It's not that obvious that we have a state after everything we've been through, and I think it's obvious that I came to this field of Jewish leadership, of our organization. We run a student project for leadership and Zionism. And it's only natural that I came to this field after raising in a super Zionist house.
And what is it that you do in your organization? Tell us a little bit about that.
Basically, we try to teach our students to become great leaders through knowledge, through history, through teaching them what's our identity, why we are here, what we are planning to do in the future, what we want to be, hopefully great leaders, each and every one of them. And it's a great privilege to be in this field.
I happen to be in the field of education too, which will lead us to Hagit, but I started a school in South Florida. It's called Jewish Culture High School, and it's cultivating Jewish leaders that are proud Jews, proud Americans, and know exactly what they stand for. Hagit, you come from an incredible family, incredible leaders, and in the philanthropic world, but also I think in the world of supporting Israel, and now you live in the United States. You've done something here in New York that I think is a model for anybody that can be involved with Jewish education to look at. I truly admire your work, and I want you to tell us a little bit about the home that you grew up with and the projects that you have here in New York.
Thank you, Tila. It's a pleasure to be here again this year. For those who don't know, I was born and raised in Israel. I was born to a very proud Jewish family. My parents are immigrants from the former Soviet Union, and they as well grew up in the communism where you were not allowed to be Jewish. You were not allowed to do any Jewish thing, not to wear anything Jewish. Everyone had to be the same. And the story of my grandparents were truly inspiring because my great-grandfather was a teacher for Jewish little children, teaching them the Aleph Beis, reading, writing in Hebrew. At some point, he was caught by the KGB and he was sentenced to death. After a miracle that he has during his sentencing, they decided to send him to 25 years to work in Siberia. Most people wouldn't survive the conditions there. My grandfather was the secret mohel at the time in the former Soviet Union. So every day of the week, he would go to another city and do the bris milah to all the babies that were born at that time. And my father, when I hear his stories of how he was hiding the fact that he was Jewish, every Shabbat he had to have a different excuse why he's not coming to school. And his teacher would come knocking on the door, and he would run to his bed and lay down under the blanket, and the teacher caught that he was lying because he had his shoes on. So hearing these stories, growing up in Israel, I understand that I took my Judaism in a way for granted. In Israel, everybody's Jewish, everybody speaks Hebrew, everybody knows what Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur is. Not everybody observes, but everybody knows. And when I came to New York a few years ago, I was, I saw a new reality. I saw a reality where there are so many Jews that know nothing. They don't know a word in Hebrew. They don't care for Hebrew. They don't know anything about Jewish holidays or why it matters. They don't know their history. They don't know what it means to be Jew. And a lot of the people woke up after October 7. And what woke them up? All of a sudden, they're like, wait, I'm a Jew too, and people hate us, and there's a lot of anti-Semitism. The problem of that was that nobody taught them. They didn't go to Jewish schools. They weren't in an environment where somebody would actually teach them. So I didn't, think of it myself. For years and years, my family has been focusing on Jewish education and making it accessible to everybody. My father, I grew up in a household where I've witnessed him build 150 schools in the former Soviet Union because that was the instructions that the Lubavitcher Rebbe gave my father. He blessed him with wealth, and he told him, you're not allowed to forget to take care of Jewish people in Russia. So I've seen all that happening, and then coming to New York, I've seen, obviously I lead all the business today, but more importantly, I got involved with the philanthropic work, which is the most important work for me and the one that fulfills me the most. We have several schools that were opened 26 years ago to fight the public school syndrome. Public school is free. Nobody wants to pay out of pocket. Nobody can afford it, especially immigrants that came to America. So in order to fight that symptom, we had to think what to do. My father is like, let's open a free Jewish school. And today, we are tens of thousands of students later. We have a few locations, the biggest summer camp, and there's a lot of work, so that keeps me very, very busy.
What your family did is remarkable. And the truth is, marching today in the parade, seeing all the Jewish kids come together, the Jewish schools come together, educating the kids at a young age, the topic of this panel is who will lead the next generation. But I don't think it's about who's here. It's actually how are we going to empower the next generation. And as we marched, we actually walked by a whole group of J Street, anti-Israel, shameful type of Jews. Jews that are embarrassed of Israel, Jews that are embarrassed of their own Judaism, and Jews that really don't know what it is that what we're fighting for. So you spoke about anti-Semitism, Alex. And I think, as I know Hagit does, that we have a serious issue, first of all, of anti-Semitism within the Jewish people. And the song that we sing on Passover, every generation, somebody comes to remind us about why they hate us. And today, it may be the Israeli government, and yesterday, it may be because they didn't like how we looked and they didn't like how we dressed. But we have to empower the next generation by educating the next generation about what it means to be a Jew and what it means to be a proud Jew. In my school, I teach history of the state of Israel. To me, you cannot be Jewish without supporting the state of Israel. Zionism became a bad word. Zionism is a word of pride. It's the right to Jewish people to their homeland in Israel. It's not a bad word. And kids are offended to be called Zionists. So marching by J Street today And seeing those Jews, I realized that our work is really cut out for us, first of all, within ourselves. So my question to you is, what do you think that we can do to really help the future leaders in our generation? What do you think that we can do to empower the next generation of leaders? And we've grown up in different settings with parents who have set that tone for us. You, Alex, whether you grew up Reform or not, your father today is the hero of a Jewish people. We're so grateful that he brought home all our hostages. With our wonderful president, with our wonderful prime minister, and all the wonderful partners that he had. But you're young, you're not yet a father. Tell me what you think we can do to empower the next generation of Jewish leaders and how we can lead them by example.
Well, you talked about self-loathing Jews. I mean, there's so many great examples of them. Take Bernie Sanders, for instance, right? It's crazy that he even is Jewish and takes the positions he does. He's an anti-Semitic Jew, I would even go on to say. When we talk about, I think the biggest problem we have right now is with our youth. If you look even for, certainly it's way worse, I would say, on the Democratic side. An majority of Democrats actually are more sympathetic toward the Palestinian cause now than the Israel cause today. And I think Israel, whether you're Jewish or not, they're a hugely strategic ally for the United States because it's pretty much the only democracy in the Middle East, right? So it's very important for deterrence of Iran and their nuclear program and all sorts of strategic initiatives. It's a natural and logical ally for U.S. and democracy all throughout the Middle East. But we're even seeing it on the Republican side. And you look at young Republicans, 50% now have some sort of negative view of Israel today. And I think a lot of that is being fomented by podcasters like Tucker Carlson, like Candace Owens, like Nick Fuentes, because the media today has very much evolved, right? Now people don't get their media from anymore just from reading the New York Times, which I think is probably one of the most despicable newspapers, or New York Post, which I think is much better. But separate from all that, that's how people are getting their news today, from X. And there's a huge issue of misinformation and disinformation, right? The New York Times can post a news article about something as ludicrous as dogs raping, people, and somehow people believe, some people do believe this stuff, as crazy and as defamatory as that possibly could be. So I think the number one thing we need to do is obviously educate our youth. There's no secret. Israel has not done as good of a job as Hamas and some of these and their foes in social media wars. I think that's something we need to be much better and more proactive on, whether that's TikTok. A majority of young people today get their news from TikTok and Instagram. And I think the media component is the most critical because there's a huge crisis on our hand, and the youth are a future, right? I mean, obviously right now we're talking at Park East Synagogue, and everyone is probably all in agreement, but the people we need to be speaking to are not the people in this room, right? It's it's everyone else, people who don't necessarily have these views, or people who've been indoctrinated by these crazy things they see on TikTok, or these conspiracy articles they read in the New York Times, which no longer is afraid about their huge biasness and anti-Semitism. So I think the number one thing we need to do is really educating our youth, and not just talking in these rooms, but getting out there to the people who don't agree with us.
Elizabeth, that media component is a perfect segue to you. And I think your story about how you worked on the Trump campaign, being a young Jewish Republican, is a great story that you should tell, because that's exactly what we need to be doing with our children, in my opinion. So I'd love for you to tell us that story, and how else do you think that we can empower the next generation?
It's a good question, because I think nowadays all people are thinking about is the next generation, especially those adults who share all the views that we share in this room. They're very worried about what happens when they're not here. What are their children and their grandchildren going to think? Because, like Alex mentioned, it's the young people that we really have to target, because that's who's being manipulated online, and that's who's obviously lacking very basic knowledge and information. So I've had this debate with people. I don't know if everyone agrees with me, but I fear, kind of to what Hagit said, that too many people are a Jew in name only, and they might have felt something after October 7th, but they don't even know why themselves. They have no idea what it means to be a Jew. They proudly wear a Magen David on their neck. Maybe they have an Israeli flag at home, but they don't care to observe Shabbat. They don't know what Parsha we're reading this week. And I think for those Jews, that's where our focus should be, because Hashem never told us to focus on the outside world. In fact, he warned us anti-Semitism and hatred would exist forever. But what he did tell us was, here's the Torah, follow it. And I think that's what too many have forgotten. It's very, very disappointing, but I can tell you, growing up, again, in this school, I had the greatest Jewish education anyone could have, and yet I think right now, if I look back to the class that I was in of just 10 wonderful students, I think only 2 of us keep kosher, probably 2 of us only are keeping Shabbat. More people tend to walk away from Judaism than to walk toward it, and that's the problem. I respect everyone that is proud to be a Jew and has the, flag of our nation at home, but that is not going to get us anywhere. That is not enough. And I think before you're able to have these conversations, even before you're marching in that parade, you should try to ask yourself, what do you know about Israel? What do you know about that land? Do you only know the name Bibi Netanyahu, or do you know where we got the Torah? Do you know that the Hatikva and Am Yisrael Chai, that chant, existed long before 1948, and that there's so much more to the connection to that land than the current government? And when you know those facts, when you actually feel a connection to the land that Hashem gave us, it's going to be a lot easier to defend yourself, not only to those who disagree with you, but to come home on Friday night and turn your phone off and actually feel good about where you are despite all the noise outside. So that's the first answer. And then on the Republican answer, look, I've had truly the ride of a lifetime working for President Trump for nearly 10 years now. I grew up in New York, so I knew who he was as a celebrity here, and I volunteered with my little brother for his campaign in 2016. I ended up getting a job on that campaign. I ended up meeting my husband on that campaign and starting an incredible friendship with the Trump family, who have been some of the nicest, kindest, probably best allies to the Jewish people that I've ever met and ever known. And it's an honor to continue working for the president in some capacity, and hopefully some more until he leaves office in 2.5 years. And I just hope people realize what he's done for us, because not only was he pro-Israel in the first term, which was incredible, but to be pro-Israel now, when the whole world is turning on us, that takes not just guts and courage, but it takes a real faith in yourself. And I think too many people are lacking that. Too many Jews I know believe something at home and are scared to defend themselves when they leave those doors. So always remember to maybe not be as confident as Donald Trump, but as confident as you can be.
Raout, you're dealing with the youth and the next generation in Israel, so your challenges are quite different than everybody that's here on stage. What do you think that you can do to help the youth and the next generation in Israel do better, or even connect to the Jews outside of Israel, in order to make Israel a stronger ally and a stronger place in the world?
I think it's an easy question, because knowledge is power, and we encourage our students to learn, to go to lecture, to listen to podcasts, to write on Facebook, to be active in the knowledge field. And as more as they learn, the greatest they become. You can learn that from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Every available minute he has, he's reading a book. And we can learn from that. And that's what we encourage them to do. Just learn. As the more you know, the more you can advocate for Israel. That's what I believe.
Thank you. And Hagit, you started schools. You're giving free education to Jewish children, free Jewish education. Within that education, what do you think is the best way to empower them to do something with what they learned and the knowledge that you now gave them?
You know, just a few weeks ago, my father came here and we went to tour his schools. And I can tell you that I've never felt such a Jewish nachat, as they say, because you've seen a vision of one man, and it saved generations of Jewish people. And at the end of the, bottom line, this is what we need to do to save Judaism. You know, when my father went to visit the Lubavitcher Rebbe, he wanted to ask him about a certain deal that he had. My father saw the Rebbe, and all of a sudden he couldn't speak. He lost his words. And the Rebbe told him, it's okay, you can also speak in Russian. And my father said, it's not about the language, I cannot talk. And the Rebbe told him, good, you don't need to talk. You need to do. That's what you need to do. And, I don't know, for those who know my father, he's not a big talker, but he's a very, very big doer. And this is the best role model for me, because I know that what we need, we have so much to accomplish and so much to do. We have just launched also the Levi Foundation, pledging $50 million to help sponsor Jewish education for those who can't afford it. So we have a lot to do and, long way ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. One last thing I'm going to do. Tell me one person throughout history or the Torah who you admire for their leadership skills. And the one that I'm going to start with actually is Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu had a speech impediment, and he was chosen to lead the Jewish people because he was the first Jew that stuck up vocally for another Jew when he saw that another Jew was getting hit. So just tell me one person that you admire as a leader in Jewish history. You don't have to say why, just tell me their name and we'll then do the research to see who it is that we need to emulate and follow. We'll start with you, Hagit.
Just putting me on the spot, but I would say like a woman leader, like Dvorah Neviah. Does that work?
Amazing. Yeah. Reut.
David HaMelech. David.
I love it. Elizabeth.
I mean, I have to go Moshe, always.
Speaking out.
I had to go Abraham.
I like that. Abraham was the first Jew, the first Zionist, and God created Israel, the Jewish people, the land of Israel, and the religion of Israel, the people of Israel all together. Actually, Abraham was born in 1948 in biblical times. Israel was born in 1948 of modern times. So thank you so much for joining. This was really great, and I look forward to seeing you all at the next Besheva conference in Miami.
We know
Thank you very much.
how to make you feel safe, comfortable, and connected. To give you the authentic Israeli experience. With non-stop flights at the most convenient times, advanced Dreamliner aircrafts and
We will then be joined by His Excellency Gerardo Abel Diaz Bartolome, Consul General of Argentina in New York, and His Excellency Vladimir Bojovic, Consul General of Serbia in New York, for a conversation.
Thank you. Almost one-on-one. תודה, אור. מעריך מאוד את דבריך. Good afternoon. Shalom לכולם. It is an honor to be here again this year. Especially today. What happened today, my friends? What happened? מי שרוצה לדבר שיצא. מי שרוצה לדבר שיצא. דברו בחוץ. אני הייתי סגן יושב ראש הכנסת. ואז מי שדיבר במליאה, הוצאתי אותו. So why today is a special day? Because I think that today the New York Jewish community flooded Fifth Avenue proudly, waving the Israeli flag. And we did it right alongside the American flag. We joined together. Proud Americans, proud Israelis, proud Zionists, reproved to all our enemies from around the world. And in this city, unfortunately, as well, because we have a lot of enemies here lately, that we are here to stay and no one will tell us where or how to live. Though, yes, they will not. Those days are over. But my friends, it is no secret that we are living through very challenging times. And if I may say so, very dangerous times in this city as well. Anti-Semitism is at peak of all times in New York City. I could never imagine seeing modern day pogroms march through Jewish neighborhoods here in the city. If to be more specific, in Brooklyn, we saw it 3 weeks ago. The chantings for the death of our community. But if look at history, we can't be naive that this would not happen, because what starts with language does not end there. The threat is no longer just a theory. It is here. For years, many academic institutes in this city have been allowing professors to reach dangerous rhetoric. Organizations have spent millions of dollars to try and boycott our products and events. And by the way, not only from Judea and Samaria. They want to boycott us all. How do I know it? How do we know it? Because they are saying boycott
Israel. They are not saying Israel Gantz boycott Shiloh, boycott Binyamin. They are saying boycott Israel. And by the way, not only organizations, unfortunately elected officials, some sitting in the highest level of this city's government, have continued to spread blood libels against the Jewish state and the Jewish community. This is today's reality, my friends. For years, I have been warning my American friends, and they are my friends because I'm known as a big admirer of this place, the United States of America. I have been warning them that this is not about Israel anymore. It's about them. And if there's New Yorkers here, it's about you. The Ayatollahs and their proxies, who since 1979 be saying death to America, death to Israel, believe them when they are saying it. So it is time that our American friends, the best ally of the Jewish people, will wake up and understand that the threat is against America from wild groups is real. But my friends, if I can quote Israel's first female prime minister and one of our strongest leaders, Golda Meir, she used to say, she was a very clever woman. She was born in Kiev. She moved with her mother and her sister to Milwaukee. And then she moved to Kibbutz Merchavia and to Jerusalem and to Tel Aviv. She became the first prime minister of Israel, a female prime minister of Israel. 10 years, by the way, my colleagues from Argentina and Serbia, 10 years before Margaret Thatcher became one of the strongest prime ministers of United Kingdom. And 2 years, this is like unbelievable, 2 years before Switzerland allowed women to vote. Did you know it? דודו, ידעת את זה? שנתיים לפני, 2 years before, ישראל כבר בחרה ראש ממשלה אישה, ובשוויצריה עוד לא נתנו לנשים להצביע. So this strong woman, she used to say, pessimism is a luxury that a Jew can never allow himself. So as someone who needs to share the truth, but also as someone who wants to be optimistic, there is a lot of good that can happen. And today's march was a prime example. When we join together as one nation, we are unstoppable. We saw this clearly for the past 3 years among our soldiers. Soldiers from all parts of Israeli society dropped everything, put their differences aside, and have been fighting our enemies shoulder to shoulder. And our achievements have been remarkable. They are the heroes of our society. They are the heroes of our nation, and we must continue to salute them, embrace them, admire them, and learn from them. They fought to defend our state shoulder to shoulder. Now we must stand together, shoulder to shoulder, for them and for us as well. I just said in front of a lot of Mishpachot Shakulot, not very far from here, the most important thing is unity. This is the most important thing to our nation. Not only from October 7th, that's obvious. Before October 7th, after October 7th, unity, achdut, that's what we need. I want to thank my good friend Dudu Saada and the entire team at the Besheva group for hosting this important gathering year after year after year. Kenes Yerushalayim, what's more important than Jerusalem? Now, with your permission, I would like to introduce my good friend and strong advocate for the state of Israel and the Jewish people, Tova Felcher. Tova, you are a shining star in American culture and have brought to life the story of one of as I said, Israel's strongest leaders, Golda Meir, for the whole world to see. It was a huge hit, my friends, in Broadway for a lot of years. You have had a remarkable acting career, and you are an inspiration to us all. And now I want to ask my good friends Dudu Saada and Dudi Finkler to join me. Yes, join me on stage to present the special award for Tova Felcher. Tova, with your permission, I want the Tova will say a few words. Thank you so much.
Okay, so people at the bottom of the stairs, come in or come out. Yeah. I cannot compete with you. You're too fabulous. So it's you or me, baby. Hello, everyone. Distinguished Consul Generals, my dear friend Ophir Akunis, and of course, the Besheva Group, thank you so much for this enormous honor. Forgive me, I'm a little bit sick, but I showed up. Thank you. Thank you. To receive the first Jerusalem Award is thrilling. It's thrilling because Jerusalem is not merely a city, it's a prayer, it's a promise, it's a conversation that's been going on for over 3,000 years. And in our lifetime, Jerusalem is no longer only a prayer whispered at the end of our Seder. It's a boarding pass. It's a destination. It is the realization of a 2,000-year-old dream spoken by every generation of Jew who ended their Seder with L'Shana Haba'a B'Yerushalayim, next year in Jerusalem. It's a living miracle that our grandparents dreamed about and our grandchildren can touch. Receiving this first ever Jerusalem Award is humbling, but it's also slightly daunting, because the Jewish people have been giving each other advice for the last 5,000 years. And today I stand here absolutely with no precedent, so this may be the most un-Jewish experience of my life. I accept this extraordinary honor with profound gratitude and humility, and as my mother would insist, with good posture. Oh God, you're a tough house, okay. Obviously you're trilingual or something. I thank my family, who are my anchors, whose love anchors every triumph, particularly my beloved husband, Andrew Harris Levy, who's with me today. I thank the audiences of Broadway, film, and television who have allowed me into their hearts. I can't believe it for more than 50 years, but then I look at my face and I've got the New York City subway map on my face. And I thank those who created this award because its values recognize the values that have shaped my life: resilience, courage, connection, also an unwavering commitment to the Jewish people and the state of Israel. Thank you. You know, my father, Sidney Feldshuh, loved being a Jew, and I loved my father. He was a Harvard lawyer. Incidentally, he graduated from NYU in 1930 and then was admitted to Harvard on scholarship. He was a Harvard lawyer who served World War II in the G2 unit of the United States Army Intelligence under General Dwight David Eisenhower. My father was one of 100 men who helped the general plan D-Day. His intellect saved his life, and his courage taught me how to live. And my mother, Lily, did something equally important. She gave me common sense. My father taught me ideals. My mother taught me survival. And like Lily, I'm a practical woman. Regarding our enemies, my position has always been clear. If you want to kill me, I object. That simple instinct for survival has connected me, of course, to the sovereign state of Israel, because every Jew understands that our ability to survive is no longer dependent on the goodwill of others or even on the goodwill after a soccer match. And at the heart of that miracle beats Jerusalem. Jerusalem is our Aron Kodesh. It's our sacred center, the place toward which Israel's hearts and Jewish hearts have turned for centuries. A city that's been conquered, rebuilt, attacked, defended, mourned, celebrated, sung out, prayed toward, and dreamed of for millennia. And still, it survived, and still, it is here. The Jerusalem Award recognizes resilience, courage, and connection. So what's resilience? Resilience is the ability that once you're knocked down or once you fall, you get up again, and again, and again. And what is courage? Courage to me means the ability to run toward an emergency, not away from it, the ability to show up. And connection means the understanding that whether a Jew lives in New York, Tel Aviv, Buenos Aires, Señor, mucho soy muy feliz que usted está aquí, Buenos Aires, Los Angeles, Paris, or any tiny little town that nobody's ever heard of, we still belong to one another. Because every Jew has two cities. We have the city in which we live, and we have Yerushalayim. That's the center of our spiritual compass. That may be the greatest Jewish lesson of all, that we are not here as mishpacha because history was easy. We arrived here, carried on the shoulders of generations who argued with God, who crossed the desert, who buried our dead with dignity, who studied by candlelight, who sang in the darkness, who fled pogroms, who survived the Shoah and built better lives for their children. We're here because somehow we have refused disappearance. So the return to Jerusalem gave our ancestors that stubborn will to live. And that kind of stubborn survives Pharaoh, Rome, the Inquisition, the Shoah, and now the 3 H's of hell, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. We will survive them all. And yet somehow we still have the energy to argue at the dinner table. Humor, too, is a part of our survival. Laughter has always been one of the Jewish people's secret weapon. Look at Mel Brooks, look at Sid Caesar, look at Norman Lear. Only the Jewish people could take suffering, survival, and absurdity and turn it into an art form. May I offer you for a moment 3 Jewish haikus. Those are 17-syllable poems that usually originated in Japan, and they try to capture an emotional moment in time. Regarding motherhood, I test the warm milk on my wrist. So what if my son is 40? Regarding bar mitzvah, today I am a man, tomorrow I return to the 7th grade. Regarding Passover, I open the door for the prophet Elijah. Now my cat is gone. Thank you. It is difficult to destroy a people who can laugh, and it is impossible to silence a people who can sing. And boy, do you sing, from the stones of the Kotel to the battlefields, defending this nation, its freedoms. You sing, you heighten your spirits. At a time when the Jewish people once again feel the ancient winds of war, this award carries a moral imperative to remember the light of Jerusalem, to carry that light into the future, not just to win the war, but to make this world a better place. I know we won't give up on that, because that's what we Jews do. When the world is broken, we pick up a broom and we start sweeping, and we fix it. Israel shows up after floods, fires. They come to heal, to rescue, to advocate, to comfort, to save lives. And these are in foreign lands, some lands who are not even so loving of us. We love by being there, which brings me to the lesson that ties together Jerusalem, Lily, Sydney, Israel, and the Jewish people. Showing up, as our Consul General mentioned as well. Golda Meir once said, "Some people love you, and some people love you and show up." My father showed up, my mother showed up, Israel shows up, the Jewish people show up for one another, and that's where our genius lies. That is not only our genius, it's our responsibility. It's our heritage, it's our legacy. Our story is ultimately a story of undying faith, isn't it? Faith that every day is a new day. That faith that light can emerge from the darkness. Faith that a scattered people can come together to their ancient homeland and build this modern miracle. Faith that the unimaginable loss of life can still bring life again. When I think of Israel, I think of people. I think of the Saba and the Zaidi who plant trees and whose shade they will never live to sit under. I think of the young soldiers carrying responsibilities far beyond their years. I think of the scientists and the artists and the teachers and the physicians and the dreamers and the builders. I think of a nation that repeatedly, over and over again, transforms adversity into innovation. And Jerusalem, the beating heart of a people who never gave up on one another, standing with the Jewish people in the state of Israel, does not require perfection. It simply requires commitment to the truth, to memory, to democracy, to humanity, to one another. Elie Wiesel famously said, the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. Indifference is something that we as the Jewish people cannot afford. Not toward suffering, not toward anti-Semitism, not toward one another, and not toward Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who maligns the state of Israel and believes in global jihad. I don't understand where 30% of our Jewish New Yorkers were on voting day. And I want to thank Commissioner Jessica Tisch for leading this extraordinary parade. So, today, I accept this award not only for myself, but for everyone who chooses engagement over indifference, for everyone who refuses silence, for everyone who keeps the light of Yerushalayim burning brightly, for everyone who shows up. Look, do we want the story of the Jewish people to never end? Well, some people love you, and some people love you and show up. You show up. And inspired by you, I show up, and so do thousands of others. And let me tell you, that makes all the difference. Thank you.
Who are you?
Tova.
Tova, Tova fell the shoe. A real firecracker. I certainly am an actress.
She's a better Jewish mother than I am a Jewish son, I think. You know?
Tova made such an impression in the Broadway community.
She's an actor in every sense of the word.
She's a force.
Versatility.
How can I say no to Tova?
She's the greatest Jewish actress.
Dives into whatever she's doing.
She's on the biggest show on Netflix right now.
Okay, babe. You have the right hand. Let's see if I can pull this one off.
She comes in and wants to talk about the scene, but not too much, but just wants to make sure she knows it.
The roles she chooses to play
need a point of view.
They just feel like extensions of Tova.
That's being an actor.
She has more energy level and is tougher than just about any 20-year-old I know.
The actor wants to know everything about a character so the character can know nothing.
Theater royalty is extremely personable.
Epitome of the Jewish mother.
She always says there's no understudy for her mother, and bullshit.
I'm still working.
Shit. Tova Felch's auditioning, we might as well just go home.
She always performs without a net, if you know what I mean.
Gotta give life your best shot. I don't even know what that means. To date boys. It's good.
Very funny. Talent and turn it into a career.
Acting is a lot cheaper than therapy.
I had the good fortune to climb Mount Kilimanjaro with her.
So far, nobody's caught us.
There are certain artists in the world who just go by one name.
You actually have to touch your nose.
What are you doing down there? I'm glad you're doing this for her.
Call your movie Tova.
Give me a break. I'm in my 70s.
All right. Thank you very much. We would now welcome the Consul Generals of Argentina and Serbia. Please join me on stage. So it does work. Thank you very much, Excellencies, for joining us this afternoon. So, Argentina and Serbia both have historic Jewish communities, each with its own story, contributions, and painful chapters. From your perspective, what role do Jewish communities play today in the national life and identity of your countries?
Well, thank you very much. I'm Jerry Di Bartolome from Argentina. It's an honor and a privilege. Thank you, Ambassador Akunis and Beszeva Group for the invitation.
Muchas gracias.
To be honest, it's easy for me to explain what the contribution of the largest Jewish community in Latin America has made in my country. As you well know, Argentina hosts the largest Jewish community in the region, and that's why we have true support for your cause. But I don't want to get into details before my friend here takes the floor too. Thank you.
Mr. Božović, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Yes, I'm Vladimir Božović, Consul General of Republic Serbia, and many greetings and best regards from Serbia, great nation, to big Jewish community here in New York. And thank you, Consul General Ofir Akunis, my dear colleague, who is not only your Consul General, he is your great leader. And I'm very inspired. When I was last year with him in Israel, we spent amazing official time, 7 days, and I saw how your people recognize him and talking with him directly. And I'm very proud that I sure here totally approve that Israel is the biggest democracy on the Middle East. And maybe, unfortunately, only democracy in Middle East, not only about Golda Meir, your amazing women leader, before many other women's leaders in Europe, but with vibrant situation in Knesset. I was also in Knesset. I saw how is the very, very strong discussions and confrontation.
Indeed, strong discussion.
With oppositia and coalitia. This is the Serbian wars, the same. And I'm so proud to be here and just remind the Serbian people and Jewish people was expression very, very large tragic events during Second World War. We suffering a lot of together. We survived together, and during the Holocaust and during the genocide against our people, we saw how is the important to always thinking about the history. And we are now talking about fighting against anti-Semitism. This is not only Jewish issue.
A perfect segue. Now, give this man applause.
Thank you.
What a perfect segue to the next question. So, since October 7th, Jewish communities around the world have faced a sharp rise in anti-Semitism and anti-Israel hostility, as both of you very well know. What has your government done, or what should governments do, to make Jewish citizens feel protected and fully included?
Well, that's another easy one for Argentina. Thank you, because it's anti-Semitism is a deep rooted value in our hearts and society, and it's not a coincidence that we are presidents of the IRA now, of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. Argentina took office recently. We are the only country in Latin America to be a member of the alliance. We've been a member for many years now, and a part of our mandate as presidents is exactly to advocate for the anti-Semitism cause and bring more members, not only in our region, and education as one of the main cores and fields through which we would plan to work on that. So anti-Semitism is very present in President Milei's policies. At the same time, we've taken bold steps as a proof of our unwavering support for the Israeli cause, anti-terrorism and anti-Semitism, and our government has officially nominated Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as terrorist organizations, officially.
Very important. Thank you. Božović, Mr.
Yes,
Božović.
as a representative of Serbia, I reaffirm our commitment to standing against every form of anti-Semitism, racism, religion, intolerance, and hatred. And for our government, I am proud to be here and to say very clear that our government adopted all laws and protect Jewish people, but as a part of the Serbian society who contribute a lot for our development, our improvement, our economical situation. And we are so our Jewish brother and sister as a part of our society. And we are, I think so, champion on the whole Europe about that. And unfortunately, some European countries, it's attack Serbia about that, but we are not care about thing, and we will continue this fighting and promote this situation and politics and be very, very strong with Israel and with Jewish people.
So important. Thank you so much. All right. So we're wrapping up here. For the benefit of the people here and the benefit of people watching at home, what would you like to say to the Jewish people in such turbulent times?
Carry on with your resilience and strength and unity. That's a phrase that actually touched me, and I think unity is key here. I had the pleasure of celebrating Argentina's National Day last year in Jerusalem. I was a part of the delegation that Ambassador Akunis took to Israel with other colleagues, and it was my first time in the country, and it was my first time in Jerusalem on a very solemn and emotional occasion for many reasons, including spending my National Day in Jerusalem. So my message is to carry on, to be brave, and be aware you have strong friends like us and many others who support you. And we are ready to stand for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Consul General. And you?
I will repeat what Ambassador Akunis said. Unity is very important, and also important that true friends are not those who stand with you only in times of celebration. True friends are those who stand with you in times of challenge. Serbia has been, is, and will remain in front of Israel and the Jewish people in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Consul Generals, for being here. Thank you very much. All right. We will now be joined by Miss Anat Vidal. No? Ah, okay. Sorry about that. Next up is Mr. Michael Itzchakov, Director General of Israel's Ministry of Tourism, who will share a few words. Thank you.
Good evening. Where do they? Distinguished guests, I would like to thank Besheva Group for the invitation and for the opportunity to be here tonight with a community that loves Israel, not just as headline, but as a home. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Chaim Katz, who asked me to send his warm greetings. I'm coming from Israel during a complex and challenging time. For us, at the Ministry of Tourism, this connection goes far beyond tourism. When Jewish people come to Israel, they are not just visiting another country. They are coming home. They support communities and deepen the bond between Israel and the Jewish diaspora. But more than anything, they become ambassadors for Israel around the world. We know for service that the majority of visitors fall in love with Israel, and satisfaction levels are very, very, very high. Each one of them goes home and shares their experience with the people around them, family, friends, and colleagues. That is why, even during the period, we did not stop, we did not pause our plans. We did not wait for the day after. During the last few years, we continued to invest in Israeli tourism, believing in the future and its ability to return and grow. In recent months, we are seeing a desire to come back and visit Israel. We are meeting communities, families, organizations, and leaders who are telling us clearly, now, more than ever, it's important to come to Israel and stand with you. That is exactly why the campaign is called I Am Israel. My friends, Israel is a story that no other country in the world can tell. We have history that is unique. We have tradition, culture, innovation, and remarkable people like you. Israel is the cradle of the three Abrahamic religion. Everything began in Israel. But above all, we share a sense of belonging, the feeling that Israel is home for all of us. I want to invite each and every one of you to continue to be partners in this journey, to keep coming in Israel, to keep investing in Israel. We are not just rebuilding Israeli tourism, we are improving the connection between Israel and the Jewish people from our people around the world. My friends, come and be part of this miracle, which we called State of Israel. Thank you very much. See you in Israel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Israel's Minister of Aliyah and Integration, Mr. Ofir Sofer, for a conversation with Mr. Dudu Saada, Chairman of the Besheva Group. This conversation will be conducted in Hebrew with live interpretation.
השר אופיר סופר בעוד 10 דקות כבר צריך להיות בשדה התעופה, אבל הוא בכל זאת מכבד אותנו. שלום, השר סופר.
שלום, ערב טוב.
אני לא יודעת כמה אתה עוקב, בטח אתה עוקב מהבוקר, מלחמה בצפון.
כן, אירוע מלאכה צריך להשלים עד תום, ואנחנו צריכים הרבה אורך ובעיקר הרבה רוח.
אתה יודע, כדי שנצליח בצפון...
אני רוצה לתרגם אותו.
תתרגם בבקשה.
So Minister Sofer talks about the challenges in the north, and despite the hardships, which of course 13 soldiers killed since the ceasefire as mentioned earlier, Mr. Sofer emphasized that we need to be strong, we need to overcome the challenges, and we need to work on the job, the military assignment that we have in front of us until it is done.
השאלה הבאה תהיה קשה לתרגום, מכיוון שאתה לא תומך בחוק הגיוס והמפלגה שלך כן. מה יהיה בסוף עם החרדים? לא תהיה ממשלה בכנסת הבאה.
What is going to happen with the draft law?
There's important things that we must say it in Hebrew.
טוב, הוא עשה את זה, כן.
בקיצור, ואנחנו חייבים לומר את הדברים בצורה ברורה. השותפות עם החרדים היא שותפות טבעית והיא שותפות חשובה. אבל בשותפות הזו גם דברים צריכים להשתנות, ואנחנו מצפים כבר תקופה ארוכה מאוד שהדברים ישתנו.
אבל הם לא קורים.
הם לא קורים, בטח לא, הם מתחילים לקרות באופי שזה צריך לקרות, והחרדים צריכים להשתנות בעניין הזה. אנחנו לא צריכים לוותר על השותפות הזו, אולי אנחנו צריכים להרחיב את השותפות הזו. אני בעד שהשותפות תהיה של ממשלה רחבה יותר, אבל יחד עם זו, אני כן מצפה לקריאה ברורה מההנהגה החרדית, לראות, לא רק קריאה, רוצה לראות פעולות שמביאים באמת לשותפות משמעותית יותר בעניין הצבא והגיוס. זה לא מתכתב כי הוא זה עם האמביציות שיש ליועמ"שית, ואת זה אני שם במקום אחר.
So, Minister Sofer talks about the alliance with the Haredi partners and the importance of it, but at the same time, given the circumstances on the ground as it pertains to the draft in the military and so forth, and the shortage of reserves, that something's got to give. Something needs to change, and some more political solutions need to be brought up in order to bridge the gaps that we have right now politically as it pertains to recruitment of Haredis.
השר אופיר סופר, שר העלייה והקליטה. יש עלייה?
קודם כל יש עלייה.
Is there עלייה?
יש עלייה ויש שינוי במגמות העלייה. אני רק רוצה לציין כמה אירועים ככה מרגשים שהיו לנו בימים האחרונים. עכשיו אני חוזר מטקס פרידה של הורים מהילדים מגרעין צבר.
גרעין צבר.
מאות צעירים בכל שנה, יותר מכל שנה רגילה, מאז תחילת המלחמה. חוצים את
כפיים, מגיע כפיים לחבר'ה האלה שעושים עלייה מגרעין צבר.
כדי לשרת בצה"ל. כדי לשרת בצה"ל, מרביתם, שאני אומר מרביתם, אני לא מתכוון ל51%, אלא יותר ל80-90%, לוחמים. זה פשוט דבר מדהים.
כמה מהם נשארים לגור בארץ?
פשוט דבר מדהים ומרגש.
Sorry, Minister. Hundreds of people join in Sabar, and Minister Sofer says that about 80 to 90% of which are joining the IDF to combat forces, which is something that is so critical in the context that we just mentioned.
מרביתם גם נשארים לגור בארץ, ואני רוצה לומר שבשבועות האחרונים העברנו החלטה חדשה בשיתוף פעולה יחד עם משרד הביטחון, החלטה שבעצם לוקחת אחריות לטייב את כל הנושא של טיפול בחיילים הבודדים, כי המלחמה יצרה אתגרים חדשים שהם לא אתגרים של שגרה. הקשב של מפקדים הוא ממילא יותר מאתגר בסיטואציה הזו. הצורך לאמץ יותר, להיות יותר האמא והאבא של החיילים האלו דורש הרבה יותר. ואני מקווה שיחד עם משרד הביטחון אנחנו באמת נצליח להוביל מהלך שישאר ויטייב את התהליך הזה. זה לא רלוונטי רק לחיילים סדירים. יש לנו אלפי מילואימניקים בודדים, אלפי מילואימניקים שהם חיילים בודדים.
יש לנו גם פה חייל, ארי שפיץ.
ארי שפיץ, נו.
מגיע לו הרבה כפיים. ארי שפיץ, אתה רוצה לעמוד, להגיד שלום לכולם?
אני רוצה להגיד משהו על ארי שפיץ. חוץ מזה שהוא גם ארי וגם שפיץ, אבל כשהייתי ליד המיטה שלו בימים הראשונים, אני חושב, וביקרתי לא מעט פצועים, והיו מקרים קשים, היו מקרים גם של מוות מוחי, והיו המון מקרים לא קלים, אבל המקרה של ארי זה היה המקרה של בין שמיים לארץ, ולעמוד ליד ההורים שלו, ובעיקר לשתוק ולנסות לתת קצת חוזק ואמונה, ולראות את ארי היום כמו שהוא.
תדע שהיה חשוב מאוד לאמא שלו מיכל שהוא יהיה כאן היום.
So Minister Sofer talks about the need to streamline a lot of the recruitment processes among people that make Aliyah, make it efficient and make the necessary changes in the legislation in order to make it as smooth and efficient as possible. He also used this opportunity to commend Ari Spitz. He said that he's personally connected to him, that he learned about his story, and that he is one of the finest soldiers that paid sacrifices in order to be part of the IDF.
השר אופיר סופר, תודה רבה לך.
תודה רבה.
שעה 6 בדיוק, 6 ודקה. טוס לשלום.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much. Next up is Mr. Bruce Blakeman, Nassau County Executive and New York State Gubernatorial nominee, who will join us for a conversation. Yes. who will join us for a conversation with Mr. Johnny Daniels, founder of From the Depths. Please join me.
So, we've just come from an incredible march. Beautiful thing. Thousands of Jews and friends and allies marching through the streets of New York City. How did that feel for you to be there today?
Well, it felt wonderful that so many people came out to express their love for their Jewish identity and their solidarity with the state of Israel. Both Jews and non-Jews were out there marching together to show that we will not back down, that we love Israel, we will support Israel, and in New York City, we will not be afraid to show that we are Jewish and that we belong here and we have rights here and we're not going to be pushed around by anybody.
Those are very strong and powerful words, but a lot of Jewish New Yorkers are asking themselves, am I safe here now? And they're concerned. Do you think there's a reason for Jews in New York to be concerned today?
Well, they should be concerned because we have a mayor here in New York City who one of the first things that he did when he became mayor was to water down the definition of anti-Semitism. He's the first mayor since the inception of the parade not to march in the parade. And by the way, I'm glad he didn't march. We don't need him. The fact is that I have great faith in Commissioner Tisch. I have great faith in the NYPD, but I do not have any faith in Mayor Mondami that he will protect the Jewish people or any community for that matter. He is very pro-criminal. He always makes excuses for criminals. He never talks about victims or keeping neighborhoods safe. So it's something that, as governor, you can rest assured that you will be safe in New York City.
So I had the opportunity multiple times to visit Nassau County, and I saw the cops there, and I saw that there was none of this pro-Palestinian nonsense in the streets by you, Bruce.
As governor, I will, and I will make sure that they are safe. I will make sure that they have the resources in law enforcement to make sure that every community is safe, but especially the Jewish community, which is under attack right now from anti-Semites, starting from the top with Mayor Mondami.
Now, fantastic. So one of the things that we see, and the big question is, obviously you get into office, please God, you win these elections, we all hope that you do.
Baruch Hashem.
Exactly. First 100 days, what's the first main, biggest thing that Bruce does when he comes into office?
Well, the first thing I will do at 12:01 on January 1st, 2027, is I will pardon Sergeant Duran, who was unfairly prosecuted. I will back our police. I will sign an executive order that we are no longer a sanctuary state. We are going to invest in the people of New York, and we're not going to spend $8 billion on people who just got here. I'm going to cut utility rates by 50%, cut taxes, bring economic development, but more importantly, every community will be safe in New York with me as governor.
Now, unfortunately, you've got a lot of events. You're a busy, busy man, and we were lucky to have you here at the conference today.
Thank you.
What's your one parting message? What can all of us do to ensure that we have you as the next governor of New York City?
Well, thank you, Johnny. I think the most important thing is that we unify together. We don't divide ourselves. We make sure that we are strong, that we fight against anti-Semitism, that we fight for Israel's right to exist, that we don't let people tell us what the boundaries of Israel should be, that Judea and Samaria are part of Israel, and we should support that, and that we should spend our time and our money going and visiting Israel and Jerusalem and enjoying the most beautiful and spiritual city in the world. It's my honor to be here, and I want to say to everybody, thank you for coming out. Toda Rabbah. May Hashem bless each and every one of you. May Hashem bless Jerusalem. May Hashem bless Israel. And may Hashem bless the United States of America. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Short and sweet. Thank you very much, Mr. Blakeman. We will now be joined by Ms. Anat Vidal, President of World Vitso, for a conversation.
Anat, thank you so much for being here. Thank you all. Good evening, everyone. So you come from a deeply Zionist family rooted in Israel history, from the first Aliyah, streets and institution named after your family. How has that background shaped your path to becoming president of World Vitso?
Oh, wow. Shalom, shalom. What a parade today. Come on, let's clap hands for ourselves.
Yes.
I think that we did today, all of you here, the most Zionist act. Rabbi Doron Peretz, toda rabba for having me here. We sit together on the World Zionist Organization. Vitso sits on the board, and Rav Doron Peretz, we're very lucky to have him as president, because you know what? He unifies, and it's important. And you know what Rav Doron Peretz also says? That if you don't remember your history, then your future is in doubt. And I remember that you said that, and you talked about my family. So, you know, the way you're sitting now, Libby, probably your great-grandma sat in a way like that or did something like that with her hair, because we have something called generational transfer of emotions. So being fifth-generation Israeli, what does it mean? It means that I started thinking differently before other people started. So what does that actually say? Zionism is a flip in consciousness. Nothing changed. Pogroms were always there. But suddenly the Jews decided that they're going to take their own destiny in their hands. So I have 5 generations of that. When you realize no one is going to take any responsibility but yourself. When you grow to that, you also understand something quite formidable, that it doesn't happen in a boom. It is structured. You come, you have to be a bit of a Michiganer, because when you look at United States, 2 million Jews came to United States on the first Aliyah. Only 60,000 miracle. It's a process of working. It's a layer on layer, dunam le dunam, acre to acre. That's how the state belonged. All of you here have been approached by fundraisers, I'm sure, and everyone has the best organization. And I want to tell you something. They're all good. Any dollar goes to Israel is good, because you need this and that and another thing, and no one can make the miracle on itself. It's like I'm a Yehudi. Where is Hashem? In little pieces in all of us. When do we unite? Act to act, dunam to dunam. That's what got me to Vitso.
Wow.
And I'll go and explain.
Amazing.
Right? Yeah.
Many Israelis see Vitso as almost part of the state of itself. Do you think Vitso is perceived differently in Israel versus abroad?
Absolutely. So in Vitso, you think it's part of the government. I thought it's a governmental institution, because everywhere you go, there's Vitso. But Vitso is 105 years of layer to layer. Understanding that Zionism is not going to happen on its own. Creating capacity of really act to act. You start with training women for agriculture. You move to childcare. You move to daycare centers. You move to schools. You absorb Holocaust survivors. You move afterwards to absorb Aliyah, to teach Hebrew. But all the time, everything you do is paired on the Zionist values. And the Zionist values are according to the prophets of Israel. We don't like kings, we like prophets. You know why? Because they can stand and basically shoot outside of the circle, inside the circle. What does that mean? NGO. What is an NGO? What's a non-governmental organization, Libby? It is the power to change. People talk about democracy. People blame the government here or there. I want to tell you something. As someone, WITSO is very big. We have over 6,000 employees and 300 projects. It should be probably the largest NGO in Israel today, run by women. I'm not sure it's a good thing, by the way. I can tell you one thing, like Golda Meir, women are definitely not better than men, but they're definitely not worse. You need to. And I always say I'm not a feminist. I am equalitist. I believe in equality. You need both. You need two parts of the brain to work. And I think that what I see many times as capacity building is taking a charge. It's exactly the same thing of Zionism. You know when the Jewish people became an Am in the desert? When they were told to build a Mishkan. So someone dealing with welfare and education for so many years, I can tell you no government was good. There's never enough money. But the reality is we don't want the government to do everything because we want to be influencing. So the beauty is that NGOs, it's not because the government can't do, because we don't want them to do, because we want to become a people. We don't want to be, subjected. So I think that my bottom message is here to everyone here. Ain't going to happen if you ain't going to do it. And when you look at someone else doing it, you're thinking, yeah, someone got it covered. Well, that's not it. It doesn't happen like that. And we talk about Zionism. I want to tell you something about Zionism. Zionism is guts. Zionism is standing up and realizing and explaining to everyone that it's a set of values. It's nothing more, nothing less. Set of values, a topic society. We're challenged with it. We're challenging ourselves as Israelis. But I'm happy to be here in New York. I'm happy to see so many lovely Jewish people because Israel is the state of all of us. Always.
Thank you.
We are happy you're here. Thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vidor. Thank you very much. Our next conversation will be a panel titled The Front Lines of Israel Advocacy, featuring Mr. Israel Gantz, Governor of the Binyamin Regional Council, and Mr. Avat Hashem Gordon, Israeli Muay Thai champion. Yeah, that's right. The conversation will be moderated by Ms. Eliana Pasentin, International Desk Director of the Binyamin Regional Council. Please join me on stage.
He's 19 years of age. From Israel and the United States of America.
I was born in Shiloh and Binyamin, Judea and Samaria, and I represent Israel in every arena around the world. Many people got to know me after the fight against a Turkish fighter when there were anti-Israel provocations surrounding the match. I chose to answer in my own way, with strength, respect, and pride. After the victory, I wrapped myself in the Israeli flag and wore my kippah because I wanted the world to see that we are not afraid to be Jewish, not afraid to be Israeli, and not afraid to stand for our identity. That is the message I carry with me everywhere I go.
I came from Binyamin, Judea and Samaria, the historical, security and moral heart of the State of Israel. In recent years, we have faced not only terrorism backed by Iran, but also global campaign trying to delegitimize Israel and the communities of Judea and Samaria. Our mission is to present the truth. Families raising the children, farmers working the land, young people building the country, and citizens standing on front line defending the state of Israel. We are here because this is our land, our history, and our future.
Good evening, everyone. It's so exciting to be here, and we're here with Ahavat Hashem Gordon. Israel Gantz, governor of the Binyamin Regional Council. And I have to tell you, we've been walking the streets of New York, and we were late because we just couldn't move 1 meter with Ahavat Hashem because everyone was recognizing him, and everybody wants a selfie, everybody wants a message. And you have such patience. It's really incredible. So we're here to bring our messages from the Binyamin region, from Shiloh to New York City tonight. Yisrael, why was it important for you to come to New York dafka now, dafka today?
First of all, thank you for the Besheva group for having us in this amazing conference. And I think we share the same reason that we came here and we thought about this conference years ago, because we have to show up to show the connection between the Jews here in the United States and in Israel. And today we have so many threats against the Jews all over the world. We face Hezbollah, Hamas, and Iran, of course. And here we see the anti-Semitism. We saw what happened in the campuses here. Together, we must be united and stand strongly and proudly against all our enemies, and together we will win.
Amen. Thank you. You know, Ahavat Hashem, which is a very special name, his mother is here, Chaninat Hashem, and she deserves the biggest round of applause. 7 children, and they are all superstars. They're all brave warriors, and Ahavat's sister, Simcha, is here. And by the end of this panel, you can all call him Avsha. So Avsha, how does a kid from Shiloh end up fighting in some of the biggest stages on the world?
So I'm honored to be here. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Started with a kid with a big dream, was following his brothers to Jerusalem, and it became something so much bigger than whatever I ever thought. I was just chasing a dream. But I found my destiny in the world, and I'm doing it today, and it's really a pleasure. I'm honored to do what I'm doing today.
Thank you. Israel, you marched today on Fifth Avenue while Israel is under attack politically and publicly around the world. What did you feel in that moment?
I feel the proudness of the people here. You know, last generation, people were afraid to show up as a Jews, and today we march proudly. All over the world, people come here and march together, Jews and non-Jews, but Israel is with Israeli flag, even though the mayor decided to not came after 61 years. He didn't come for the ring. We have here a fighter, and here no one came for the ring. We were on the ring, we march, and we'll continue march because we don't have any different choice. Am Israel Chai, and we'll win.
Amen. Ahavat Hashem, you enter the ring with a kippah and an Israeli flag. Why did you choose to do that?
So since I'm 11 years old, I've been competing in the national competitions all over the world. The first time I heard about anti-Semitism was then. I never heard about it before. I didn't grow up with a TV or social media or a phone. So only when I left the country, I flew to Turkey, I felt the anti-Semitism. And everybody was telling me, you know, I grew up in Shiloh, so I was walking with a kippah, with a tzitzit, everything, doing Shema Yisrael all the time. And everybody was telling me, put your kippah away, don't wear the tzitzit, don't do Shema Yisrael, don't speak Hebrew. And I couldn't understand why everybody's so scared of doing it. And I never had the fear in me to show who I am. That's how I was raised from my parents, not to be afraid to show who you are. So basically, I was just always being me, showing my identity, showing I'm a proud Jew from Israel. And it became something so much bigger. It's really crazy how everybody saw the videos and got so much power and confidence from watching me. But it's really thanks to God for everything. I'm a man on a mission, and I'm just doing my mission on this world.
Amazing. Thank you so much. He needs another round of applause for that. Israel, around the world, many people present the settlements, the yeshuvim, the ityashvut, the Jewish communities in Judea and Samaria as a problem. What is the world missing?
You know, for years, many people thought that if they will hide their identity and where they come from, I will say their neighbors will be better for them. And it was a mistake, and we saw what happened in October 7th. Judea and Samaria is a place that our roots deepen in the grounds. Most of the biblical story, most of the historical story, most of our traditional started in Judea and Samaria. The only way to survive, the only way to build a better future is to stand proud and say Judea and Samaria is a heart of the heartland, is part of the Eretz Israel. And all the people that come here, the people that they do not afraid, they came here to say clear and loud, Eretz Israel belongs to Am Israel, and Judea and Samaria, it's part of Eretz Israel.
Thank you very much. Israel is also the head of Yesha Council. He's the governor of all of Judea and Samaria. So, Baruch Hashem. Avsha, many young Jews around the world today are afraid to openly show their Jewish identity in Zionism. Today we were marching in the parade, but most of the time people contemplate, young teenagers, should I put my hat over my kippah? Should I hide my Judaism? What would you say to them?
I understand why everybody's really scared now that I'm more aware of what's ever happening, but I don't think you can't be scared to be who you are in this world. You're here for a time limit and you want to show who you are. And I really think you just, as a Jewish, you don't have the privilege not to know how to protect yourself. You just need to find a gym, go train, know how to defend yourself the best way, but never be ashamed of who you are. And you should never be thinking if you should wear kippah, not to wear kippah. Be who you are, do what you want to do. And that's the message I have today.
Wonderful. Okay, so Israel, what message do you want to send from here tonight to the Jewish people around the world?
We have a great people, great nation. We are strong together. We must be united. We never give up. We must continue fighting. We brought a fighter from Benjamin. I'm so proud of him. And I think he represents the next generation that we're so proud of them. I see them running to the battle, taking their helmets, their ceramic vests, rifle, and running forward. And they know the risk, but they don't show any fear. They run to fight. And this is what united us all together. People here that gave us hand when we were in trouble after October 7th. We all stand together against our enemies, and we must win, and together we will win, because Am Israel Chai.
Amen. Am Israel Chai. Last question for you, Avat Hashem. You're here representing the Gordon family. You're a huge family, all of your brothers and sisters. What message do you, the Gordons, have for this world?
So our message to this world is have confidence in who you are. Don't be ashamed to be Jewish. It's a privilege. You're one of the holy nation. And just really stay confident. Find a gym. Learn to protect yourself. That's the most important thing. Just Am Israel Chai to everybody. I love you all, Am Israel, of the Jewish people. I'm happy to be part of this nation and to represent the people.
Thank you so much. And Avat Hashem, because you grew up in our region, we have a very special honor for you tonight. Dudu and Dudi, we'd like to invite you guys up the stage. And I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone here for organizing this perfect, beautiful event. It's so refreshing and so wonderful to be part of it.
Yeah. Mr. Avat Hashem will now be awarded an award by the Binyamin Regional Council. B'Sheva Management, please join us. Well then, thank you very much, and congratulations, Avat Hashem. We would now be joined by Ms. Devorah Halberstam, chair of the NYPD Civilian Hate Crimes Review Panel and co-founder of the Jewish Children's Museum. Ms. Halberstam, please join us.
Not really. I'm here.
So Devorah, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for inviting me.
Your life's work has touched countless people. But it all began with a remarkable young man, with your son, Ari. I'd like if you could please tell us a little bit about Ari to start this off this evening.
Well, we might have to spend the whole night here if I have to sit and talk about my son. First of all, he's the oldest of my 5 children. So, of course, to every parent in this room, they can appreciate the firstborn child. He made me a mother for the first time, and that's so meaningful. But Ari had many parts to him. I think the most obvious part was at the age of, I'll talk about how he was when he was murdered, but he was 6 feet tall, on flat feet. He wore a size 13.5 sneaker. He had blue eyes that were deep like the ocean. Like if you visit on the Bahamas on a beautiful day, they would be like 2 diamonds when he walked down the street. He loved basketball. He loved pizza. He was a typical teenager, but he was a Chabad, Chassid, and very personal connection to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. And there was a very strong spiritual side to him as well. So he was, I always say, he was the best of both worlds. He had a sitter in one hand and a basketball in the other. Very popular kid. He was the leader of my pack. He led my house. And he was really a very special boy all around.
Now, unfortunately, we know that Ari was murdered in 1994 in what was one of the worst or the worst anti-Semitic terror attacks in New York City's history. How did that day change the course of history?
Well, first of all, if I'm speaking to an audience, I can't see right now, but please be quiet out of respect for my dead son, and I say that. We are not a military country. This is New York City. So to get that call, or my brother who had then called me and said, and told me what happened, that Ari was shot on the bridge, I still can't wrap myself around it till this very, very day. Because it's just not something that we got used to it by now. But back in 1994, it was fairly new. Terrorism was fairly new. It was before 9/11. So just to talk about terrorism was not on anybody's radar screen, not in law enforcement's. But to really speak to more of what changed my life at that point was, it took on two tracks. The first was, I promised my son on his deathbed that the world will never forget why he was murdered, ever. He was murdered because he was a Jew. He was murdered because he had a kippah on his head and he wore his tzitzis. And Rashid Baz, who was a Lebanese Muslim, was the one who murdered him. But it came from a mosque right here in Brooklyn, so it was a cell that was operating. And I decided the way to remember him is I built a museum. I was a co-founder together with Chabad. To date, we have 4 million visitors. Why? Because I recognized immediately, especially as a mother, that education was the most important thing. Teaching children when they're very young. Kids are not born to hate, we all know that. So teaching kids from when they're a very young age is how we have to make them see the world, to accept, to respect. So it's a cultural museum, because we do receive government funding, separation of church and state, but it talks to us at who the Jewish people are, what foods they eat, and to watch kids from public schools come in, it's an experience. And they are never the same again. And I know these will be the leaders of the next generation, and that's what matters. It's not only about today, but it's into the future. The second part, which is where you're going to next, is the part of law enforcement. So I spent decades of my life in working with law enforcement from all levels of government, and I was in every courtroom in this country, from the state to the federal. I wrote many, many laws, and that was another part. I'd say more than 60% of the NYPD I probably trained among other agencies. So my life took on both roles. I continue to do them both to this very day.
And both equally important roles. On one hand, educating the youth, and on the other hand, educating law enforcement.
It's a balance, and I never sleep. So, yes, something like that.
Now, through your work with law enforcement, the NYPD, what have you learned about the importance of identifying and responding to hate crimes correctly?
Okay, so fast forward, let's just say what began with terrorism has morphed into hate crimes. And therefore, what we once called terrorism kind of evolved into hate crimes, but / terrorism, it's kind of one and the same. So hate crimes was something that I had been watching. I was light years of everybody, light years ahead of many, many people in law enforcement. And when I saw where hate crimes was going, when it became popular, I don't like, because there wasn't a strong enough response. I didn't believe that there should be only one person that should be deciding one way or the other. And I created something which was Civilian Hate Crimes Review Panel through one of our police commissioners that to this very day we meet once a month. And what we do is we are the hate crimes, NYPD hate crimes unit is probably the best in the country. And in fact, I got a call from the mayor's office in San Francisco that wanted to do what we were doing. Wow. Because we are like an oversight committee from all the targeted groups. There's 5 of us, and we review what the NYPD, what they consider a hate crime, and then we review it. So hate crimes is tricky. It's not about parking places. It's very specific. Most people don't really understand what a hate crime is. It's very specific. It is mandated. It is structured by law and by the hate crimes law by the state of New York, and then within the NYPD themselves under the patrol guide.
Right. So one thing that we have unfortunately seen is obviously an incredible rise in hate crimes since October 7th. Not just in New York City, not just in the United States, but around the world. Does this scare you?
I just know a lot about it, so let's just say I'm not surprised.
Yep.
Certainly since October 7th. But just so you know, I mean, clearly, once the cat or once the jack came out of the box, and we all know that, the minute that the Jew word came out and somebody started it and it was a whisper that became louder and louder and louder. So everybody, then one person started, and from therefore it grew. One thing I want to point out here that I think is critically important. There are 360 million people living in the United States of America. Do you understand the magnitude of that number? Israel fits into New York. We have over 20 million people living in the state of New York. We have over 8.5 million people living in the city of New York. To gain traction in any of those fields is a huge feat that people probably in other countries don't even understand. I should tell you, I've been to the European Union, I've spoken to the Belgian police, the Australian police, I've been around the world in conversation. So I recognize many of them don't have even hate crime laws. They don't even exist.
Right.
We are lucky in NYPD in New York City. We actually have laws that apply to hate crimes.
We're incredibly lucky. Are these laws working?
Excuse me?
Are the laws working?
Well, it's compartmentalized. It begins with the precinct commander. And that's a question that you had asked me previous to this. So it begins on the precinct level, where if you'll, for instance, I'm going to give just one example. We don't have a lot of time. In the interest of time, if somebody makes a 911 call and the two officers from whatever precinct show up at your front door and they take down what arrest had to be made.
Right.
What happens after the arrest is where it gets to be tricky, because even the media does not follow up generally. So what happens is goes through the DA.
Right.
Often there are plea deals made. So, but that's also follow the law. I've been involved in some of those deals. They're not great.
Right.
So that's where we need to tighten the grip on it.
I get that. So I must say on a personal note that you've obviously taken something unbelievably tragic, a loss that none of us can imagine, and you've turned it, this awful moment, into an unbelievable power to make the world better. And on behalf of myself and behalf of so many New Yorkers who are going to be watching this, thank you. Thank you for all that you've done. And I can say that so many people will watch this, and people who are here and people who watch it after, and take an incredible, incredible amount of strength.
I want to make one more point.
Please.
That I have to say you asked me a question about the laws.
Yeah.
I wrote the laws in New York State before 9/11 happened. I want the people in this room to know they could think nobody even pays attention to laws, because you asked me those questions, the importance of why laws are important. Those laws have been used numerous times, and you should know that more than one individual on different scenarios, 10 years, 12 years, 18 years. Imagine how many lives were saved because of those laws. They're locked away right now and won't see the time of day for decades. And that's where I can say, oh my God. And that's the most special thing of why we need to write laws. So it's my pleasure being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Be well.
Thank you so much.
I'm Yisrael Chai.
Amen. Thank
you, Dvora, for your inspiring story and for your important remarks. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
Our next honoree is Port Authority Police Inspector Scott Pomerantz, a proud Jewish leader. Yeah. Longtime head of New York's Shomrim Law Enforcement Association and trusted partner to Israeli security delegations, who will receive the Jerusalem Award by the B'Sheva management for his leadership, courage, and service. Please come to the stage, sir.
Good evening, friends, colleagues, and members of the B'Sheva group. When I first put on a law enforcement uniform, I knew I was stepping into a role that demanded courage, integrity, and service. What I didn't fully recognize then was how deeply my Jewish identity would walk alongside me in that journey. Tonight, standing here among you, I feel the weight of both these callings, to protect and to preserve, to serve and to stand proud in who I am. I want to begin by thanking the B'Sheva Group for this incredible honor, your mission to celebrate and strengthen Jewish identity in every sphere of life, from the synagogue to the streets, from the classroom to the command post, is something I deeply admire. I also want to thank my family, who have been my anchor through every long shift, every night late call, and every moment when the badge felt heavy. And to my colleagues in law enforcement, you are my brothers and sisters in service, and I share this recognition with you. Serving as the commanding officer at JFK International Airport, one of the busiest and most complex transportation hubs in the world, is a responsibility I do not take lightly. Every day, my team and I are entrusted with the safety of millions of travelers from every corner of the globe. As a Jewish law enforcement officer, I carry not only the values of the badge, honor, duty, and service, but I also carry the values of my heritage, Zedek, Chesed, and Shalom. These are not abstract ideals. They are guiding principles that shape how I feel, how I make decisions, and how I treat the people I encounter. It was a declaration that my faith and my profession are not separate worlds, but intertwined, that I can serve the public with the full strength of my training and the full heart of my tradition. In a time when anti-Semitism still rears its head, when people sometimes feel they must hide who they are to fit in, I believe it is more important than ever to stand tall, not in defiance, but in dignity. To the B'Sheva Group, thank you for shining a light on that truth. And to everyone here, I leave you with this. May we all find the courage to live out our values openly, the strength to protect what matters most, and the wisdom to build bridges of understanding wherever we serve. Tonight's recognition is not just about me. It's about every Jewish officer, firefighter, EMT, and public servant who wears their identity with pride while serving their community with honor. It's about showing the next generation that you can be both, fully committed to your faith and fully committed to your duty. I just want to thank you for this honor and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Inspector Pomerantz, and congratulations. We will now be joined by Ms. Nitzana Darshan-Leidner, founder and president of Shurat Adin, for a conversation. Ms. Darshan-Leidner, please join us on stage. Thank you. Thank you very
October
much.
7 was not just a massacre. It was a turning point for Israel, for the Jewish people, and for the truth. When the world kept silent, we at Shurat Adin went to war in the courtrooms. We filed a groundbreaking legal action against the Red Cross for abandoning our Israeli hostages and violating every basic humanitarian principle. We took legal action to expose UNRWA's deep ties to Hamas, including its employees' participation in the October 7 massacre. We are fighting to shut down their operations and to stop international funding of terror. We filed a lawsuit against Karim Khan, chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, for ignoring the war crimes committed against Israeli civilians and issuing arrest warrants against Israeli leaders to cover up his sexual allegations. We launched a lawsuit against SJP, Students for Justice in Palestine, exposing how this group fuels anti-Semitic violence and spreads Hamas propaganda on American campuses. We submitted a formal complaint to the ICC, demanding justice for the rape, mutilation, and sexual violence committed by Hamas terrorists, acts that meet every definition of war crimes. We filed a lawsuit on behalf of Jewish children from Majd al-Shams, injured by Hezbollah rockets, because no Israeli civilian should be forgotten. And we activated our program Shachbatz, giving legal defense to IDF soldiers, targeted with false accusations and war crime smears for simply doing their job, protecting Israel. We are Shurat Adin, We are the legal Iron Dome, and we are the first line of defense in the war for Israel's legitimacy. Because justice for Israel doesn't happen on its own. We fight for it.
Wow. It's a very big honor to be here with you today. You know, we've been following personally the work of Shorat Adin for a very long time. And what you're doing is beyond important. With so much on the front against Israel, from media, from attacks, from everything else, the legal defense of Israel is crucial and important. So I'm going to start off by firstly saying thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for having me.
One of the things, we can jump in, take this in so many different directions, and I know we only have a short amount of time. Now, one of the things that's most crucial today is this horrendous article that we saw just last week in the New York Times. This awful article with the nonsense and lies with dogs, all different terrible things. You're going to be doing something with that, right?
Yes, I was approached by the Israeli government to see if there is a way to sue the New York Times on behalf of the state of Israel for this blood libel. And unfortunately, the article is written under the op-ed, which we all know we can sue for opinion. It also doesn't identify any prison guard, any IDF soldiers, anyone that has a legal right to sue. And the state of Israel is not a plaintiff in defamation suits in the United States, neither in Israel. You don't sue for policy. So what can you do? In Shorat Adin, we came with the idea of criminally indict the New York Times for this blood libel. According to the law in Israel, you can bring to court those who defame the state of Israel with the permission of the Attorney General. And this is what we're doing. In addition, we are composing a report showing how the New York Times for the past 3 years of the war, lined with Hamas, day after day, spread lies against Israel for committing genocide, war crimes, starvations. This is aiding and abetting terror organization, which is a violation of the Anti-Terrorism Act. We are taking this report to the Ministry of Justice of the United States and demanding a criminal investigation against the New York Times.
Which is remarkably important. So you've obviously pursued terrorist organizations through legal channels all around the world. What legal victory do you believe had the greatest real-world impact on disrupting terrorism?
Two things. First are lawsuits against banks, because banks, when you bring them to court, have something to lose. They can lose their integrity, their dignity. A judgment connecting them for funding terrorism will destroy them totally. Therefore, as a result of our lawsuits against banks, no bank agree anymore to open bank account to a designated terror organization. No bank agrees to provide financial services to Islamic charity that identifies with terror organization, and no bank agrees to work in terror zones like South Lebanon, like Gaza. There are no international banks in these areas, which makes the terror organization a big, hard shift to raise money and to bring money into these territories. But what we won recently in the Court of Appeal of New York, which is a judgment against the Palestinian Authority for $655 million after 22 years of litigation, is changing the pay-for-slay policy. We won this judgment in 2015 because we proved that the Palestinian Authority pays money to murderers of American citizens. It imposed hundreds of millions of dollars compensation for them to pay the victims, and it's going to change now the way they are handling their pay-for-slay policy.
Yeah, definitely worth a round of applause. So you've gone after banks, you've gone after charities and governments accused of facilitating terrorism. Are enough international institutions being held accountable today?
No. No. My goal is to sue the UN.
Fantastic.
And I'll tell you the truth. Quite frankly, I did it before. I did file a lawsuit against the United Nations Human Rights Committee. I did it in Israel on behalf of companies that were listed in the blacklist of the UN Human Rights Commission as companies operating in Judea and Samaria, and therefore violates Palestinian rights, right? Such a conclusion. Unfortunately, my lawsuit was stopped by no other than the Attorney General of the State of Israel that applied immunity to the UN, but I did not give up. And the next lawsuit I filed against a UN organization was against UNRWA. And UNRWA, as we all know, participated in the massacre. They kidnapped Jonathan Samarano. They assisted Hamas in the war. In every facility, they hide tunnels and rockets and launchers. And when I filed this lawsuit against UNRWA on behalf of the Samarano family, obviously there was an argument that the UNRWA is a UN organization and therefore enjoying immunity. However, we alleged that the immunity of UNRWA is given according to the UN treaty. And the UN treaty is strongly against violence, against terrorism, against violation of human rights. Therefore, UNRWA is rogue to the treaty and should not enjoy this immunity. But I'll tell you what I did in addition. I didn't wait for the court to come or to ask the position of the Attorney General, which might again block me.
Shocking.
Yes. I passed a legislation in the Knesset that stripped UNRWA from its immunity. And now this case is going forward with no immunity to UNRWA in the court in Israel.
Fantastic. Now, on the flip side of all of this, we see organizations coming after Israeli politicians and Israeli soldiers.
Yes.
And there's a lot of fear and concern about the opposite side of what you're doing. How concerned should we be about that?
Very concerned. Very concerned. There is an organization, pro-Palestinian one, called Hind Rajab, that its goal is to pursue IDF soldiers worldwide. What they do is they take their pictures from their social media, and you don't have even to blow a building, you don't have even to serve in Gaza. The mere fact you're wearing uniform put you in danger, because this organization goes after IDF soldiers when they go abroad and files arrest warrants applications against them in the countries that they visit. And any court that has international jurisdiction issues arrest warrants against our soldiers. That's a real threat. In Shurat Adin, we took some actions. We launched an app. It's called Shachpatz. It intends to protect IDF soldiers when they go abroad. They give you all the information what to do before you go, what to do in case, God forbid, you get interrogated. We have a legal war room of more than 600 lawyers to provide legal aid in case something happens, and it gives alerts if something or any arrest warrant in any country, just to warn the other people that use this app. And in addition, we went after the International Criminal Court for sending and issuing the arrest warrants against the Prime Minister of Israel and the Defense Minister, instead of going after Hamas, after the real war criminals.
We filed a lawsuit against the chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, of the International Criminal Court because nobody is above the law. And Karim Khan, for aiding and abetting terrorism, for helping the Hamas organization, has to pay a lot of money.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So,
Johnny.
the final question that I'm going to ask, there are many people that will be watching this and looking at this and saying, wow. And they want to know how they can help and what they can do to be part of Shurat Adin. How can they be of assistance to you?
Well, thank you very much for this question. Shurat Adin is a non-for-profit organization. It's based solely on donations. I urge everyone who cares about the state of Israel, who wants to be part of this war against terrorism, of this war on behalf of our soldiers, our citizens, our dear, dear state, to join the fight. Donations are tax deductible everywhere, in the United States, in Canada, in Israel, in Australia, everywhere. And I urge you all to participate because only when we fight together, we can actually win.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank
Kol
you.
hakavod. Toda rabba. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitzana, for your important work. Our next speaker is Ms. Ganit Sankar Langa, Director General of Israel's Ministry of Aliyah and Integration and former head of Human and Community Leader at the Tkuma Directorate. Please join us.
Gani, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you for asking me to come.
Good evening, everyone. So let's start. Despite the war, many Jews are still making Aliyah. What do you think is driving that decision today, especially after October 7th?
Well, I think the October 7th changed everything. It's like a new renewal of the vows between the diaspora and Israel, and of course also here in the States. 64,000 Olim came to Israel since the 7th of October. And I remind you, there was bombing, there was shelter, there was everything. And still, 64,000 Olim is like a small city, like Kiryat Gat, like Modi'in, like twice as much the city that I live in is in Givat Shmuel. And I think that it's a matter of belonging, of being together. And in spite of everything, the cost of living, the defense thing going on, everything is changing, but still you see the bonds are becoming more and more stronger.
Exactly, the bonds. You meet new Olim arriving during a very difficult time in Israel. Was there a story or a moment that especially showed you how strong the bond with Jewish communities abroad has become?
There were several, but I think that just now I'm coming, the Minister of Philosophy just spoke about it, because his policy was to make a change and to bring more young adults to Israel, because they integrate faster than the others, and they also bring this optimistic thing, this Zionic things that we all wish to see it in our day-to-day life. And I'm just coming from Garin Sabah's going away. Their parents just gave them away right here in New York, and it was a very, very emotional kind of things. And one of them just said, one of the parents, who was Garin Sabar himself, just said, you know, we're parents that are doing many, many mistakes. But if you're here, I'm sure there is only at least one thing good that we've done with your education.
More young people are making Aliyah and serving as lone soldiers. How are you helping support and encourage them?
So first of all, I want you to know that over 3,000 young people are coming to be lone soldier in Israel. I think it's...
Yes, you can. Good for them.
It's not for me, it's for them.
Yeah.
60% of them are combat fighters. 60% of them. Okay, 20% of them are women, young women who just leave everything and come to serve in Israel. And what we're doing is giving them, first of all, is all 47 academic
programs in their language in the fine universities of Israel, such as Bar Ilan, such as Ariel, such as Tel Aviv. And they have everything for free, but not only the teaching program, but also the envelope, like everything that has with social programs and being a part of the community until they're 25 or 26 or 10 years from the moment they are coming to Israel.
In today's security reality, what must Israel do to help New Olim feel truly at home?
I think that's a question for every citizen in Israel, because you see them in the super, you see them in the school, you see them everywhere. And I think that our duty as a minister that does a lot, but I think we need to acknowledge more about the difficulties that an immigrant has in Israel, and especially Olim who comes from Western countries like this one, who has everything and they can choose everything, and they leave their homes, their language, their culture, their knowledge, their everything. So what we are doing is trying to see it coming from before the Aliyah, during the Aliyah, and 10 years, as I said, 10 years after the Aliyah process. And it's a long process. We need to understand that it's like a marathon, not a quick run.
And it's not easy.
Yes.
And also, during this time of war, what are New Olim bringing to Israel that threaten the country?
That what? That?
Threaten the country.
Okay, so first I want to speak about growth engines. Most of the Olim are more educated than the average in Israel. So they bring their knowledge and they bring their expertise and they bring their unique expertise, and we see them on many, many fields. We see that in fields of cyber, we see that on fields of engineering, and we see that on the field of medicine. I'm just coming from a Nefesh B'Nefesh fair who held...
Great organization.
Great.
Amazing organization.
The high-tech organization of Aliyah. And actually, they are bringing over than 500 Olim doctors a year that integrate in the most fine hospitals in Israel. So I would just say about every Ole, on 1 shekel, you get 5 shekels after several years. And I think that's a great growth engine for Israel.
Amazing. Danny, thank you so much for this interview.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, Besheva. Thank you, Besheva, for everything.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Ganit. Up next is Dr. Dan Diker, President of the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs. Please join us. Correction, it's the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. Hi, Dan. How are you?
I'm fine. I hope everyone here, I just want everyone to know I want to thank you for your patience. We ordered takeout for all of you guys just to have the extra 5 or 6 minutes, okay? So it's coming. It's coming now.
So you march in the Salute to Israel parade alongside Ambassador Akunis. Well, for the first time in 61 years, New York's mayor did not attend. How do you explain that?
Libby, first of all, thanks for having me on the stage just for a few minutes before everyone goes to dinner. I want to thank Dudu Tzada and Tom Tzadok for this. This is a great conference. It's critically important. And I want to mention there is tremendous courage in this conference because this is the eye of the storm, Park East. This place was raided by Islamists and radical activists, and you decided to have the conference here in the eye of the storm. And that's what we need to do. We need to return fire, and we need to do it without tolerance and with great prejudice. So yes, there are 3 firsts today in New York City. It was the first time that a sitting mayor, 9 mayors, celebrated Israel, New York, with tens of thousands of people. It's the first time since 1964, since the parade started, that a sitting mayor boycotted the Salute to Israel parade. But it's also here's the good news. It's also the first time that 2 preceding mayors, the great Eric Adams,
yes,
and the great Mayor Bloomberg, marched proudly with the great Commissioner of Police, Jessica Tisch, who may be a great mayor if she ever runs. And that's really a first. I mean, it's a first. And I'm saying there's a great national security threat, not only for Israel and the Jewish people, and the fact that a sitting mayor boycotted a celebration of collective Jewish life in this city. And I think it's very important that we say this publicly. What happened today, on the one hand, was such a great celebration of Jewish life in Israel and in America. It's never happened that 11 members of Knesset, I had the great privilege and honor of marching with them, with the Knesset delegation. First time 11 members of the Israeli Knesset marched together with 4 or 5 ministers of the government of Israel, including the finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich. That's an incredible...
And it's also the first time that the speaker of the Knesset was there.
And Amir Ohana, the speaker of the Knesset, leading everyone. It's a tremendous show of Jewish solidarity, both in Israel and in America. The challenge, though, Libby, is when a sitting mayor, for the first time ever, especially in the aftermath of the worst massacre of Jews in the modern period since the Nazi period, boycotts, it is a signal to not only anti-Semites all around the world, and not only because New York is a symbol, a global symbol for the Jewish community, and if it happens here in New York with the most populous, robust Jewish community in the world outside of Israel, as they say, al chat kama v'kama, all the more so it will happen. It will signal the trouble around the world. So I think we have to take action, and the local Jewish leadership has to take action. This cannot be allowed to pass.
What kind of action? We saw that anti-Semitism in the United States and also in Europe has grown dramatically since October 7. How can we confront that?
This is a very important question. The anti-Semitism has changed its face. It's like Halloween terrorism. What the West and Israel have done that has been an error is to think that anti-Zionism is not intrinsically anti-Semitism, which it is. The Soviets taught us in the 1970s that rejection of the Jewish state is the rejection of Jews. Natan Sharansky makes that point clearly. And since Haj Amin al-Husseini, the first mufti of Jerusalem, talked about Jews as a cancer and eliminating the Jewish community, we have faced a jihad. Anti-Semitism is connected to a jihad. And the reason it's so dangerous is that what people confuse, what they call the legitimate criticism of Israel. Legitimate criticism of Israel is not recasting Israel as a genocidal, war criminal, apartheid entity. That is called cancellation. That is not legitimate criticism. And we in the Jewish community, in this city and around the world, and in Israel, have to unite around the truth and expose that for what it is, because the intention of the Jew haters and the Jewish state haters is to divide the Jewish community from the Jewish state. And that we will not allow that to happen. And we're working the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs to take the offense in order to put those haters on their heels.
Wow, good job. Thank you for doing it. Thank you so much for this interview, Dan.
Thank you.
I really
Thank you
appreciate
very much.
Thank you.
Good appetite to everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diker. Thank you. And thank you, Libby. Thank you, sir. Up next is Professor Edward Yakovov, President of the Holon Institute of Technology, who will share a few remarks.
HIT, Holon Institute of Technology, is a leading academic institution focused on the STEM disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Our mission is to strengthen the state of Israel, all sectors of society, its economy, industry, and defense and security systems. Our main values are Zionism and love of Israel, accessibility of higher education for all sectors of Israeli society, excellence in teaching and research. HIT, growing a better tomorrow together. Thank you for your attention.
Good evening. Dear friends, first of all, I want
to thank to my two close friends, Dudu Sada and Dudi Finkler, for the invitation. I am pleased to address the participants of this very important, not just important, but significant conference as the president of the Holon Institute of Technology. I want to bring to the conference a perspective shaped not only by the academic community, but also by the reality Israel has faced over the past 2 years, from war and technological transformation to rising anti-Semitism and the growing need for international cooperation. Founded in 1969, HIT, Holon Institute of Technology, has earned its reputation for STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, education and applied innovation. We successfully trained creative engineers, designers, technologists, and digital health specialists in a variety of fields, including artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, industrial mathematics and computer science, data science and robotics, electrical engineering, industrial management and technology. Recently, digital medicine and design. We recently opened the first faculty around the world of medical technology, which aims to train experts who combine medicine and innovative technology. The health is a part of independence of all person, each person, and this is very, very important for each country. Our medical partners include the leading Sheba Hospital, ranked at top 7 globally, Bellinson, Health, and many others. We are working hard for next generations of STEM and prepare the experts in STEM, because this is very, very, very important and strong growth engine. We see our mission as strengthening the state of Israel, its society, economy, industry, and its defense and security systems. This is our contribution, and we are proud of it. I should stress that HIT is a very unique academic institution in Israel higher education system because of our main values that are Zionism and love for Israel, accessibility of higher education for all sectors of Israeli community, unity and togetherness with strong emphasis on social mobility, social impact, and social inspiration. Our impact was particularly noticeable during the recent war. Over 2,000 of HIT students from 6,000 students served in the reserves on active duty or on defense-related positions, and many graduates already hold key positions in Israeli leading industries like Rafael, Israel aircraft industry, Elbit, and others. We are proud of our graduates, and we consider their contribution as very, very important for all of us. Unfortunately, Israel currently suffers from a shortage of highly qualified, high-tech specialists. Therefore, we urgently need to double the number of graduates in STEM fields. Attention should be paid to applied field focused on solving specific, important, practical problems. Recently, the Council for Higher Education in Israel made several important decisions, one of which was the introduction of a Doctor of Applied Sciences degree. In our view, the next step should be to create applied universities focused directly on solving important industrial problems. Furthermore, we must develop advanced security systems as quickly as possible. This obliges us to be united and fight all our enemies with all available means using the latest technology. They must be autonomous, robotic, faster, more precise, and significantly less expensive. Attention must be paid to the intensive use of AI and rapid data processing. We must ensure complete protection of our soldiers and officers by equipping them with these autonomous, innovative, advanced security systems. I would like to draw your attention to another very important issue. It concerns not only Israel, but the entire Jewish people. Today, the state of Israel, like virtually all Jewish communities around the world, is experiencing one of the most dramatic periods of his history. This is first and foremost Israel's struggle for our existence as Zionist, Jewish and democratic state. Many lecturers today stressed the importance of to be together, and we in HIT established a new center dedicated to geopolitics and geostrategy, bringing together researchers and partners from Israel and abroad. I invite you to join us because it is very, very important. Its primary mission of this center is to combat anti-Semitism and anti-Israel propaganda. To this end, we are merging two different worlds, education outreach and high-tech visual media. Our war is not war between Judaism and other religions like Islam. It is not a religious war. It is war against extremists who seek to destroy us. We are absolutely convinced that without a strong and prosperous Israel, no Jew in the world can feel secure. Not in America, not in Europe, not in Asia, not even in Antarctica. This philosophy is important for the future of Israel higher education. I believe Israel should more actively attract international students and bring them, invite them to our very nice country. The formula should be to increasingly invite young people from abroad to study in Israel in our institutions, so they understand the Zionism, democratic state, and how we can build a better and more stable future together. Only together can we ensure Israel's prosperity as a global high-tech power. Only together we can ensure the freedom and security of our children. The people of Israel are alive. Together we will prevail. Only together. Am Israel Chai. תודה רבה.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yakobov. Thank you. Next, and thank you, by the way, everybody, for bearing with us. Next is Rabbi Itiel Goldwicht, founder and president of VLU Group, who will share a few remarks.
Wow, what an honor to be here at the Jerusalem Conference. Unbelievable in the present. Unbelievable. Rav Doron Peretz is here with us, the president of Mizrahi Olami, Dudu Sada, the Mankal of Besheva. To be here, it's really, really special. You know, as a Jerusalem native, 8th generation Yerushalmi, but growing up in Manhattan, to be speaking at a Jerusalem conference in Manhattan is the first, and it's very, very exciting to be here. Everyone in this room and everyone who spoke here tonight wants to create a social change for the Jewish people. Either a social change internally, how can we bring the Jewish people together? How can we bridge the divide? Or a social change which speaks externally. How can we get the rest of the world to truly understand who we are and what we stand for? What is the best way to create social impact and a social change? Shinui toda'a tziburi. There are 3 ways how we make social change. Number 1 is with politics. Number 2 is with media. Most of the people who spoke here today, and most of us in general, tend to focus on politics and media because the change is much more quick. It's quicker when you focus on let's change the politics, let's influence through media and through different ways we're going to tell the public what is the right way to act or to think or to behave. But there's a problem with these two channels. By default, they are divisive. They divide us because each one of those speaks to the base. I speak to my followers, to my voters. I speak to my people who are listening to my channel. And what do we tell them? We're the answer and they're the problem. We speak the truth and they speak lies. So everyone is trying to create social change, but very few people actually cross over. Unless there is a major national tragedy that shakes the entire world, usually people stay in their lane. And that's why I believe there is a third way to create social change. And it's one that we're all involved in on a personal level, but we don't view it enough as a way to create social change on a national level. And that third venue is not politics, is not media, it's the economic business sector. We are all involved in business. We all want to be successful. And if we're able to bring together the Jewish people in a business way that is connected to core Jewish values, we're going to be able to create a social change internally and externally. What do I mean by that? Internally, unfortunately, it seems like we have two Medinot. There is Medina Tel Aviv, which is driving the business sector forward, high-tech technology, security. But there's another Medina, a Medina that is more traditional, that is more connected to the roots. And each one says, we are the future of the Jewish people. We're building, Medina Tel Aviv says, we're building the future. We're bringing in the technology. We're leading the AI revolution. We're the ones who are creating the change. You know who's holding us back? The traditional group. And the traditional group says, we are the future of the Jewish people. Without tradition, without masoret, without chokhmat hayadut, without a historia, then there will be no Jewish state. How could you talk about the future without the past? You know who's holding us back? The people who are just talking about business and are not talking about tradition. So each one feels the other one is the problem. But if we're able to create a bridge between the two of them, it will create a social change internally because everyone is willing to unite around money and around business. Let's do business together with shared core values. And then we're able to bind the Jewish people together, and this will create a social change externally. There's a midrash that says that l'atid lavo, in the future, atidim umot haolam lavo lasot pragmatia im Israel. They're going to come do business with Israel, with Zvulun on the coast. And they're going to see how we do business. And they're going to say, Ma tiva shel umazu. What is the secret of this people? And they're going to tell them, oh, go to our brothers in Yerushalayim. And they're going to go there and they're going to see that we have one nation, one tradition, one God, one food. And they're going to see we want to buy in to the values of the Jewish people. The window into the rest of the world. We're on the focus on the main media stage in a very negative light. But they're still coming to do business with us. 10 out of the top 11 companies in the world have centers in Israel. The question is, do our future business leaders understand how to run their businesses based on Jewish values? I remember in one of our programs in Tel Aviv, we interviewed Jeff Schwartz. He was the CEO of Timberland, and he's the founder of Maoz. And he said, I ran a commercial once, a challenge for my team. And I told them, I want you to run a Timberland commercial without the word Timberland, without the shoes, but you could feel that it's the Timberland brand. Are we able to run our businesses with the Jewish brand? I run a Jewish company. It's Israeli and it's Jewish. Non-Jews respect Jews that are knowledgeable in their ancient tradition, that are connected to the ancient Jewish wisdom, and that are proud of their heritage. We will change the perception of the world towards Israel if we're able to provide more value and more value and more values. The question is, are we investing in this segment? Are we investing in the future of young Jewish professionals? I believe this is our calling. There's very few dates in our life that the world changed, the Jewish world and the international world. October 7th was one of those days. The world as we know it is no longer the same. But also, if you look back in the last 2.5 years, Israel's economy has skyrocketed. We are in the dawn of a new era of business and technology. And just last week, Elon Musk, the world's richest man, says Israel is the leader in innovation in the whole world per capita. We've entered a new dawn. The way to bring unity within the Jewish people and the way to change the world's perception of the Jewish people and the Jewish state is through the business sector, bringing Jewish values, bringing Jewish wisdom and Jewish learning, that we can understand that our tradition is our largest asset. HaTorah hi haneches hagadol sheyesh la'am ha'yehudi, and it helps us become more successful, more prosperous. This way we could create an Israeli society that is successful, it is value-driven, and is united. And I believe that this is what the Jerusalem Conference represents. People who are speaking about the future in a very practical way. It's an honor to be here, and may we merit to be a part of this revolution in the next generation. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gents, we have a very special session coming up. Our next guest is Mr. Ariel Kokoshvili, an IDF veteran who will share his story and receive an award from the Notnim Tikva nonprofit. This conversation will be conducted in Hebrew with live interpretation. זה עובד.
תודה. אריאל קוקואשווילי, או בקיצור שקוראים לך קוקו, נכון החבר'ה? אריאל גדל בירושלים, בפסגת זאב, הרעיון הזה יהיה קצר, כי אריאל מגיע מסוף שבוע ארוך. אריאל חייל בגבעתי, ואתה נפצע.
תן לי, אני אספר קצת.
זה מה שאני רוצה שזה יקרה.
So Ariel is a soldier in Givati and he was injured. Please.
אוקיי. אז אני אריאל, אני בן 21 מירושלים. אני אח הבכור ל3 אחים קטנים מפסגת זאב. התגייסתי לגבעתי בנובמבר 22, עברתי טירונות, אימון מתקדם, סיימתי את זה, עצרתי לקורס מ"כים, שם התחילה המלחמה. נלחמתי בעזה במשך חודשיים עם תחילת המלחמה. קיבלתי אחרי זה שיבוץ להיות מפקד טירונים, אבל הרגשתי צורך חזק לחזור להילחם, כי המלחמה עדיין ממשיכה.
So, Mr. Kokoshvili was recruited to Givati. He has undergone training. At some point, he was injured, but because of the war, he wanted to go on and continue on fighting.
כן, אז חזרתי להילחם במשך כמה חודשים ונפצעתי בפעם הראשונה. ברפיח, מחבלים התקילו אותנו, חטפנו RPG לאיתור באמצע התקפה. אני נפצעתי קל מרסיסים בצוואר, וחייל שלי יוני, הגיבור, הציל אותנו בעצם. חטף את הפגיעה, הוא נפצע אנוש, הוא שרד כמה ימים בבית חולים ונפטר אחרי זה. אני בעצם הלכתי ללוויה שלו וחזרתי להילחם, ממש כמה ימים אחרי.
So he was struck by an RPG along with his unit members, and he mentions the bravery of one of his unit members, Mashmo? Yoni, one of his unit members that basically saved him, Mr. Kokoshvili, and others in his crew.
אז אני בעצם חוזר להילחם וחודשיים אחרי זה נפצע שוב ברפיח. פיצוץ מטען, בחדר שבו היינו 6 ו4 נהרגו במקום, אני והמ"מ שלי נפצענו, אנוש מאוד, והוא בעצם נפטר מיטה לידי 1.5 חודש אחרי בבית חולים. אז במקום בחדר שהיינו בו 6 לוחמים, 5 נהרגו ואני הייתי היחיד ששרד בעצם.
So he, despite the RPG hit, he came back into the fighting in Rafah, and he was injured once again, this time to a more severe extent. And out of the 6 members of his group within his military unit, 5 died, and Mr. Kokoshvili was the only veteran that was able to survive that attack in Rafah.
אחרי שאתה נפצע בפעם השנייה, אתה מגיע לבית החולים, אסותא, טיפול ראשוני, ממשיך לבית החולים תל השומר, מדי פעם גם לאסף הרופא לתא לחץ, אבל השיקום המרכזי שלך הוא בבית החולים תל השומר. אני יודע את הדברים כי פשוט נפגשתי איתו שבוע שעבר. והשיקום המרכזי שלך הוא בבית החולים תל השומר, ונמצא איתנו גם שמואל משה שהוא מנהל עמותת נותנים תקווה, שהם נתנו לך תקווה לאורך כל הדרך. תספר לנו קצת על סדר יום במחלקת השיקום בתל השומר ואיפה העזרה של הגופים הוולונטריים ההתנדבותיים.
So Mr. Kokoshvili spent a lot of his rehabilitation time at Tel HaShomer Hospital, and he will elaborate about his rehabilitation.
אז בעצם פציעה כל כך קשה, לא מתחילה בסדר יום השיקום או באנשים שבאים ועוזרים. יש כמה שלבים. מתחיל קודם כל בזה שאתה פותח עיניים, אחרי שאתה מורדם מונשם לתקופה, אחרי זה שאתה מהכלא שאתה נמצא בחיים בכלל, אחרי זה שאתה בעצם קולט מה קרה בעצם. אתה רואה את המשפחה שלך, אתה רואה איך הם מגיבים, את החברים, ואתה קולט ששום דבר לא יחזור מה שהוא היה לפני זה. וזה בעצם השלב הראשוני.
So the first step, according to Mr. Kokoshvili, is to even get up from the coma, understanding that you're alive, understanding that you're in a different state than you were before, comprehending the state that you are in, while also coping with the reactions of, your family, your friends to the type of injury that has been caused to you.
אז יש הרבה מה להגיד על התקופה ועל התהליך ועל כל השיקום והיציאה בעצם מהמקום הכי נמוך, לטפס לאט לאט למעלה כל הניצחונות וכל הדברים. אבל בגדול קודם כל אתה צריך להיות שם בשביל עצמך לפני כל האנשים שבאים. אז ברוך השם, אני הייתי שם בשביל עצמי, בעזרת מעטפת חזקה, משפחה וחברים, אבל קודם כל אני ואלוהים. ואחרי זה הגיעו כל האנשים הטובים, עם ישראל בעצם. בעולם כזה שהכל מלא באינטרסים ואתה לא יודע כבר מה, חוסר ודאות מטורף, יצא לי לפגוש באמת את האחדות ואת האהבה של העם שלנו, שהתבטא בעזרה בלתי נתפסת במהלך השיקום. אז שמואל, באמת אחד מהאנשים האלה הקרובים.
שמואל, בוא לבמה. בוא תעלה שמואל.
While Shmuel is heading up the stage, Mr. Kokoshvili mentioned that in the rehabilitation process you need to be there first for yourself.
אבל לפני הכפיים לשמואל, לדעתי מגיע כפיים לאריאל.
And it is only through a social system of friends.
אני רוצה, כששמואל עומד פה, וצופים בנו עכשיו בשידור חי אלפי אנשים, ועוד יראו את זה ב-ILTV הרבה מאוד פעמים, בטלוויזיה של היהודים בניו יורק, ושאלה אחרונה, איפה אריאל בעוד 5 שנים?
קודם כל, אני במקום חזק יותר, גם פיזית, גם מנטלית. ממשיך ללמוד, ממשיך לחקור על הדברים שמעניינים אותי, מנסה להתחזק, ממשיך לנסות להשפיע במסגרת שלי, בתחום שלי, להגביר את ההשפעה, להפיץ טוב, וזהו.
כפיים לאריאל. אנחנו ביקשנו מאריאל רשות להעניק, שהוא יעניק תעודת הוקרה. איפה דודי? להעניק תעודת הוקרה לשמואל משה שייסד את העמותה הזו שנותנים תקווה, והיא טיפלו אפשר להגיד מאות? כמה חיילים פצועים עברו אצלך?
מעל 600.
מעל 600 חיילים. ואריאל, אתה תהיה הנציג של כל ה-600 האלו כדי להעניק לשמואל את התעודה. טוב? מסכים? יאללה. אתה רוצה להגיד משהו?
אני חושב שהזכות הכי גדולה, ואני קצת מתרגש, זה שזכיתי להכיר את אריאל, ואני חושב שהניצחון האמיתי שלנו כעם היהודי, זה להכיר אחד כמו אריאל. באמת, הוא יודע את זה באופן אישי, אבל כל יום מחדש אני לומד ממנו מה זה ניצחון אמיתי, מה זה ניצחון הרוח. פשוט יום יום מחדש, זה עם ישראל חי, וזה אתה אריאל.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kokoshvili, and thank you for sharing your story. Give it up for him. Thank you. Yes, so just to give a synopsis, he was asked what he wants to be in 5 years, and he said that he wants to be stronger physically and mentally, and becoming more religious, stronger with his faith, and to make an impact in whatever endeavor that he will be pursuing. Thank you. So, our next speaker is Mr. Zalman Duchman, Executive Director of Kolel Chabad. Mr. Duchman, please join us.
Hello again, everyone. Zalman, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Great.
What a day.
What an evening.
What an evening. What an evening. What a day.
Yes, what a day. So what can a 250-year-old institution teach the TikTok generation?
So Kol Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charitable organization in the world, Jewish charitable organization. It was started by the Alter Rebbe, Reb Shneur Zalman of the Adi, in 1788. And we're continuing ever since on a continued level. So we've been through a lot in our history. Back in the early days, the Tzfat earthquake, where the Kol Chabad was affected very strongly, and in 1929 was a very strong Kol Chabad establishment out in Hebron. So we have quite a big experience. Most of the work of Kol Chabad is raising money from the diaspora into the land of Israel. So we have a lot of experience in that. And I think one of the most important things that what has been established by Kol Chabad, many of us were raised with a tzedakah pushka, kupat tzedakah, in our homes. There was the JNF, Blue Box, or other institutions where young children would be taught every single day to give a few coins. They would wake up in the morning before Shabbat.
I still do it every day. It's important. Yes, thank you.
Always to give.
It's important.
Now, obviously, organizations rather have large gifts and large donations, but young children, to educate young children to give tzedakah every single day, to make it a habit. Do something practical. We spent a whole afternoon talking, which is very important. Very influential people, watched by hundreds, by thousands of people. But to do something practical and to train young children to do something before they could answer back, before they could ask questions, is something what's extraordinarily important.
This is beautiful. Now, except of tzedakah, how can the younger generation get involved?
The most important thing is to, again, start them off young. Before they're old enough to understand, before they're old enough to ask questions, that it should become a regular part. Supporting Eretz Yisrael, supporting the poor people in Israel has to become a regular part of people's homes. Today, most fundraising is done, email campaigns or crowdfunding, etc. It's usually engaging older people already. Even teenagers could have what to be involved. Just like we have the old Kupat Tzedakah that still works, we also have an app for that because young people don't carry change, and it works the same way, looks almost the same, and you could have a preset different amount.
It's with the Zelle.
It works with Zelle, it works with cryptocurrency. We accept cryptocurrency.
No excuses.
But the point is, the underlying point is, Hakol lefi reva ma'aseh. The more action we take, the more step by step, piece by piece, is what is going to ingrain into people's habits. To make it a habit, supporting Israel has to be something that is done daily. It's not once a year that you march down Fifth Avenue. It's something that somebody could do every single day.
What challenges have you faced recently?
Especially
these days.
I think especially these days, many Jews want to make an impact. And it's necessary for the nonprofit world to be able to bring on every level to the people that want to make an impact a way how they could make an impact. People want to feel connected. And I think that is one of the biggest things that we could provide. There's no greater gift that we could give an affluent person than a good cause to support. And if we could communicate not only the need people understand, but then communicate the impact, that is the greatest thing that we could do.
Wow. What can diaspora Jews do to help reduce polarization in Israel?
What can diaspora Jews do to help? I would put the opposite. In families, when families are alone together, there's family fights, but there's a habit of not bringing it to the outside. Over here, there was many Israeli dignitaries that spoke here on this stage throughout the day. There was a lot of conversation here in New York about policy in Israel. There's a lot of discussion of policy. I think that policy discussions for Israeli policy should be discussed in Israel, not in the United States. United States diaspora Jews have to do one thing for Israel, and that is support Israel. Not if diaspora Jews want to have a voice on Israeli policy, they're free to make aliyah. They should make aliyah, and they should vote. They should vote with their feet, and they should voice that. But I think it works both ways. I think also the Israeli, lawmakers and politicians and people have to also remember when they come to the United States to also communicate that message, that our differences and our policy differences should be debated in Israel and not in the diaspora. Diaspora Jews have to support Israel, and Israel has to come over here and present that face for diaspora Jews. What?
How they can help?
Every single person has a unique ability that they could do. Every single person is given a unique ability. There's no two people that their ability is to do the same thing. The Rebbe said that the expectation of every single person is to give what they can. What is their unique ability? If your ability is to communicate on social media, communicate on social media. If your ability is to give dollars, give dollars. If your ability is to write music, write music. If whatever your ability is, everyone has to do their unique ability.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Zalman, for your
Thank
time.
you very much for having me. Thank you, ILTV and Basheva, and thank everybody for joining. And Bezrat Hashem, L'Shana Haba B'Yerushalayim.
Amen. And don't forget tzedakah.
And don't forget to download the Pushka app. Go to your both Apple Store and the app. Make giving tzedakah and supporting Israel a habit every single day, either from the Apple Store or the Android store. Regardless, To download the,
We
just
need to
search,
say-
put
we
tzedakah
can
push
say,
app.
Make tzedakah great again.
Make tzedakah a habit.
Yes.
It always was. It always
Thank
is
you so
great.
much.
L'chaim.
אנחנו כאן במצפור לזכר צ'רלי קירק. מצפה שחזון לאומי הקים עם שותפים ישראלים שמוקירים את פועלו של צ'רלי. אדם שהאמין בחופש הביטוי, באפשרות לדבר, לדון. בגבעה הזו, במקום שמסמל מבט קדימה, חזון, אמונה ותקווה. הקמנו את המצפה הזה כדי להזכיר שלערכים, לאומץ ולעמידה על האמת יש כוח להשפיע על דור שלם. אני רעות רוזנפלד, מנכ"ל חזון לאומי, ארגון ישראלי הפועל לחיזוק הזהות היהודית-ציונית ולהכשרת דור העתיד של המנהיגות הציבורית בישראל ובתפוצות. אנחנו חיים בתקופה שבה המאבק על ישראל הוא לא רק בשדה הקרב, אלא גם בתודעה, בתקשורת, באקדמיה וברשתות החברתיות. בחזון לאומי אנחנו מכשירים צעירים וסטודנטים למנהיגות, לעשייה חברתית ולהשפעה ציבורית למען ישראל. אנחנו יוצרים קהילות של עשייה, מחזקים את הקשר בין ישראל ליהדות התפוצות, ופועלים לחיזוק תחושת השליחות והאחריות הלאומית. הארגון מוביל תוכניות מנהיגות, הכשרות בתקשורת, פרויקטים בינלאומיים, כנסים, פעילות ציבורית ויוזמות חברתיות בארץ ובעולם. אנחנו מעניקים לצעירים כלים להשפיע בזירה הציבורית והדיגיטלית ולהיות הקול של ישראל בעולם. אנחנו מאמינים שמדינת ישראל צריכה דור של מנהיגים עם שורשים חזקים, זהות ברורה ואומץ לפעול. דור שלא רק מגיב למציאות, אלא מעצב אותה. זה לא רק חזון, זו אחריות, וזו המשימה שלנו. המצפה הזה הוא לא רק מקום של נוף, הוא מקום של השראה. אנחנו מזמינים את משפחתו ואשתו של צ'רלי להגיע לכאן, לארץ התנ"ך, לבקר במצפה שהקמנו לזכרו, ויחד נבנה את העתיד של ישראל. תצטרפו אלינו, תצטרפו לחזון.
All right. Thank you again, everybody, for bearing with us. I hope you had a chance to get a bite. Up next, our guest is Miss Orit Markettinger, author, entrepreneur, lecturer, advocacy activist, and founder and CEO of the Or Michael Foundation. Please join us on the stage.
Orit, it's a big pleasure and a big honor to be here with you on stage today. Your story is not an easy one. Your life hasn't been easy, but you've taken this difficulty and turned it into an incredible journey of hope and inspiration for so many. For those who don't know you yet, maybe give us a brief, small history about who you are.
So I'm a public speaker about hope and resilience and light, because I believe that the light is the solution of the world, of all our problems. And I'm on the TV in Israel. I'm author of the book Broken Ray of Light, bestseller in Israel. I hope it will be in English soon. And also I have organizations that are coming to 26 hospitals in Israel. And also my tragic story that people really know this story because it's unbelievable. I lost my dad in a terrorist attack in 2016. My mother, she was seriously injured. Until today, she has just one eye, super complicated. And 3 years after that, my oldest brother, Shlomi, was killed on the way to the Mossad. He worked there. And at this war, after October 7, I lost my cousin Elchanan Kalmanzon after he saved over 100 people. And then he was killed. And 3 weeks after that, I lost my youngest brother, Daya, that survived the terrorist attack when my dad was killed, and he was killed in Gaza.
Do you ever ask yourself, why me?
No, I don't know. I just asking why. Like sometimes it's too tough. It's super complicated. Like, you know, when you lose just one person, it's so hard. And I really miss my dad. And then it's a oldest brother, and then it's the youngest brother, and it's coming from everywhere. But I feel that I have a huge zchut. Like my family, they're actually part of the history of Am Israel. It's huge. It's like unbelievable. It's like part of the history. It's like the Tanakh, the Bible. So for me, I feel that it's so hard, but in the same time, it's like a huge privilege for me that they are my family.
That's a beautiful and a very powerful way of looking at it. And how about your relationship with Hashem, with God?
We are BFF. I said that if one day he was said, okay, I can't deal with the world anymore, I can't do it anymore and quit, it's because of me, because I'm all the time talking with them 24/7, so we have a good relationship. It's hard. And I'm asking a lot of questions. He doesn't answer to me, but I'm asking. And I feel that he is with me. He's never leave me alone.
Now, again, your story is one of hope and strength and resilience, and you give this over so beautifully. What is your message for a young generation, for all the young people today who are experiencing difficulty and trauma, if it's the difficulty in Israel or if it's anti-Semitism around the world? What's your message to them?
So I said to them that, there is dark in the world. We have the evil. We can see that again and again, anti-Semitism all around the globe and in Israel, of course, for sure. And you can't destroy the evil, but you can bring light. Don't say, okay, the room is so a lot of darkness. Turn off the light. Turn on the light. Do it. Don't blame your family, your children, the school, the politics. I don't care about that. I don't care what the things that you dealt with in your life. I care what kind of people you will be. And it's your decision. And every day I can blame everyone. As a terrorist, somebody, why it does happen? Or I said, okay, this is my life now, and I need to choose. And I want that my life and the life of my nation will be great, so it will be great if I will choose. And I said, when there is no light, be the light.
So it's choosing the light and it's choosing the positivity. Not everybody is that way, right? There are a lot of people who experience trauma and difficulty in different ways. People who get sucked down, people who get in depression. For these kinds of people, what would be a trick maybe? Something that you used in your past that helped you find this light in these darkest times?
So I have one small tool that people doing all around. By the way, it's beautiful. People send me a picture from Los Angeles and Frankfurt, and I'm doing that like 7 years. Every day, it doesn't matter if it was a crazy day, terrible day, or amazing day. I'm saying just 5 minutes. I say something that I'm grateful for. I call this in Hebrew, Rega Toda, in English, moment of gratitude. And I'm doing that on my social media. And today there is a lot of schools, students, family. I was in Canada and someone stopped me on the restaurant. Oh my God, look, I have an alarm in my phone at 6 all hour. I'm sitting with my children for dinner and we are saying moment of gratitude. And for me, when someone really depressed and he said, there is no light in the world and I can't understand them, okay, just find one small thing that you are grateful for. And then someone said, okay, I have eyes to see. I saw Ari Spitz and said, oh my God, I have everything. I need to appreciate that. And I lost a lot of people. I don't ignore that. But I just say, okay, there is a lot of good also. As I said, we have bad and good. We need to choose what to focus on. And I want them to focus on the good things and to find something that they are grateful for. Moment of gratitude, do it. With a coffee in the morning, I am doing that when the sun goes down. Small moments that help you to overcome it.
And that is the beauty. It's the small things that we sometimes miss. And
So simple.
now we've had the opportunity to know each other for quite some time. And one thing that it was missed in your biography at the beginning, and I think maybe the most important thing, is that you're a mother.
Right.
How was it to leave your little baby and come here
Wow,
today?
first it's amazing. I love my son. He just called me that he can't go to sleep without me, so it's really hard sometimes. But I teach them, by the way, to see the good and to love people. He walking on the street and he said to someone, oh my God, you look great. And it's exactly like me. Because like, this is my son. And when I gave a lecture in Los Angeles in the summer, and we get to the place when he saw the sign of Hollywood, right? It's a beautiful sign. And my son is running and he said, Ima, mom, please come. We can do here a moment of gratitude. And for me, it just showed me that it worked. And for me, to see him, I'm full of pride.
Nothing better than being a Jewish mummy, right? This
Absolutely.
is the best thing in the world. And you have a fantastic husband as well.
Handsome.
A very handsome, brilliant man. And
It's the most important, sorry.
Definitely. One of the most incredible things about your amazing husband is that throughout this entire time, he's been going to reserve duty. So from October 7th, and I know he has a very important...
Until today.
Until today. So countless days. At the beginning of the war, we used to count. You'd say that someone was in reserve duty in Beniu for 10 days, 20 days. Now it's been over 1,000 days. He's on reserve duty. This is something that you could have said no to. And he would have understood, and everybody would have understood. You've lost so much. Is it difficult to go to sleep at night?
Sometimes, but most of the time, no, actually. I will be honest. I'm honest. because I really feel that if I will worry, it's not going to change it. If I will worry less or more, it's not going to change the situation that will happen. So for me, I'm not taking the energy to worry about him. Sometimes, of course, I'm afraid because I know that it can happen again because my life. But I really feel that you need to do it. We need soldiers. And I see how it's hard for us. So if you will say no also, it will be the worst for the other Miluimnikim, the reserve duty. So we have to do it. And it's really hard, but I'm full of pride of him.
And your son, will he go to the army, please, God?
Of course. He want to be in Givati, but he said in Givati they died. So I said, no, sorry, we're not going there. But let's see what will happen.
Fantastic. And so when we look towards the future, with this incredible positivity that you have, you know, now we're 20-something years away from 100 years of the State of Israel. It's coming up very soon, which is a beautiful milestone. Where do you hope that Israel will be on its 100th birthday?
Wow, it's a hard question, but I really hope that people will be like today in the parade. I didn't saw like people fighting or discussing about, like, talking about what is your ideology or what is your opinion, left wing, right wing, it doesn't matter. Everyone were together. It was so special. So I really believe that we will succeed to live like that. Also in Israel, there is a left wing in the politics and right wing, but we can do it together and to find a solution, to work together. So I really hope that we will succeed to do it, and I am sure that it will happen. And I hope we will succeed to help the world to be a better place.
Unity, togetherness, and positivity. So this is your message to the world?
Yes, but I think that more than that, I believe that everyone dealing with pain, so how you can take your pain and from your pain to help to the world. You dealt with a lot of pain in your life, but from the things that you dealt with, now you can help to other people. So take your pain and bring light. And I say when there is no light, be the light, it's exactly that every person in the world will wake up, how can I help with my abilities, with my life, how I can help the world to be a better place and to bring my light into the world.
So, unfortunately, today in Israel, we have many, many families.
Too much.
Too many families who have experienced this great, unbelievable hardship and difficulty. Do you visit with these families? Do you talk to these people?
Every week. I have just a few days, a mother, she called me and she said from October 7, her daughter was killed. And she said, I can't deal with that anymore. And I'm just sitting and crying all the day, 24/7, until today. And you have to save me. And I'm just trying step by step to help her to find the light. And I'm sure that she will find the light. It will take time, but she will do it.
Well, I must say, yeah, absolutely, it deserves a round of applause.
Thank you.
So I have to say on behalf of myself, and I know everybody that's watching this and everybody that's here, the strength that you bring isn't just important for yourself, but it's important for all of Am Yisrael and for the whole world. You know, they say that we should be an Or Lagoim. We should be a light to the nations. First, we need to be a light to ourselves. And from there, we can be a light to others. And Orit, your name is literally light.
I'm trying to be deserved to this name.
Somebody knew when they gave you that name that this was what you'd be giving to the world. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thousands of people from various backgrounds, unique skills, and one shared aspiration, an aspiration for change. To create, build, plan, develop, and expand to new and exciting worlds. For over half a century, we have led in building the country. We choose to cope with the greatest challenges every day. Thanks to the faith in our abilities, flexibility, and resilience as a company. The knowledge and experience, combined with our fields of activity, enable us to generate competition in all sectors we choose to operate, while supplying a tremendous collection of diverse solutions and services to our clients and business partners in our 4 fields of activities. Producing numerous raw materials for the construction industry, developing and building real estate projects and residential neighborhoods, building and operating different concession projects, among them transportation and logistics, designing and constructing massive engineering mega projects in the air, at sea, on the land, and in the depths of the earth. Thanks to the most competent managers and employees in the field. Thanks to the expertise, experience, and financial strength. Thanks to the constant movement, determination, marking, and attaining the next goal. Thanks to all these, we are strengthening existing activities and constantly developing additional groundbreaking areas while integrating advanced technologies and promoting innovation in the field. Thanks to all of these, we are leading. Shapir Group, infrastructure for a better life.
Wow. I'm looking at all this infrastructure work. Don't we have a beautiful country, Israel? Don't we? Yeah, we do. And thank you very much to Shapir. So up next, we have Miss Liat Sadeh Sternberg. She's the founder and CEO of Journey for Hope, who will share a few remarks. Please join us on stage.
Hi everyone, thank you. Pleasure to be here. Let me start with the presentation.
עדי הוא הבן הבכור שלנו. אנחנו עכשיו שנתיים וטיפה במסע. התפרקות משמעותית משביתה אותך.
מנתח.
כן.
ואתה מצליח לברוח מזה במהלך השעות שאתה מנתח ואתה עובד?
24/7 הוא נמצא. אני יורד עמוק לכאב. אין לי... אתה צריך את זה, לפעמים אתה צריך את זה חייב. Head on, face it head on. זה דרך שלי להתמודד. לבחור, לעלות מהשחור, זה התעצומות, זה הכוח, זה דורש ממך המון המון אנרגיות.
אתה מדבר עליו?
כל הזמן. וצועק את השם שלו לשם. לשמיים. אתה לא צריך שיחות.
איזה ילד הוא היה?
ילד נשמה, באמת נשמה. לב ענק. ילדי היה לוחם במגלן. צוות חוד, הוא גם היה חובש של הצוות. הם היו צוות בוגר, ילדי נפל חודש מהשחרור. once אתה מאבד ילד, אין. זה הנשמה שלך שפשוט מאוחז, זרוקה, ואתה לא מבין מה נותן. עוד עבודה, עוד כסף. זה תפל, אין איזה שום ערך, כשאתה מאבד ילד, אתה מאבד חלק גדול מהחיים. אבל אתה רואה שיש פה נבות מאוד חזקים, מאוד חזקים. אתה רואה שגברים יודעים להישבר, יודעים לבכות, יודעים להיות רכים. גברים זה עם של מבטים, אתה מספיק שאתה ככה מסתכל אחד לשני בעיניים, איזו תנועת ראש, תנודה קטנה, ואתה מעביר את המסר, אתה שידרת את התקשורת. זה יפה, אני חושב שבקטע הזה, המסע הזה הוא הצליח טוב, הצליח בגדול.
Hi everyone. I want to share with you a few stories and how do we change the resilience in Israel through preparedness. Over here you can see Eli. Eli is a soldier that fought near Dolev in terrorists. He saved the people of Dolev, but lost his life. His mother Shirley stopped driving after she heard she lost her son. Eyal here, Eyal Tuito, was fighting in Gaza, trying to save the hostage, lost his life as well. His mother, Shirley, stopped going to the show because she could not handle that. And Itai here was fighting in Gaza as well, lost his life. And his dad, Yaniv, basically left his job because sitting behind a computer all day was too complicated for him. So I'll start with, share with you who I am. My name is Liat. For the last 8 years, I'm living in LA. For the last 25 years, I was a serial tech entrepreneur. I have serial patents. I was leading M&A. I was selling my companies. I was all over the world. But when October 7 happened, I understood that I have to change something. Something for me, but also something for Israel and from a nation. And it was for me very obvious that I need to step in and move from the tech industry into the impact industry. And this is how basically I founded Journey for Hope. Journey for Hope today is leading and dealing with all of these members, as Orit, as we heard here, the parents that lost their child, the mothers, the fathers, the sisters, the brothers, the widows, all of them are now facing a new Israel. The size of this, if we are speaking about the amount of people, is the whole city of Ra'anana, half of the Jewish population in Queens, half of the Madison Square Garden. If you'll meet someone in Israel and you'll ask him if he knows someone, most likely that he will know nearly 3 million of people in Israel are touching the grief circles daily. So how do you handle that? For that, basically, we founded Journey for Hope. Journey for Hope is a very unique program, merging together groups of 20 people, either 20 mothers or 20 brothers or 20 fathers, and taking them into the nature. Over there, we basically isolated as a group, and we rebuild their resilience in order for them to continue and deal and help and support the youngest kids which are at home, the brothers and the sisters, and anyone who needs them. If we are speaking about those numbers, by the way, nearly 35% of the bereaved parents are not working. It was too much for them. So we need them to be back in the society and in the community in a most effective way for their families, but also for themselves. We just don't want them to be, to survive. We want them to live. We want them to smile again. We want them to experience joy. We want us to give them back, to give them what they lost with their child. So far, we have led more than 200 mothers and fathers. 20% of them got back to work. They decided to be proactive. They decided to give back to their community. They are now volunteers. 94% of them are experiencing positive changes in their life. There is no other innovation such as us worldwide. No other measurable program that changed the life of bereaved parents is Journey for Hope. And this is an Israeli innovation. It came from Israel to the Jewish nation in order to support the one who lost nearly everything they have. Up to date, we have more than 600 parents on the waiting list, which are waiting and want us to take them on these journeys. We are doing everything we can out of LA and out of Israel to support this community and to give back to them. And I want you to see a short video of Shiri again.
אין חוויה שמתקרבת לזה בכל חוויית ההתמודדות עם הצער והשכול, וכמה שהקבוצה היא משמעותית ונותנת משענת אמיתית. אני שכחתי מי אני. ובמסע הזה פתאום אמרתי, וואי, הייתי פעם נורמלית, הייתי פעם שמחה, והייתי מאושרת, והיה לי טוב, ונהניתי מטבע, ונהניתי מחברת אנשים. שכחתי את הדבר הזה, שכחתי שזה היה קיים בפעם. ובמסע הזה פתאום גיליתי שיש רסיסים ממה שהייתי. זה אירוע שאני, כאמא שכולה, יכולה להסתכל עליו כעל מפנה בהתמודדות שלי עם השכול. זה רגע לצאת מהכאב, מהעצב, מכל בוקר שאני קמה, והדבר הראשון שאני מקבלת בום לפרצוף, ללב, זה העובדה שהילד שלי לא איתי. אבל לתוך הכאב, לתוך המכל הזה של הכאב, אפשר ליצוק גם חוויות טובות שמחזקות, שנותנות כוח. אז לא לוותר על זה, לא לוותר על עצמי.
Shiri went back to the show. Shirley is thriving again. Yaniv is working again. And many parents, hundreds of parents such them, are already building their life, taking care of their kids, and have now the ability not just to cry, not just to be upset about the loss of the child, but also to laugh, to dance, to sing, and mainly to live. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you survived thus far, you are very committed. So thank you for bearing with us. Thank you very much. And Mr. Hillel Kornwasser. Yeah. Teen Israel activist and political commentator. Please join us on the stage. Thank you.
One. So you know, they say that they save the best till. Telling us just a little about yourselves, and let's start with ladies first.
Hi, thanks, Johnny. Sorry. Okay. My name is Shira. I have a background in Jewish education and Jewish outreach, as well as media. I worked as a journalist for many years, and then I became an editor. Worked in editing Jewish publications for Jewish outreach organizations in London. And then I came to work in New York, and I work as the Director of Education and Business Development for the Fifth Avenue Synagogue.
Beautiful.
Hi, my name is Hillel Kornwasser. I am a 16-year-old political commentator and Israel activist. Never in my life did I imagine that I would be sitting here, because when I was 7, because what that day was, it was the day after the fateful Tree of Life shooting in Pittsburgh, claiming the lives of 11 individuals. And in that moment, the innocence that was in my body, my young body, was torn from me. And through that, I've seen the development of anti-Semitism grow across the world. And I realized as a 16-year-old, how dare I sit on the sidelines while our brothers and sisters fight on the front lines. And that's how I ended up here today.
Beautiful. So we're here in New York City. Now, I was outside 10 minutes ago, and standing outside, some guy walked straight past me and yelled, "F you, baby killer." To which I yelled back something not very nice, but I'm getting used to it here in America. And then a guy walked directly behind him and said, "Yeah, go Israel." Just being there with a kippah on my head made me a target for some guy to yell at me. Now, you both live here in New York City, or outside of New York City, but how does that play out for you both? How does that make you feel? Hillel, you first.
Yeah, so I pinpoint it to the very situation that we're living in today, and I pinpoint it to the Western civilization values that we live in. Oftentimes, people talk about the Jewish values. We live in a world where there's tremendous rise in anti-Semitism, but I pinpoint it back to Western civilization values and the frightening reality that we live in a country, a state, and a city today where very much today, our mayor decided not to march with us. And to me, that is the most concerning thing in the world, because I'll take it to another level. And this really, I cannot fathom it. The fact that we had over 100,000 Jewish New Yorkers go out and vote for a man that will not stand with us, how dare we stand with him? And that's what scares me. Not the rising anti-Semitism, it's frightening. But what really scares me is that 100,000 Jews were so oblivious, and today was the wake-up call. The fact that he wouldn't stand with us, how in the world can we stand with him?
Now, that's a good point, but you know, one of the things that we see, and we saw this in last week's Parsha, we spoke about the fact that just after the giving of the Torah, the Jewish people at the highest moment in Jewish history, suddenly we're splitting into 12 different tribes. The fact that even at those points we're tribal, and Jewish people do think differently. Don't forget that they say, what, 80% of the Jews stayed in Egypt when 20% left? Sometimes we get some bad apples even within our bunch as well, so I wouldn't be too worried about that. But how do you view the situation? You're somebody who's come here from Europe, right, where the situation's really looking bad. Do you see New York going in that direction as well, or do you see maybe it's a little bit better here?
It's a very interesting question because I lived in London for 11 years, and when I moved to London, it was a very different country to what it is today. I do think that America's different because I think you're dealing with a very rotten government in the UK, and I think that we are very blessed that we have a president in President Trump who is very supportive of Israel. And I think that that makes all the difference, and we have many other Republicans and many other people in the United States government, congressmen, and huge support from the Christian community in the US. You have organizations like AIPAC. And so institutionally, systemically, you're dealing with a much better scenario than Europe, which is, bordering France and bordering Belgium and bordering all other countries where it's just infiltrated at a level that is almost unstoppable. I think I have many friends in the UK that are making aliyah, that are making plans to leave because at a systemic level the infection is so out of control that people are very concerned about the future, rightfully so. Do I feel worried in the US? I mean, my parents ask me all the time. I don't feel concerned. The NYPD is is unbelievable. I mean, compared to the UK where the police is just useless in comparison. I think we're dealing with an excellent police force, and we're dealing with an outstanding community that is very strong, that is very outspoken, that is very has a very powerful voice in the US. So I don't think that the issue is as concerning in the US today, although I think that we need to be very aware and very cognizant of the fact that things can change in a heartbeat, and that Jews are never really should never really feel at home in the diaspora. As harsh as that sounds, I think that history has taught us that when we do feel at home in the diaspora, we get a rude awakening. And that is something we need to be very careful about. That being said, I think that we need to continue pouring a lot of resource into Jewish education, into fighting anti-Semitism, into strengthening Jewish communities, because we are here to stay for the moment. And while we are here to stay, we have to do what we need to do. And that is something that is very important. And I think that we need to have our heads held up high, like we had today at the march. We're not cowering into submission and running away. And I think that that's something we need to be very careful about. And I think that, as I've said before, a strong diaspora Jewry makes for a strong Israel. And when we have a weak diaspora, we have a weak Israel. And our main concern and goal as passionate Zionistic communities is to have a strong Israel. And what backs a strong Israel is a strong diaspora. So am I worried to live here? No. Is my goal to live in Israel? Yes. And I think that while we are living in the diaspora, we have to be very focused, passionate, and do what is in our, within our resource to do.
Fantastic. Now, Hillel, you are a young man, 16 years old only. Now, when we're looking at people in your age group, we're not seeing that many standing up. Or am I missing it? Are we seeing enough people in your age doing enough?
No question about it. It's a big struggle, and I pinpoint it back to the world that we live in today and the frightening reality that's unfolding with the anti-Semitism online, on social media, specifically TikTok and Instagram. And there's so many people, my generation, that will see something that Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson posts it, and automatically they think that's the truth. That's the reality. And the problem that we have is we're getting drained out by that propaganda. So this would lead to my call to action to everyone in this room. When somebody posts the truth, the information that needs to get out there, specifically to my generation that's lacking it so much, and I see it day in and day out, and it's frightening. That's the most concerning part, that 18 to 24 demographic, and we still have a chance for my generation, Gen Z, to be able to fix that, and that's why I fight. Not for the older generations. Unfortunately, it's not pretty, but for my generation to have a fighting chance at knowing the truth, the reality, and the moral values of Western civilization. It's not complicated. It's very simply the moral values of Western civilization.
Do you feel like the Jewish institutions are helping and supporting your generation enough in having that voice?
Look, I think there's always ways to grow and ways to do so much more. I can specifically pertain to so many organizations that have been helpful and amazing in fighting this cause. And Jew Hatred does a wonderful job at that. Various different organizations have stepped up, but there is no question that if the organizations are going to focus their money, their resources on one thing, it has to be my generation. It has to be fighting for the future, because if we're looking at the future down the line, the people that are going to be building the headlines, the people that are going to be building the future are the kids that are my age. Later in life, that's what we're going to see. And if we take action now and we speak the truth, the reality, the values in our tone of voice, and we control the reality that's coming in the future, we have the opportunity and the hope, please God, the hope for my kids to not grow up in a world where there is constant anti-Semitism, where they can walk the streets of New York City proudly, openly and safely as Jews. That's my goal, and that should be every single organization's goal that is living in modern day time.
Now, Shira, as a former journalist and editor, we see bastions of the truth, like the New York Times, just pushing and peddling an anti-Semitism and lies. How do we fight back against that?
I mean, it's interesting that you asked me that question, because I was actually reading recently about, this recent accusation that Nicholas Kristof made against the IDF. I think the best way to fight against, that set of insidious lies is just by stating the facts. Because when you have a very emotionally driven article, their real goal is to get our backs up and to get us to stoop to their level. And I think as an editor, you always have to keep your head very clear from the noise. And I think as Jews, we have to do that in our generation, because there's a lot of noise out there, and Hillel will be more familiar with it, or you will be more familiar with it as social media influencers. But as an editor, I often had to just shut out the noise and think very logically about what was the best way to fight the facts. And I think when you fight the facts with the truth, you stand a fighting chance. But if you fight the facts with emotion and drama, you don't stand a chance. So my advice to people in the media is to make sure that you have all your facts in order, and by just going with the facts. I mean, I think that's the only real chance we have, because there's a lot of lies that are being spun and a lot of libels against the Jewish people, which is not a new thing. This is an age-old problem. Jewish blood in the matzot that we eat. This is not a new thing. This has been going on for generations. And the only way that we've ever been able to survive is, number one, to educate our own communities with the truth. And once we do that, also to then obviously educate those around us. And I think that's the only chance that we really have.
Absolutely. I have to say that one of the questions I always get is, isn't it worse today than it ever has been, right? With the social media, with the hatred and whispers and stories about what Jews are. And so I think regardless of what we see today, we learn from our history that the way moving forward is always telling the truth, but perhaps more than all of that, it's doing what both of you do, which is exuberating Jewish pride and Jewish strength, and making sure that the whole world sees that. And that when a guy yells at you in the street, we don't back down. We stand tall and we stand proud, because the truth is, we're an amazing people with an incredible past and an even better future ahead. Thank you both very, very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Johnny, and thank you both. All right. So as we conclude, I want to thank all of our distinguished speakers for bringing depth, clarity, and purpose to today's conversations. The theme of this conference is Arvut Hadadit, mutual responsibility. And throughout the day, we saw how deeply that idea connects every issue before us, whether it be Israel's security, the strength of Jewish communities around the world, the fight against anti-Semitism, and the unbreakable bond between Israel and the Jewish people in the diaspora. At a time of war, uncertainty, and rising hostility toward the Jewish people, mutual responsibility, thank you. Mutual responsibility is not only a value, It is a call to action. It reminds us that our challenges are shared, our future is connected, and our duty to one another is greater than ever. As we conclude today's Jerusalem conference, we want to extend our sincere thanks once again to all our sponsors for their generous support. We are particularly grateful to the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs in Combating Anti-Semitism for its partnership, and leadership in strengthening ties with the Jewish communities worldwide and helping make this gathering so meaningful. Laila Tov, have a good night. Thank you.